ずま走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
All right, folks, I got good news for you. It turns out that when I press any key to start, it scares me by prompting me to select my language, gives me the same content warning, and then right back to exactly where we left off yesterday. At the point where we saw Babalia and Antao's face. And because it's the same scene, it's gone ahead and began it with the full thing and not just following the... What do you have in his pocket? He had the key to the passageways that belonged to Jeremiah Goodwill, is kept in a book in the library to link the clubhouse with the wartime bunker underneath the channel. We'll get back to that in a second. To summarize what's been going on in this World War II British plantation in Borneo. Our task as Delphine, the psychic detective, the sensitive, the psychometric, is that Jeremiah Goodwill Jr. was off in London during the Blitz, and so he was separated from the rest of his family. When the rest of his family died, when the Japanese attacked in Borneo. They told me it was a war. My father, my sister Loon, they were casualties of the occupation. They were gone long before the Japanese landed. Evidently, that's not true. Because, as we've learned, First disconnect of the stream right away, amazing. Completely stable bitrate during the entirety of the pre-stream. Completely stable bitrate right now. But just then, it decided that nope, we're just gonna disconnect from the internet for like a second. When is my apartment gonna be finished? Okay, I have no idea at what point it went to shit. But as I was saying, to summarize what went on this British plantation in World War II Borneo, as we sussed out yesterday, us being Miss Delphine in 1948, contacted by Jeremiah Goodwill Jr., who was in London during the time when his family died in Borneo on the Goodwill tobacco plantation. The official story is that they died during the occupation. Jerry Jr. thinks that his family was long gone before the Japanese landed. But as we've come to learn, the Japanese actually did attack that night on the 16th of December, 1941. Where's our timeline? We could use Mind's Eye to show where everybody is at a certain time. Everybody, not everybody can't afford ordering dinner because then we got Babalion. Let me pick up the full timeline. So, the day begins at 1500. Lucas Sterling, this young fellow here, boats up on a raft to the boathouse. Instead of trying to explain every single point, let me try to find a way to summarize this. On this very crowded day, newcomer Lucas arrives on a raft to the boathouse, is accosted by Kanan, the head security of the plantation. And then Luna Goodwill, the daughter, shows up, sees a handsome man in falk wreath. It's a troubled family here. Teresa's out on the veranda. The matriarch of the house is actually the ex-matriarch, having been divorced when Dad decided that he liked the nanny better, and so divorced Teresa for the younger Rose. And so she spends all of her time drinking, has a relationship with Jiro, even though family friend Dieter really wants to marry her. And now that she's single, why not, except her heart belongs to him. And he's a German. During World War II, it is simply unheard of, but he's also stringing along Aisha, one of the servant girls. Because Dieter has it in with Ludwig Harrow, a local pirate. And so while Patriarch Jeremiah Goodwill and his friend Edward Bonfire they're stressing over their pearls. They got... No, map. They got tobacco plantations. They have an oyster farm. And the oyster farm isn't doing as well as he'd hoped. They put all their money into it, but it's coming out with these gnarly red pearls. And I think they're cool. but everybody else thinks that the pearls is a sign of the plantation being cursed, and nobody wants to buy from them. So they put all this money to pearls, but they're coming out rusty, and so they're majorly stressing out because the plantation is completely burning through its money. And hence, they have Cynthia Seville come in to audit the books, to take a look at his finances, though Edward thinks and Teresa thinks that Cynthia is just gonna be the new Rose, that Jeremiah is gonna ditch Rose for Cynthia the way he ditched Teresa for Rose. And yeah, Aisha and Dieter are working with the pirates to do a bit of vengeance on this plantation. Aisha thinks she can run away with Dieter, the poor lovesick fool. Dieter has no love for his old friends because they look down on him as a German, and so they let the pirates in because Jeremiah has some debt he owes to the pirates. The pirates are only supposed to rough him up. And the shaman, who is also kind of working with the pirates, but mostly he's representing the Brook Rajas, the Rajas of this part of northern Borneo, who see weakness in the British occupation and think that this is their time to strike. Babalian provided the poison to Vitalina, Edward's girlfriend, who thought that she was just providing a little local remedy that would help Jeremiah break the curse and thus cleanse the pearls, the plantation could thrive again. In actuality, that cure poisoned and killed Jeremiah. Private number? What the heck is this? I'm going through my overview here. Well, was it a bad call? That was PG&E calling about about the fire in December. Basically, they're giving me a rebate and freezing the account since no meter, no reason to charge, I can have the money back? Amazing. So anyway, where was I? Right, Babalian, the shaman, and the Brook Rajas, who want to reassert control. They only wanted to kill off the family here and seize the plantation. So, Ludwig Harrow, the pirate, was only supposed to rough things up, scare them, maybe get them away. And instead, he goes in, he burns a railway so that nobody could escape. The fire spreads to the tobacco fields. Because I think, and that's going off script, Dieter did not expect them to do that. Babalian, the shaman representing the Brook Rajas, did not expect him to do that. I think the pirates might also be working with the Triads. There was a mention of them. And so while all this drama's going around with domestic problems and pirates shaking things up and then setting things on fire to intimidate, and Jeremiah himself dying to poison, with all that going on, the Japanese attacked that very night. The pirates weren't expecting it, and so the pirates end up trying to fight off the Japanese, but they get pushed back into the jungles. Everybody else in the house who has survived so far, they're already shaken up by their own domestic problems, and then here come pirates to threaten them all. And then comes explosions from the clubhouse, and then comes shooting and gunfire. And so they're trying to get to the chapel. They want to get to the clubhouse with a secret key that connects to the bunker in the chapel. But that key was stolen a long time ago. That's why Shaman Babalian is surreptitiously traveling around. He meets Vitalina at the chapel to give her a fake cure that was actually the poison. He's watching at the railway, he's watching the pirates do stuff, but then he's shot dead. And so they can't use the clubhouse exit because 1, the clubhouse blows up, and 2, the key is missing. And so you have Luna and Kanan trying to find their mom, trying to find Teresa. Luna and Kanan ends up at the boathouse. Rose and Lucas ends up going over the roof to drop down, get to the observation deck. They see Luna and Teresa pinned down at the boathouse, so they're picking off some Japanese soldiers and they're coming down themselves. Cynthia makes her way to the chapel somehow. She finds a bunker, even though she doesn't have the secret companionway key from the clubhouse to chapel. And she finds 1 rocket to fire on the Japanese and kind of pin them down so that Luna, Lucas, Rose, just them 3, can escape by boat. So they're off someplace. And then because Kanan did one good thing right, and the moment they found Jeremiah's dead body at 1 or 2 a.m., he called for help. The Navy shows up, and the Japanese get pushed back. And it turns out that mysterious stranger Lucas is actually SIS. It turns out that Cynthia is actually MI5, and she's going to be debriefing stuff. And that is basically the story up to this point. It's an incomplete story, but it's most of the important things, it's most of the big details. And so we left off finally getting the face of Babalian. In the secret companionway. Navigates a concrete bunker, enters secret companionway passage, air is stale. Tunnel's narrow, so tight, presses on, reaches the end, locates the latch that leads into the clubhouse. So, where was the scene that we had, where we saw his face proper? Earlier on, secret companionway. Nothing else to do in the companionway. Okay, this is where he got the ghost image of his face. Rations stored here, illuminates his face. He's seated on a crate eating rations from a tin. Noise from the boathouse died down, finally peace. Let's look at the story from the beginning, actually. So, he's first seen in the chapel over here. Babalion and Vitalina uncovered everything there is to see in the chapel. When that happens, every other spot gets outfilled with gray. Babalion and Tao, old wizened man of traditional Bajau garbs. Have you found the answer, Babalion? My husband really believes in you. Please tell me you can help. It is not the land that is sick, Mempechoski. It is the master. Jeremiah, but how? A dark shadow clings to him, a spirit of greed and despair. It bleeds into everything he touches, the pearls. Well, they are but tears of the infected sea. Now, he's talking in terms of curses and spirits and such, but he's not exactly wrong there. Apparently, the red tint in the pearls is simply caused by the iron content. And Mr. SIS Lucas was trying to get a sample of the green mist chemical weapon that the Japanese were using. And there is a green mist on the sea that is slowly getting closer each day, right before the Japanese attack. So it could very well be that the red tint of the pearls, that is evidence of a high rust content, that could be from the chemical mist that the Japanese are using right offshore the plantation. Can it be stopped? Can you lift it? I cannot, but the spirits of the deep offer a bargain. Small blue vial. This water is blessed by the sea spirits. It will cleanse the shadow from his soul. He must drink of it. One draught and the curse will lift. The pearls will clear. Are you certain? It looks dangerous. The cure for the soul is often bitter to the tongue. Trust in the old ways, Mempetroski. Give it to him tonight before the moon rises. And then he goes to the secret companionway. He's spending time eating rations. That's it. He gives a poison. He takes a break to eat some rations. Then, after Kanan is done interrogating Lucas Sterling, and Luna takes him away to wash up, he comes to the boathouse. Checks the bindings of a small wooden raft in the water. Curious, where did you come from? Lucas's boat. We finally have the location for Lucas's boat. A launch anchored so far out. This is all very queer. So we know that Lucas's story about surviving a pirate attack and he was the only survivor is a lie, because it turns out he's SIS, who was investigating Japanese in the area, struggled to get a sample of the chemical weapon, and now he's ended up here. And now he's got an actual boat out that way. Paddle out towards the launch. Before we find out where everybody else got to at 8 a.m. Oh no, because we've already seen Jeremiah's death. Poison. Deliberate on the part of Babalao. Accidental on the part of Vitalina. We haven't seen Loon die yet. She, Lucas, and Rose make it out of the boathouse on the raft going to Lucas's boat. Either Loon is gonna die there, or Lucas and Rose, or Lucas and Loon end up living off their life, or they simply haven't told Jerry Jr. So, Babalion at 6 o'clock on Lucas's boat. Climbs onto the deck of Lucas's boat from the raft. The scene is grisly. Oh no, so there was an attack. Hold on. Is this the attack that Lucas escaped, or did the Japanese soldiers attack? No, this is soon after. So he did survive this attack then. And Royal Navy officers lie dead on the deck. What the hell happened here? He steps over a fallen sailor and finds a report clutched in his hand. Project Mist report. Babalian glances at it, his eyes widening. He pockets the report. I must return. I don't think I'll find much else here. And then paddles back towards the boathouse. Then back to the boathouse goes Babalian. And that's it for boathouse, there's nothing else. About the same time as the first explosion at the clubhouse, which it turns out was not pirates, it wasn't the Japanese. It was Jiro trying to make a still so Edward could make some vodka for his girlfriend. But somebody was impatient and somebody put the burner way too high, turned the pressure cooker into a pressure bomb. He watches as smoke billows into the sky and tiny figures scatter in panic running to the building. Utter chaos. They run like headless chickens. Even that fool Kanan, the so-called head Jaga. The bunker leads straight to the clubhouse or the passage. They'll be too busy running to watch the shadows. I can make it there. Take a look around and remain undetected. And then he moves towards the tunnel entrance. The tunnel entrance? At the chapel? Everyone else he discovers too busy. Everyone else, including Babalian then, huh? Dinner begins soon after. Kanan is accosting Ludwig. He's found the pirates. He's doing his job as a Jaga, but he gets knocked out. Secret companionway, that's when Babalian comes back in here. And then enters the clubhouse. While dinner's ongoing and the pirates are sleeking about. I think at this point, the Harrow at least has shown up at dinner to threaten people. Babalian and Tao steps into the ruined clubhouse, surveys the smoking debris, but his attention is caught by movement on the lawn outside armed men. What the hell? And spots a familiar figure barking orders. Okay, before Harrow bothers the dinner folks then. Harrow. What is he doing here? The Rajas cannot be aware of this. So Harrow's not supposed to be here. He's not working with the Rajas. I think he is working with Dieter. But Dieter was but a pawn. Unless Babalian only had half the information. Harrow's supposed to threaten things, rough things up, but not set fire to half the plantation? Why go to the trouble of getting Jeremiah poisoned quietly to avoid suspicion, only to send this brute? It makes no sense unless Harrow is double-crossing the Rajas, I am sure of it. Babalian retreats into the deep shadows to watch. He dies over here. He goes to... was it the railway station next? Because at some point, the railway is getting burned and he's watching over there. Where would he be? Is he watching from inside the clubhouse? He is. Babalian continues to watch. He sees Ludwig, Harrow, and his men move towards the railway. Moments later, flames erupt along the tracks. Madness! The tobacco fields are right there. The season has been dry. Everything will burn. The entire plantation will be consumed. This is not what the Rajas would have wanted. What is going on here? Realizing the danger, Babalian breaks cover, rushes towards the spreading fire. Watching from the shadows still. The heat is intense as Babalian and Tao arrives at the railway. The fire is already spreading fast, consuming the dry grass all around. He spots Ludwig Harrow heading back to the jungle, a torch still in his hand. You fool. You bloodthirsty fool. Why are you destroying everything? Anger replaces fear. And that is when he heads towards Ludwig and the pirates, and that is when he dies. What's up? Oh, that's cute. You've turned Onyx into a furry femboy. Babalian, Ludwig. Where's Edward right now? This is midnight after dinner, so Edward is probably... Is he in the library trying to get the good drinks? No, Edward and Jiro are trying to get drinks there. And then Jiro is pulled away. No, he's not pulled away. He goes to Teresa's room. Where is Edward at this point? I don't see Edward. He might have gone to his own room. I don't think he's here yet. Edward is one who kind of comes upon the pirates later. Babalian catches up to Ludwig at the end of the jungle. Harrow, belay that. This cannot be the designs the Rajas intended. This plantation will be utterly worthless if you put it to the torch. What happened to the pearls? Truth is revealed. We kind of got the truth of that already. Ludwig turns and laughs. The Rajas? I'm in the pocket of the Triads, you witless simpleton. They don't care about the plantation, they just want to take over the oyster farm. The oyster? But the pearls, they are worthless. The pearls are tainted. You're just as much of an idiot as the rest of them. There's nothing wrong with the pearls. Bone is too cheap to buy new cages. He's using the old iron ones for the 20s. They're rusting in the water and staining the pearls. That red swirl? It's nothing but common corrosion bleeding into the nacre. It's pathetic, really. Rust? It's just rust? That's where we got... We didn't have Babalian, so all we were able to do was follow along with the key that he had. And so we only had his side of the conversation before. This cannot be the design of the Rajas. The plantation should be worthless. Oysters, but the pearls are worthless or tainted. Rust is just rust. And so that's where I started to make the connection. So was the rust a manifestation of the green mist, the chemical warfare? But no. It's even simpler than that. It's negligence, it's being cheap. It's using 20-year-old cages. And when Jeremiah went to market, when he went to like Sandakan and such, everybody was acting as if the pearls were cursed and they want nothing to do with it. I bet you that everybody knew, at least in the city, and they were salivating for the chance for his plantation to fail and him to have to sell so they could buy it up and get these rich pearl beds, but with actual fresh cages that aren't staining the pearls. And the you're with the Triads is how I figured, okay, Ludwig is dirty. Babalian steps back as he realizes the mistake he's made running up here with the Triads. Backs away, but the other pirates have surrounded him. Please, Ludwig just nods. The pirates rush Babalian. Babalian falls, stabbed to death by a dozen swords. So Babalian here, he isn't exactly the nicest. He did come here to poison the head of the household, so the plantation would fall apart and the Brook Rajas could take over. He didn't account for one of the agents of the Rajas being a double agent, working with the Triads, to completely ruin the plantation, so the Triads can move in and just have the oysters and the pearls. So, there's Babalian's story. We also got the Project Mist report, top secret. Except it only says confidential, the lowest of security clearance classifications, above unclassified or for your eyes only. Pretty much anybody with a pulse could look at this confidential information. Intelligence report, subject the mist, origin unconfirmed, suspected chemical trial by IJN unit off the coast. Effects, rapid necrosis of marine life, mild hallucinations in humans in small doses, death from longer exposure. Conclusion, the mist is a weapons test. Sample has been acquired. So, mild hallucinations give the possibility of wondering how much of this was real, how much of this wasn't. In small doses, the mist is offshore, so there's a possibility some of it got in. But we do have multiple eyeballs seeing similar things. Hey, Toasty. What you doing up on my desk, Toasty boy? Hey, baby. Oh, your fur's so soft, and your belly getting so slim. Your diet's been working, Toasty. Moving into your grandma's house since the fire. Getting regular meals and grandma's snacks. You got big, Toasty. And now that you're back to a good weight, I might just give you 3 meals a day again. So who do we want to follow now? We could... Let's see. Who do we have in... Well, let's look at our new inventory item. We got... No, everything here is known. I thought we picked up the document in this report. It wasn't an item to peg to an owner. Okay. Jeremiah, we don't have his 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, that's when Cynthia's already in here. And she's making a call in the study. Library is already full out. And the first we see him is study over here. He's arguing with Kanan, I think. And then he's on the phone. And then he's told that Edward's in the library. So where would he be before then? Maybe in the veranda? Maybe stopping by the clubhouse? Is he getting things set up in the guest house? There's no Jeremiah possibility here. He wouldn't be in Bones' room. Young Mistress's room. Edward and Jiro are the only possibilities here so far. Is he at the railway? No. Just Edward, Jiro. Veranda. At 3. Could it be Jeremiah and Teresa together? He's explaining that no, this isn't my new mistress. This is merely my accountant. Residence is distorted. Jeremiah alone? No. Teresa? No. So who's gonna be over here? The faded photograph is here, of course. Is Edward here? Is Jiro here? So, Jeremiah is here. We got his golden lighter. Luna and Teresa are already there. Okay. So Jeremiah, Luna, and Teresa. Jeremiah enters a veranda, Luna Goodwill, Teresa McIntyre are already there, sat facing the sea. It's about time you got here, I'm parched. My dear, what did you do while I was away? I've only been back for a few hours. Did you go thirsty these last few days? Just start pouring already. Jeremiah gets to the bar, starts making sundowners. Teresa takes a pill from her purse and swallows it. Must be your Twan's dose for the day. Have you seen Bone yet? I need to talk to him. We're losing the Orient. What does that even mean? Confound it, Teresa, you never listen. There is no Orient. They have no luster. It's that bloody nuisance of the Crimson Swirl, I tell you. I just don't understand it. Who says? They all do. The Tauke's. Chinese Tauke's are powerful and influential merchants who control the pearl trade in North Borneo before the war. The Bajaus, nomadic sea people, the Japanese, they all say it. There's no Orient, so they're all worthless. All 10 tons in the warehouse, absolute waste. The tobacco trade is drying up. 30 years ago, by her estimation, because she's 1940 whenever, means the 1910s. North Borneo was world famous for its high-quality cigar wrapper leaf. However, by the 1930s, many tobacco companies began to wind up or switch to rubber and coconut because of cigarettes becoming more fashionable and soiled exhaustion. Looks like the Goodwill we're behind the curve and feeling the pressure. Toasty, why are you crawling all over? You want pets? You want to sit right in front of me and get pets? Okay. But we were starting to really get a handle on reliably finding tons of shells. But now this. I just feel cursed at the moment. Stop bothering me with your problems. I was just humoring you while you were pouring the drinks, but you're really starting to bore me now. I don't care about any of this anymore. Where's Rose? Shouldn't you be sounding off to your lovely new wife instead? Jeremiah downs his drink in one gulp, slams a glass on the bar, pours himself another. Blast it all. You know damn well where she is and who with. I don't know what she sees in Vitalina, but they're together more often than not these days. Actually, your new friend said she was going up to the balcony to greet Rose after she finished her phone call. I haven't seen Vitalina yet today. She's not my friend, she's my lady solicitor. Can't just say she's my accountant, she's my lawyer, my lady solicitor, specifically lady type. Anyways, Vitalina's husband I need. Where's Bone? Darling, he's at the clubhouse, of course. It's the only place him and Dietrich can hide to do the you-know-what. I saw Mr. Tanaka go there just now. Do you think he's also a registered smoker? A registered smoker. Yeah, we know he is. We know that Jiro, Edward, and Vitalina are all on the opium. Teresa mimics taking a long drag from a pipe using the straw from her drink, then she laughs. Father, look, there's a raft approaching. It's coming for the big ship anchored further up the coast. Luna points towards the sea. Jeremiah squints, puts his drink down, and pops his head inside. Come out, go down to the boathouse and see who that is. Don't let them land without checking them first. They watch from the railing as Lucas docks his raft and Kanan approaches. Mother, look, he's young, like me. So Loon really was just hoping to wet her whistle. Darling, he's not a child. He's probably twice your age. I'm not a child, Mother. He looks very nice. Why is Kanan being so rough with him? Teresa drinks, looks bored, doesn't care. I don't like the look of all this. I'm going to the study to contact the constabulary. Puts his drink down, heads inside. And then that's where they go, that's where they go. So, we have Jeremiah's activities, veranda with his family, goes to the study to make a call, library with Bones to discuss the Pearl issue, veranda for Sundowner, clubhouse to see why the hell is a clubhouse blowing up, dinner, blank, and then the study, where he dies. So where's he go after dinner? At midnight. He can't use the master bedroom, the ladies are staying there. Tuan Bess, are you alright? He was knocked unconscious in the jungle. Makes his way to the kitchen, Cynthia to the bedroom, Jeremiah heads out. Doesn't say where Jeremiah goes, but there's nothing going on at the kitchen at midnight. So where are you at midnight, Jeremiah? The veranda? The workers' quarters? Does he step to the veranda real quick? Teresa and Dieter at the veranda. And then nothing. And then Teresa and Jiro tangling up at the veranda. Jeremiah at the veranda by himself? Jeremiah and Edward? It is Jeremiah and Edward. Which I think... Let me see, does that... Okay, we still have incomplete information on Edward. Chuckling after dinner as they pour themselves another round. Did you see the look on that young pup's face, utterly terrified by a rabble of Sulu devils? You can't judge him too harshly, Jerry. He fancies himself a tough customer. But he hasn't the metal for this rock. Ha! Soft as butter, the lot of them. They haven't the iron in their blood that we had in our day, eh, Bone? Toasty, careful, my microphone. You're tired of laying down, Toasty? Sit over here. Sit over here. Here, move my drink. Go over here, Toasty. No? Okay. Indeed, my mind's been wandering back to 15 tonight and the Rum Dum business. The Rum Dum Rebellion of 1915 was the last major uprising of the Murut people against the British North Borneo Chartered Company, sparked by the company's tax policies and forced labor. The Muruts, famous for their blowpipes, or sumpitans, built intricate underground forts in the dense jungles of the interior. For young colonial officers, fighting an invisible enemy on their own turf was a terrifying experience. And not undeserved, they come to this land, taxate the people harshly, force labor for them, and they're surprised that they would rather put their labor towards making underground forts to fight them off. Trekking through that god-forsaken Murut country for weeks, wet rot in your boots and constant dread of a poison dart in your neck. The silence was a killer. You never heard the Sumpatan, just the sound of the darts fighting the men marching beside you. And those underground forts. We were chasing ghosts in mud outmatched the deep jungle by an enemy we couldn't even see. But we held the line, didn't we? We always hold the line. We did, Jerry, we did. So yeah, Jeremiah is sometimes called Jerry. So I guess when the ladies talk about, you know, we look forward to Jerry, but they were not happy when it's Jeremiah, they are just talking about Jerry's mood then. But they also use Jerry to be like, we can't marry Dieter, you're a German. I'm feeling rather weary, old boy. I think this excitement has taken it out of me. I don't know if I have what it takes these days. I'm not the man I once was, Bone. I haven't the fortitude for another scrap. I truly fancied tobacco was a forever trade. I never expected the world to take to these wretched cigarettes and render our cigar leaf quite obsolete. And we always had the shell, didn't we? Mother of pearl was meant to be the bedrock, and then it simply vanished from beneath our feet. Jeremiah looks out at the night, fine black soot. Ash from the torched oil fields to the south begins to rain down from the sky. And then there's a war. I'm tired, my friend. So tired. I'm gonna retire to the study, try to clear my cobwebs. Well, the good news for Jerry is that he gets to rest forevermore in just an hour. I'll finish my glass here. Keep an eye out for any further uninvited guests. Good man. Claps her on the shoulder, heads inside. Edward hangs around a bit longer, watching the sky as a black soot falls. Heads towards the plantation, sees a strange glow in the distance. That black soot might not just be the oil fields. He grabs his croquet mallet from behind the bar and heads towards the source of the glow. And so, Jerry dies. Edward will be going towards the railway then. Edward alone arrives at the railway, stops at his track, mouth agape. Bloody hell! The wooden carriage is engulfed in flames. Heat is intense. Even from where he stands, the track's twisted and blackened. Harrow's handiwork, no doubt about it. He's torched the only way out. Edward runs towards a water tower, grabbing a bucket, throws water on the nearest carriage, but the fire roars back. It's too late, man. It's no use. It's too far gone. He throws the bucket down in frustration. I have to go warn Jerry and the others. Turns to leave, but spots movement at the jungle entrance. So, he initially isn't with the pirates. He's aware that the pirates were there and tries to put out the fire. But between the pirates and the Japanese invasion, they all end up fighting together against the incoming foe. Toasty, I don't mind you sitting here and getting pets, but you're sitting exactly where my microphone is supposed to be. You're pushing it further and further into my neck. Turns to leave, stops moving to the jungle entrance. That's not supposed to mean do push it into my neck, Toasty. My microphone goes here. No, the microphone goes here. Toasty. Microphone here, baby. Near the jungle entrance, figure emerging from the tree line from the direction secluded beach carrying something heavy in his arm. Who goes there? He squints. It's Dieter von Guttram, stumbling with the weight of a limp body. Dieter? and then rushes towards him. Jungle entrance. Dieter, Edward, and Ludwig. We've seen that. No time for mourning. We can't just leave Asia. But the Japanese have landed on the beach. Dieter got to see it because he was going to meet with Aisha, the secluded beach. And then Ludwig offers to help fight. Now that the rails are out, the Japanese are attacking. Ludwig wasn't anticipating this. Head towards the house, through the lawn, past the clubhouse. And so croquet lawn, we have Ludwig, Dieter. Toasty, quit messing with the microphone. I don't mind you sitting here. You can sit right here, it's fine. You're getting all these pets right here, Toasty. He's such a sweet child. They see Vita heading into the house. Then crack of gunfire. The Japanese attack the pirates. The still is in the clubhouse. It's a powder keg, so Edward is the one who decides to blow up the clubhouse, to set the clubhouse on fire, to blow up the still, and cause chaos to cover their retreat. And then to the study. But in doing so, the clubhouse blows up poor Vitalina. Because Cynthia and Vitalina are heading for the secret passageway. But then Edward just had to light it on fire and then blows up his own girlfriend by accident. To the study, he says. Study? An hour after Lucas, Loon, Kanan, Rose, Vitalina, and Cynthia calmed themselves down from Jeremiah dying, make a plan, and all split up. Just as they leave, Ludwig and Edward comes in. Where's Dieter at this point? Edward, Ludwig slide to the study. They stopped. Oh, that's right, because at this point, at this hour, Dieter gets distracted. Vanishing pirate, poof, he was gone. Dieter instead spots Jiro and Teresa being lovey-dovey at the veranda. He's enraged because he couldn't get Teresa. So he shoots Jiro, kills him dead. And then Kanan sees Dieter attack Jiro and shoots him dead. Shoots Dieter dead. And then later dies in the kitchen protecting Teresa and Luna. So back to the study. Jerry's body on the floor. Jerry! Edward falls to his knees, dropping the croquet mallet, checking his friend, looks up confused and devastated. He's dead! Ludwig lets out a chuckle. A comedy of errors. I come to collect a debt of blood, and I find everyone is doing my work for me. Stop it, have you no respect? Respect is for the living, Englishmen. The dead do not care. Edward stands up, furious, paces to the window. We miss the others. Where could they be? He freezes. Through the glass, he sees Vitalina Petrovsky, Cynthia Seville, running towards the burning clubhouse. Oh no. Oh no. So he sees Vitalina about to blow up. No! Vitalina, no! As he watches the clubhouse explodes. Vita! He wasn't a 3DS man. Edward scrambles to the door. Ludwig grabs his arm. Let her go. The place is swarming with Japanese. It is suicide. Get your hands off me. She's down there. Not anymore. If she's down there, she's kinda scattered. Edward breaks free, sprints out of the room, running towards the inferno. Ludwig watches him go, shaking his head. Fools, all of them. Looks around the side of the room, walks to the desk, takes a cigar from the box and lights it with the lighter he pulls from his pocket. Takes a long drag, tucks the lighter back into Jeremiah's breast pocket. I believe this is yours. Ludwig turns, walks out into the night, vanishing to the shadows. His aura leaves the plantation. This is the last time Ludwig Harrow was here. Cannot be felt after that anymore. So at least for Ludwig, we do have his full itinerary of activities then. Jungle entrance, Kanan spots him, accosts people at dinner, burns the railway, back to the jungle entrance, kills Babalion, jungle entrance, and then Dieter and Edward meet up. Croquet lawn, they get attacked, study here, and then he's gone. Edward, meanwhile, back to the croquet lawn for his... Let's see, where's the roof? Roof is about this time, and they could see that Edward was fighting the Japanese pretty much all by himself. Let's go see. This is going to be his last stand. There's no way that Edward, big as he is even, is going to take on a whole platoon on his own. Show me the achievement. Show me the Edward dies achievement. It's going to pop up in a second or two. Love extinguished. They had each other until the end. Edward Bonfire moves through the garden like a demon, shooting his way through the invaders. 3 Japanese soldiers fall in quick succession. Empties a revolver, hurls it to a soldier's face. Alright, there's Sugimoto. A bayonet lunges. Edward deflects it, draws his knife in a blur of motion. The blade finds a soldier's throat. He really is the immortal Sugimoto here. Catches a bullet in the thigh. He grunts but doesn't slow down. He snatches a dead soldier's pistol, fires point blank into the next attacker. He's surrounded. A soldier raises his rifle to execute him, but then a pirate bursts from the bushes. A crisp flashing at the torchlight. Soldier is skewered. More pirates join the fray, engaging the Japanese in brutally close quarters, while their captain disappears from this point. Edward staggers on, ignores the chaos, his eyes fixed on the burning clubhouse. Takes a hit to the shoulder, another in the gut. He reaches the inferno, sees a hand sticking out from under a collapsed beam. Oh, she is gone by now. That's a dead hand. Vitalina! He plunges his hand into the wreckage, flesh sizzling. If his flesh is sizzling, just reaching in. She is cooked! Heaves the beam aside with a roar of agony. Drags Vitalina's broken body to the sand. She's gone. Edward collapses. Edward Bonfire. Bonfire. Funny enough. Collapses beside her. Brushes the ash from her face with a trembling hand. I'm here, love, I'm here. Kisses her forehead one last time. Looks up. Sees light a little way from the shore. Look, my love, the launch is coming to save us. We could still make it. What time is this? 5 a.m.? He does not move again. The fires roar over them. So while the presentation of the game, if we're being honest, might be a bit on the basic side, they really do draw you in with these little character dramas and the vignettes. The writing is definitely a strength. It lures you in with a false sense of security. Because for the most part, person said such, person did such, isn't the most impressive on its own. Until it weaves you in deeper into the web and then you can't escape when the spider's bite finally strikes. Okay, Edward. We have most of your day up until your end. We don't have your earlier. Where were you earlier, Edward? The clubhouse that has stuff going on earlier in the day. Is with Edward and Jiro the entire time. Dim light at the clubhouse. Jar of Chandu. Refined opium. Small oil lamp in his pipe. Patience bone nearly there. Dips a long steel needle into the dark paste. Pulls out a pea-sized glob. Holds it over the flame, watches it bubble. Rolls a warm substance against the flat surface of the pipe bowl, shaped into a small cone. Places a pill into a ceramic bowl. Alright, where are my boys? Jiro enters. Edward speak of the devil. Have you seen Herr Dieter? We're starting with a hit. I won't be able to think straight. Can't we just finish the job first? Stop worrying. It's all ready. One hit won't hurt you. Do remember, I'm rigging up the still for you as a favor. I have better things I should be getting on with. Come on, man. Stop being a bore. Fine, one hit. Good man. Here, take a seat. Moves to a wooden bench, reclining on his side. Props his head on a hard pillow. Pulls a pipe bowl over the lamp, positioning the cooked pill just above the heat to not touch a flame. The opium vaporizes, releasing a sweet aroma. Edward Bonfire takes a long pull. He holds it, eyes closed in ecstasy. Scrapes a charcoal-like dross from the bowl. Mixes it with a fresh dab of chandu. Charcoal-like toxic residue left after smoking opium, scraped out and remixed with fresh opium or consumed by addicts who cannot afford refined chandu. We got new glossary on opium. Waste not, want not. Hands the pipe to Jiro. Jiro mimics the ritual, inhaling deeply. Look of profound relaxation washes over him. And so they're going to be busy for the next hour. Until he finally starts to sober up. Alone to the clubhouse, my head, stupid idea, and then working on the still 2 hours late. Air in the clubhouse, thick with sweet smoke. They lie motionless, eyes glazed. Jiro, do you still regret being pushed into this? Quiet. Minute of silence, tentative knock at the door. Tuan Bone, Tuan Besser is asking for you. He is waiting in the library. Edward groans, shielding his eyes from the light outside. Tell him I'm indisposed. He said it's urgent, Tuan, about the pearls. Alright, tell him I'm coming. And then he goes to the library. So, I'm not sure how quickly you sober up from opium. Jiro sobers up the next hour. Edward is in the library the next hour. But there's a possibility he's still smoked. But hey, now that's all of Edward. It begins with him smoking up at the clubhouse and ends with him smoking up at the clubhouse. It actually does. With one opium partner and ending with the other, because Jiro, Edward, and Vitalina all smoke opium. Jiro, we have his full activities. Teresa, we have her full activities. Dieter from start to finish. Edward from start to finish. Vitalina, start to finish. The poor gal was simply a cog in the machine. She thought she was helping, and she delivered the poison. Kanan, start to finish, is known. Jiro, start to finish. Aisha, start to finish. Ludwig Harrow, MIA. Babalian. So we're nearly done then. Because at this point, Luna, we don't have her 11, we don't have 2. But then at the boathouse, she manages to escape. Luna and Rose. Everything up to the escape. And Lucas, a couple of blank spots, the same blank spots as with Loon, so maybe they were together. Dinner, then washing up at the guest house with Loon, and then escape at the boathouse, and then Cynthia. We have everything up until she goes to report. I don't think anything's going to use Bones' room. Bones' room has nothing so far. Lucas's boat. Babalian shows up, and then there's a boathouse escape here. They go to the boat by Wednesday, 8 a.m. Jungle Entrance still has stuff. Railway still has stuff. Let's try to follow Lucas and Loon. They were last seen at dinner. All the 7s, the 4s, the 1s are disappearing. There's only a few events left. This game is almost done. For all the blank spots in here, it's nearly finished. Hey, chillin' chum, how's it hanging? But I still think it was a good idea to end stream where I did yesterday, because this is like it's like 40 minutes of actual playtime so far. So we possibly could have done an 8-hour stream, but I didn't want to do an 8-hour stream. But this ends up being lopsided and shorter. Oh well. We do have basically everyone nearly known. Nearly completely known. There's not a whole lot left here. This could end up being a short day. You got the first third of Eternal Senia's chest and bosses to have an AP call. This is gonna sound incredibly complex, isn't it, Chillin' Chum? I've been seeing a lot more people mess around with Archipelago. It seems like Archipelago stuff is its own phenomenon now. And it sounds like a whole lot of work. First third of Eternal Senia's chests and bosses. What you gonna do with this power? You gonna try to randomize things up, or are you just gonna do, like, completion of a percentage of or such? And congrats on the 7-stream streak. Lucas and Loon. Loon's crying. Lucas, it's alright, it's over. They run out towards Loon's room. Lucas and Loon running out towards Loon's room, huh? That's after dinner. Dinner there, so at the 11 o'clock hour. Lucas and Loon. This one event is the only event in her bedroom. Loon flows out onto her bed, burying her face to the pillows. Lucas sits on the edge, respectful distance. Loon, please, it's over, they've gone. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They'll be back, I know they will, and Father is powerless to stop them. But you can stop them, can't you? I know who you are, I know your secret. He freezes. His expression hardens. I haven't the foggiest notion what you mean. You don't have to keep the charade with me. I've known since I saw you on the beach. You're my brother. You've come back from England. I thought Lucas was gonna get some. But way early on, like at the boathouse, she was like, that's just my mom, my dad, me, my brother's off in England, but you knew that already. I guess she grew up on the plantation and her brother's been gone for so long that she sees the first white Briton in ages and assumes, oh, holy shit, that's my brother. The scripts you use that someone made plays a role in randomizing the chest, or at least being able to supply items and send them. Still have to make the app world, which is a piece that goes into the randomizer. Cool. That sounds super complex for my layman brain, but cool. Sterling blinks. Tension draining, replaced by confusion. Your brother? You'd come to take me away, to take me back to London. Just as I've dreamed for 10 years. You came to rescue me from this jungle. Sterling sighs, running a hand through his hair. Looks at her with a mixture of pity and sadness. Loon, listen to me very carefully. I'm not your brother. You're not? But that means we could bang then. But you're right about one thing. I do have a secret, and you must swear on your life to keep it. I swear. I am an agent of British intelligence. He's going for the kill. A spy like in the novels? I was sent to investigate Japanese military movements in the South China Sea. That green mist isn't natural. It's a chemical weapon. My crew weren't massacred by pirates, Lou. They were intercepted by a Japanese destroyer. They caught us red-handed with evidence of their tests. Oh my heavens. I managed to salvage a sample of the agent. I hid it in the wash house at the guest house, along with my service revolver. I need to retrieve them. Between the pirates and the Japanese, I must be armed to protect you and the sample. You will save us? I shall do my utmost. I'll stay here and bolt the door, try to get some sleep. I can't sleep now. I'm coming with you. Nods, heads for the door. Loon in tow. They go to the guest house. But holy shit, the pouch is gone. So it makes a whole lot more sense now for Cynthia. Step on the wobbly stone, look underneath, there's a pouch, a revolver, and a biohazard sample, and she just pockets them both. Since they're both working British intelligence, Cynthia likely very immediately recognized the significance of both. Recognized what a service revolver looks like, recognized that if there's a service revolver and a biohazard bottle, there's probably good reason to keep it safer than under a stone in the washroom. Follow to the workers' quarters. Rifles for the Boers. They go to the servants' quarters. Workers' quarters. They could see the inferno at the railway station. They could see the Japanese disembarking. And at the jungle entrance, they could see Edward and Dieter with the pirates, heading back towards the house. Dieter and the pirates heading back towards the house. At this point, Rose, Cynthia, Vitalina are on the croquet lawn, having a breakdown. Dieter, Edward, Ludwig at the jungle entrance. Jiro and Kanan. At this exact moment, Jeremiah is dead. That's why the next hour, the girls are having the breakdown of the lawn. Jiro, Kanan, going to have a phone call, try to figure out what to do about the master dying. Teresa's in her room alone, since she was banging Jiro until Kanan took him away. And so, where are Lucas and Sterling going to go? They're not going to the study yet. They're not going to go to the railway. They're not going to go to Lucas's boat. They're not going to go to Bones' room. It hasn't said they're going anywhere. It says that Edward and Dieter are with Ludwig and are heading towards the house. Maybe they're going to stay at the workers' quarters for an hour more to figure out what to do. And then they'll go to the study. Kanan's already pacing. Luna and Lucas walk into the room and then find the body on the floor. And then all this drama happens. Vitalina, Rose, and Cynthia come in later. To the worker room. Lucas shoves a handful of ammunition to a canvas bag, slings 3 rifles over his shoulder, hands 2 more to Loon. Take these, could you shoot? I think so, Father taught me. Good. Aim for the center of mass, don't hesitate. We need to find your father. He can help us figure out the best way to get everyone out of here. He'll be in the study. So that's their motive for going to the study then. Stay close to me, Loon. Whatever happens, do not leave my side. And then they sprint towards the main house. So Lucas, we now have all of his activities up until the escape. Loon, we now have all of her activities up until the escape. Rose, all of her activities up until the escape. And then Cynthia, all of her activities up until she could leave the chapel and get a damn breath of fresh air. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours left to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours left to go. We've just about seen everybody's end. These 4 are the only ones who survived so far. Ludwig gets away. And according to the brother's letter, My father and my sister Loon were casualties of the occupation. It's complicated, but you broke it up into tasks. That's good project management, Chillin' Chum. So either Loon is going to die in the morning, or she's disappeared into the world. The latest two events, Boathouse around 7 a.m. and the chapel at 8 a.m. Haul themselves onto the jetty, gasping for air. Deafening explosion. That's the old rocket that Cynthia launched. Swim to the boathouse. Teresa's soaked in blood. Mom dies. Take good care of her. Forgive me. Untie the mooring. And off they go to the sea. So the British haven't... The Navy hasn't come in yet. They're going off into the water. They're going off into the water an hour before the Navy shows up. Their boat might get shot at. Cynthia, gunfire ceased. Let's see. During their escape, launches a rocket, right? I don't know. Launching the rocket is here. Sitting ducks, rockets to the windowsill, fires. There's only one. 2 rounds left in her revolver. Slumps against the wall. Make the king proud, stands up for final charge. And then gunfire, sirens, boat sirens. A line of grey warships. Sleek white cutters of the armed constabulary. So, boom boom. And they flee. And as they flee is when the Navy shows up. Gunfire ceased, replaced by orderly shouts of naval officers. Cynthia walks out of the chapel, holstering her revolver. Fire is being brought under control, but the scars that are permanent. She has one more pearl, and that pearl could be used to track where she is. But we could also just follow her anyway. We have her name. She has a souvenir pearl now. Have all the information will transpire tonight, but first clean myself up, then debrief you. Walks towards a wash house. There's a superior officer, we'll probably get his name next. Is not shocked that easy, clean up, meet me at 10 sharp. So this is 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the guest house then. The last guest house activity. Lucas and Loon aren't going to be here. Rose, Lucas, and Loon are off on the boat right now. Cynthia looks around the estate, watching the Navy officers rebuke the last of the Japanese soldiers back to the jungle. The sound of gunfire dissipating and slowing down as they regain control of the plantation. Young soldiers running around attempting to quell the clubhouse fire while the tobacco drying sheds by the railway are a smoldering wreck by now. Cynthia enters the wash house, sits down next to a Shanghai jar, dips her head in, the cool water washing away the exhaustion on her face. She carefully places a pearl on a countertop as she gets undressed. We'll leave it there, to the solitude of the ladle bath, contemplating her fate. Oh, I shall leave her there. Not I shall leave the pearl there. I shall leave her there, to the solitude of the ladle bath, contemplating her fate and the fate of her comrades, as she attempts to wash the soot of Borneo from her skin. Does that mean then that 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 aren't really necessary if we leave her here? Or is that Delphine's way of saying we're not going to peek on the rest of her bath? I haven't seen the achievement for That's It for Cynthia. So, Meet me at 10 a.m. sharp for a debriefing. Where are they going to meet at 10 a.m. sharp? Bones room? Bones room has never been used so far. There's still stuff for railway, workers' quarters, jungle entrance, clubhouse, study, veranda. It's probably going to be this officer that's doing some investigation around. So she went from the chapel to the guest house. Both chapel and guest house are complete. I would say veranda, study, or the lawn, but the lawn is greened out. Would be possible debriefing places. Let's go to the veranda. 9 and 10. Cynthia at the veranda. The residence is distorted. I might need the name of the officer. What if we use the one pearl she was carrying? Distorted. Somebody picked up the photograph. Distorted. They found the pouch. No. Did she go to Bones' room after all? Nothing happened at this hour. Did anything happen at Bones'? Maybe if they're doing an afternoon investigation, they might stop by Bones. The study, then. The residence is distorted. Residence distorted. Huh. Okay, the superior officer has picked up the lighter. At this point, 10 o'clock, the superior officer lifts a shiny object from the pockets, a lighter. He whistles. That's a nice Dunhill, gold-plated. Pockets the lighter and walks out of the room. So the lighter was Jeremiah's. At dinner, Ludwig steals it. When Ludwig sees Jeremiah dead, he's like, this is yours. Gives it back to him. And then the superior officer just loots it. Just loots it back. Jeremiah can't hold on to his lighter to save his life. And so much for 10 sharp debriefing. I guess then we could follow the officer around. Does the officer go to Bones' room? Nothing happened in Bones' room at 11. The clubhouse at 11? Distorted. Distorted. The jungle entrance at 11? Nothing happened at the jungle entrance at 11. Clubhouse 11 does have something, but not Lighterman. The study, he's left, so he's not going to be here. Nothing happened in the study at 11. The workers' quarters? Nothing happened. So where did Superior Officer go then? He was at the study. He took the lighter, and so the lighter should be visible. But there's no lighter at the clubhouse, no lighter at the railway. And the other places either have nothing going on or is Lucas's boat. So I guess we'll follow Team Lucas, Rose, and Loon, having escaped from the boathouse. They got onto the raft and headed back towards Lucas's boat. 1, 2, and 3. Don't give me an achievement for Loon getting shot by a stray bullet. They row frantically towards a large boat anchored offshore. Bullets zip past them, splashing on the water. Row harder. The shooting suddenly stops, but they're too focused to notice. They reach the launch and scramble aboard. Deck is a grim sight. The bodies of British and Japanese sailors lie rotting in the sun. Lucas goes to check the engines. She'll run. They look back at the shore. A gray warship appear on the horizon. The Union Jack flies from their masts. I cannot bloody believe it. The Navy, they're here. It's too late for the plantation, but just in time to give the Japanese a bloody nose. Now, I do have to say that when the game starts, and when the Steam discussion, or the Steam storefront warns that the game does use some, wartime slurs for the Japanese and Germans, we knew that they would coming into it, but I'm pleasantly surprised that they've mostly stuck with some mild ones, opening themselves up to some historically accurate language, but not fully relishing on getting the chance to use a full lexicon. You know, PG-13 wartime slurs. Loon stands at the stern, watching the smoke from her home. You want to go back? She looks at the burning land, then at her companions. There is nothing left for me there. Nor for me. Jerry is gone, Vita, everyone. And then we go. I have contacts in London. We can start fresh. New names, new lives. I knew it. Loon survived up to this point and she got on the boat. And the bullet stopped. So, unless the Navy pulls them over and sees a boat full of Japanese and British corpses and assumes the worst, Loon's not dead. She really has just picked up a new identity. Because her entire family died, with the exception of her brother in London, on the plantation, she probably has no qualms about changing her name and just starting over. She just completely forgot about telling her surviving family. Lucas guns the engine, and the boat turns towards the open sea, leaving the nightmare of the Goodwill plantation behind. So Loon made it out of the plantation alive. Need to let Mr. Goodwill know as soon as possible. Although I do think there's still more to discover about what happened at the plantation and why. Maybe we could find some clues as to where they went from here. I mean, I think we got a pretty good grasp of the situation. I did give, I think, a fairly thorough summary of the events and the whys. Between internet conking out for a half second and PG&E calling to tell me about a rebate. I didn't tell you, but PG&E called me during the start of my stream, telling me that they've canceled the account and they've given us a rebate since we didn't have any meters since they're estimating to 16 December anyway. So I get that money back. And if we ever move back in, all I gotta do is call their customer service number and tell them to start us up again. So, this doesn't give me any information for something has stirred in my mind's eye. I should check it out. In your mind's eye, concentrate. We do have full information for where everybody is now. Tuesday, from 3 o'clock where everybody is, 4 o'clock where everybody is, 5, 6. The bubble is nice, but I do wish this adhered to some kind of order. Everybody in the dining room. A very, very cluttered evening. Concentrate, Delphine. What do you see? What do you see? Could it be that when the superior officer picked up the golden lighter, his face reflected, and thus we were able to get his face and maybe his name and rank? The next step unlocked the journey. Is this actual part 2? Is this an actual part 2 to the game? The web of memories is complete. I can feel the resonance strengthening. It's pulling me beyond the island. The survivors, Lucas, Loon, and Rose, I can see their path. They didn't just escape, they endured a long, harrowing journey back to England. I've unlocked a new pathway. It maps their return voyage. I could follow them across the sea. Obra Dinn! It's turning into Obra Dinn! Let's return to that fateful day, because there's still stuff we can do here. I'll go ahead and... There's Onyx at the door. I'll click this, let Mr. Goodwill know. The final report. Unlocked the final report. So, glossary. We got opium unlocked now. See, I thought they were being smart and buying opium to sell over in the cantons. But no, they just got 3 smokers with a very expensive habit. A bizarre high-stakes collision between legal colonial government monopolies and ruthless criminal syndicates. There's a difference? 2 types of opium moving across the seas. Government opium. British in North Borneo and Sarawak, and the Dutch in Kalimantan operate opium monopolies, import raw opium, process it at Chandu, and then sold it through licensed shops. 20% of the total colonial budget. And smuggled opium because the government taxed opium heavily to maximize revenue. Massive black market emerged, sold at half the government price. Borneo prime destination for smuggled opium because of its massive labor force of Chinese coolies working the plantations. Is that the last of the glossaries we got? Land Below the Wind, Drink Culture, Opium, Colonies, Piracy, British Standards, Pearls, Maritime Rules, Japanese Invasion, Jargon the Occult? I think so. And the final report to Mr. Goodwill Jr. 15th of April, 1948. Mr. Goodwill. I've concluded my investigation to the events at Goodwill Plantation. The truth is stranger than the official report suggested. Your father, Jeremiah, did pass away on that night. It was not the Japanese who killed him, nor was it the curse of the pearls or the green mist. It was desperation and misguided occult beliefs. She writes, herself being an occultist. However, I have life-changing news for you. Your sister Loon did not perish in the fires, as the colonial records state. My visions show her escaping the island on a boat with your father's second wife, Rose, and a man named Lucas Sterling. So, while it was not the Japanese who killed him, it was the night of the Japanese invasion. So, a casualty of the war is not completely wrong. A casualty of the Japanese invasion is not completely wrong. Because with World War II going on in Europe, and as the glossaries tell us, at this point, the governments definitely knew that Japan was going to invade. If the local colonizers and businessmen were smart, they knew that Japan was going to invade, and either they cut loose or they took a head-in-the-sand policy of coping and hoping it wouldn't happen to them. And the British government's policy being, well, they're going to invade anyway. We're going to pull back because we don't have the resources to stop this. Local governments, it's going to happen. You have your police force, they're yours, but they're not equipped to fight the Japanese, just so you know. And so the Brooke Rajas were making their move because they knew that Britain was pulling out anyway, and they could strike and reclaim a bit of territory here. So, while the Japanese bullets did not kill Jeremiah, you wouldn't be incorrect in attributing his death to the Japanese invasion and to the British government pulling away from their responsibility to protect their colonial holdings. They made it to safety. She could be alive, Mr. Goodwill. They were attempting to escape back to England and renew identity. She chose to leave that life behind, but I want to believe she survived. I hope you find her. Delphine. We could complete investigation. The button is right there. It's giving us two options here. Complete investigation or close the document. I'm certain that you can continue playing after completing investigation. Or maybe it doesn't. Or maybe you complete investigation, it gives you some epilogue, and Delphine sighs, but I feel like there is more I could have learned. And then credits. And then if you want to continue the investigation, you gotta start all over from the beginning. I feel like... Show me that mind's eye. Oh, I can't get the bubbles. I feel like it's because we completely filled in the bubbles for where everybody was. That Delphine says, I feel something pulling at me. I could see more. More. So, I don't think we would have seen that unless we made the effort to see every single last thing possible. I still feel like there's more to learn because we got full information on all the guests. We got full information, started the day to wherever they die or disappear. With the exception of Cynthia, who's still around, washes up, and is doing other things, there are other things that happen in these places later in the day, but the residents... Nothing at this hour. Nothing at this hour. Nothing at this hour. Nothing at this hour. Residents distorted. Your reconstruction's incorrect. We know where everybody is during the day and night of the attacks. There's nothing else on this side. Residents distorted. Residents distorted. What would it be? Somebody found the opium pipe, somebody found this, somebody got the photograph. Bones' room. There's gotta be some time here too. Nothing at this hour. Nothing at this hour. Nothing at this hour. Does nothing happen in Bones' room at all then? There's gotta be some extra party then that's sneaking around that we didn't know about. Unless there really is nothing at Bones. Look at that. There's nothing at Bones the whole time through. Not after midnight, from Jeremiah's death to the attack to morning onward. There's gotta be somebody else sneaking around. There's somebody else sneaking around who was hiding out in Bones' room. Unless Bones' room is just a complete red herring. It could just be a complete red herring because he was never there, but somebody mentioned his room, but then they were all distracted by this activity or that. They just never go to Bones' room. Bones' room is a complete non-issue. Bones' room is nothing. It just fills out the map. Bones' room is done. "11 o'clock at the clubhouse. Maybe somebody goes to the workers' quarters at some point and picks up the binoculars. Somebody is the workers' quarters. But they're not using the binoculars. At least I could fill out which parts of the morning after do have events or not. Everything else is gonna be gray. What if... Oh, there's a lot going on at the clubhouse at that time. It must be some other person because we're not getting the pearl, we're not getting the lighter. We got one view with the lighter over here, where he pockets it. I'm just filling in grays now because I want to see the shape. Jungle entrance, there's nothing. This is also valuable information. This is what they teach you in the sciences. Cynthia's at the jungle entrance at 1 p.m. Cynthia makes her way through the bushes to find Ashia's body lying there. She drops to a crouch beside the girl, reaches out, closes Ashia's eyes shut. Does that ever actually work? Because I know that when Dad died, Mom kept wanting to close his eyes, but they kept opening back up, because, you know, you die with your eyes open and the muscles kind of lock in, and it's not like a curtain that you pull down. It wants to bounce back up. And so I've learned that what some morticians do is they actually have spiked contact lenses, or something similar to a spiked contact lens, and so they kind of glue that lid onto the eye, and then when they pull the eyelid down over it, it hooks into place. It's like Velcro for the eyelid. You poor girl, you're a long way from the kitchen. Wonder what you're doing all the way up here, my dear. As she stands, Cynthia Seville gets a glimpse of an unusual color further down the brush. What's this, then? Cynthia pushes a few branches out of the way and finds Babalian Antao's body slumped against a tree trunk. She pats the body and finds a mist report tucked in his trousers. She takes a quick glance at it. Well, that's a spot of luck. Maybe not everything was a total washout after all. She slides the report under her shirt and gently picks Aisha's lifeless body in her arms. Time to say the final goodbyes. Cynthia Seville makes her way down the hill. A group of men, led by an imposing figure, can be seen in the background, arriving on a steam engine. So we got a couple more things there. We got... The final report is an actual item, or the mist report, I mean. We got it as a document before. Now we have it as an item that could be followed. Babalian was holding on to it when he died. Cynthia is picking it up from here on out. But it was Lucas's. But now we could use that report to follow her. Boathouse is clear. Whoops, nothing happened at this hour, so after that... Nothing... There's only one location that had something happen the hour after. Resonance is distorted still. She has the ledger. Maybe, because I feel like, alright, maybe she put her pearl down, and now it's no longer tracking the pearl. What about the missed report she just picked up? Resonance is still distorted. But that's the only place she is after. There's somebody else here. So, this is basically the shape of the morning after. We got somebody in the study at 10. Just getting the confirmations in that nobody's in the study. Clearing out these earlier stuff, workers' quarters. So, the state of the morning. Nine o'clock. Cynthia goes to the guest house to wash up. 10 o'clock. Somebody goes to the study and pockets the lighter. 9 and 10, somebody's at the veranda. 11, 12, and 1 o'clock, somebody's at the clubhouse. At 1 o'clock, Cynthia's at the jungle entrance. 12 o'clock, someone's at the workers' quarters. Then jungle entrance, 2 and 3. Railway, 3 o'clock. But I don't think I could follow anybody else anyplace else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 new things. Superior officer by the veranda. Veranda has a thing here. He hasn't picked up the lighter yet. He wouldn't have the misreport. Does somebody pick up the photograph? Nobody picked up the photograph. I don't have anything else here. Where's the study? Maybe somebody used the phone in the study. No. They didn't use the phone in the study. Picked up the lighter we saw already. And walk out of the room. It'd be so nice if somebody picked up that picture. Or if the person in here used the phone. And saying, yeah, this is so-and-so. Before picking up the lighter. Jungle entrance. Cynthia was just there. She picked up the missed report. Oh, superior officer, echo from the lighter. Superior officer, lieutenant arrived by the perimeter fence. They're greeted there by a man and his escort of Iban warriors. Were the most legendary and feared warriors of the Malay archipelago. While the British and Dutch brought steamships and telegraphs, the Iban remained the masters of the Borneo landscape, a people whose culture was built on the river and a tradition of jungle warfare. In traditional loincloths, painted in tattoos and armed with modern rifles and ancient curved swords. Dear Raja, we didn't expect to see the Sarawak flag in this far north. This is chartered company land. What brings you over the border? We've repelled the first wave, sir. The Navy has coast under watchful eye, and the mist is dissipating. It's a bit hairy, but we're holding the line. You can't be serious. Or you try to just march in here and take over the company property in the middle of a war, sir. You're not here to protect anything. You're here for your own interest. Superior officers will tell walk back towards the plantation. The man's a ghost from the 19th century, and he's still trying to outmaneuver the Admiralty. We don't need any more bloodshed, and we know the island is lost. There's no sense in squabbling over cinders. Let him take over the plantation at its ghost. It'll be a short-lived victory by the time the Japanese have regained their second wind and returned in force. So, that doesn't give us any names. But we do know that a Raja is here. A man. There's a man and a superior officer. There's 2 more new people. The lighter is working. Nothing happened at this hour, so 3 o'clock, the jungle is done. Railway. Distorted. 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 Let's get distorted, huh? Let's get distorted in here. So the lighter does work from here. 10 o'clock, he picks up the lighter. 2 o'clock, lighter guy is there. What about the clubhouse? No. 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 Missed report? No. 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 Workers' quarters, lighter guy, missed report. What all else could I possibly get? Should I start filling in squares the day before to confirm that there wasn't anybody else sneaking around? Faint. Faint. Railway. Faint. Workers' quarters, we got the last one to go. Maybe I can focus without choosing an object of focus, because that's what I'm doing here. Everyone you discovered is busy elsewhere. Means we've already accounted for everybody's location. There's infused objects we could click on to focus on too. Or I could just focus with nothing, and that gives me the aura's fate, nothing happened at this hour, because nothing happened at this hour. So yeah, the entire day before is accounted for. There's nobody else slinking around, no new information. Superior officer is unknown. That's why this is green bordered but not greened out. Maybe I'll get something if I try to focus without something to focus on. You never know. Maybe the rules break once. This has got to be when she's reporting to the officer. Oh well. But this is still cool though, because there's still more game to go. We got... we got the journey that we could follow. From the plantation, on the journey to the sea to England. We get to Obra Dinn, the escape. Oh, look at that! They're going through Strait of Malacca. They're gonna go into the Indian Ocean, pass by Sri Lanka, above the Maldives. between Socotra and Somalia into the Red Sea, up the Suez Canal, then a brisk Mediterranean voyage through the Strait to Gibraltar, and then over to where are they gonna make landfall? Not quite in London. Do love me a map? Okay. Before we trace their journey all the way out and what fun I'm gonna have with that. It's been about 2 hours of stream. So, let me grab a BRB here. I'll make myself some more tea. It's 12:27, and like I said before, Toasty has been very good about his diet. I'm not starving the cats, but I did have to adjust their food a little, especially with the change of their food. And he's lost some good weight. He's a good size for a cat now, and not looking like a crossbreed between an overstuffed sausage and Garfield. Why do I have this over here? That's a little bitrate thing. Bitrate's fine. Go away, you. So, make myself some more tea, feed the cats, and then we'll follow their journey across the Indian Ocean. Okay, they're both napping behind me. I'll give them their lunch later then. Alright, that's enough of a break. Shall we get into this adventure? Sule Sea, they're at right now. Open water between Borneo and the mainland. So, we know Cynthia isn't here. I was gonna say everybody's here, but Cynthia surely isn't. We've uncovered everything there is to see in the sea. The sea is calm, but the deck of the launch is slick with blood. Rose in the cabin, with a bucket of water and a somewhat clean rag, cleaning up Lune Goodwill, who has finally stopped crying. There now, Lune. You can quiet yourself again, though I'm sure I don't know what's to be done with your hair. It's positively unruly. It matters not, just leave it be. I only wish to curl up and sleep forever. Also, she is a teenager then. Though I'm frightfully peckish, I find I'm pining for Aisha's kashang and the keropok. I would give anything for a savory right now. So even though she wishes to leave the jungle behind, she wants to escape to London. She's gonna miss it. She grew up on this food. I too, my dear, I too. Then a knock on the cabin door. Ladies, I shall require your assistance on the deck shortly. Oh, and Rose, I found the scissors you requested. And for you, Lune, I managed to forage some salt beef and a few ship's biscuits. She pulls a face. Come now, young lady, we can't be choosy. She reluctantly accepts her rations, begins to chew the leathery beef with a look of grim resignation. Is salt beef that bad? Rose uses the scissors, begins to hack at the hem of her silk gown, shortening the Parisian finery into something more serviceable for a life at sea, and step onto the deck to face the rotting bodies they haven't done anything with yet. Lucas drags the body of a British sailor to the rail. Lune and Rose struggle with the dead weight of an Imperial Japanese soldier. Oh wait, don't just heave them over. Get their belts, boots, timepieces, anything else of value on them. Lucas, that's positively ghoulish. It's survival, Lune. We have nothing. No coins, no credentials, the world is on fire. I must say, this is a rather rum way to spend the week before Christmas. The Japanese will have the yen, perhaps even a bit of bullion. The sailors may have a few sovereigns or straight dollars in their pockets. And sidearms too. We'll trade it all for clothes, food, and passage to Europe or reach Singapore in a couple of days. New location, Singapore. Sicken but resign, they strip the dead of their valuables before committing them to the deep. I guess they can't keep the bodies, even if just to bring those British sailors home. They died at sea, so to the sea they go. Singapore, the Gibraltar of the East, is now in chaos. Cynthia hasn't made her way to them, has she? Oh. We got hours here. No, this is an hour, this is days. The date... Wait. December 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27... December 31st, January 1st, January 8th, January 12th, January 16, January 19, 21, 24, 28, February 6, May 14, then July 1st, 1948. Hold on, we got some time skips here. 1941 to 1942, February 6th. May is 4 years later, and then July is next year. Wait, July 1st, 1948. So, after the beginning of the game. Okay. I'm going to assume that we aren't missing any dates. And that they do arrive 3 days later, Singapore. They arrive in Singapore and the place is in chaos. Air raid sirens are wailing. People can be heard discussing the HMS Prince of Wales and Repulse having been sunk by a Japanese air raid days ago. Everyone is panicking. Loon and Rose are huddled together on Collier Quay. It's French, right? Quay to Quay. Just spell it Quay. Bustling area in Singapore. It's a hub for trade and commerce, streets lined with shops and markets. Watching the last of the grand ships leave the harbor. They are still wearing their clothes from days ago. They've tried to clean them and restore them best they can, but they look like they've been through hell. Given this time of war, they probably won't raise too many suspicions looking like this. Lucas Sterling comes through the crowd, sets of clean second-hand clothes in hand. There you are, it's so crowded here, everyone is scrambling. This was the last ship. I've heard there'll be no more now that the Japanese are here. What are we going to do? Lucas, I'm scared. The crowd is crushing us. Don't worry, I have a plan. I still have the biohazard sample. I should be able to get a hearing with the Colonial Secretariat. The civil servants managing the government on behalf of the governor. In 1941, Singapore was the final authority for exit visas, travel permits, and emergency funds for refugees. Are they not going to take their same boat all the way out? They'll provide us with papers and passage on a tramp steamer. The unglamorous workhorse of the South China Sea. A merchantman that wandered from port to port in search of leftover cargo to sell. For now, I found you a room at the shop house for a couple of straight dollars. 2-story terrace houses with shops on the ground floor and living spaces above it. By 1941, these buildings have become labyrinths of small interior cubicles, separated by thin plywood partitions to cram as many refugees waiting for a way out as possible. It's not much, but it'll give you a chance to rest and clean up. What about you? I'll stay downstairs. I won't be far if you need me. Hands him the clothes. I'm sorry, this is all I could find. I hope they fit. Don't apologize, you've done so much already. Nod. Go rest. Have a long day ahead of us in the morning. So, they're still going to be in Singapore. Lucas Sterling departed for the Emperor's Place to secure their papers at the Secretariat. Shophouse cubicle. Rose finally scrubs. I almost read that as Rose finally succumbs. Rose finally succumbs. Now she finally scrubs the last of the grime from her skin and changes into the cotton dress Lucas bought for her. She looks almost human again. Loon is famished and devours the hawker food Lucas provided, and she's going to die of an intestinal parasite just for one final bit of tragedy. Satay, rice cakes, various sugar confections for the street barrows until she turns a pale shade of green and curls up on the bed groaning. Lucas Sterling returns as evening falls, looking pleased with himself. It's done. I've spoken with the harbor master. We are no longer stateless. We have credentials. Thank heavens. Were they stateless? I assume that they're all British citizens. Lucas was literally with British intelligence. Rose and Loon were citizens of the Crown. However, it means I have to carry a job for them. We are to take the sample to Whitehall ourselves. I think it's safer with us to travel incognito. Of course they do. Also, for the sake of propriety and to avoid any uncomfortable cross-examinations by port authority, I've had to arrange our papers in a particular fashion. Loon, you are now Loon Sterling and you're to be my sister. I thought he was going to pull a Loon Sterling, you are now my wife. Loon Goodwill perks up instantly, nausea forgotten. She beams. Your sister, oh Lucas, how perfectly grand. And Rose, I beg of you, just hear the logic of it. The papers define you as my wife. It was the expedient choice. A man traveling with his spouse and sister raises fewer eyebrows than whatever this motley crew is. Rose, frowning. Your wife, really, Lucas? Was there no room for a distant cousin or perhaps a maiden aunt? Or even just another sister? Do you think me too old to play the older sister, is that it? It needn't have been a matrimonial farce. Lucas sheepishly produces 2 plain gold bands from his pocket. We shall need to wear these. If we're to be inconspicuous, we must dress the part. Rose stares at the rings and bursts into laughter. The absurdity of it all is too much. Loon's smile vanishes. She glowers at the rings, visibly jealous. Lucas notices, kneels beside a cot and pulls a small velvet pouch from his pocket. I've not forgotten you, Loon. He's actually gonna propose to Loon. He fastens a string of pearls around her neck. Loon gasps, touching the cool gems. Pearls again! Lucas, we need that money for food and the long haul home. You spent it on baubles? Steady on, my darling wife. We have more than enough to see us through. You're taking this marriage nonsense far too easily, Mr. Sterling. Waves a set of tickets from her face. Passage to Europe is secured. We depart on the morning tide. It's a blue funnel merchantman on a luxury liner, but there isn't another bolt hole out of the city. I was incredibly lucky to be able to get those. I have to warn you that we aren't heading into open water. We have to run the Malacca Strait Gauntlet, 500 miles of the narrowest, shallowest waters on God's earth, and the Japanese hold every inch of the northern coast. They've captured the airfields of Quetta Alor Star and Sungai Patani. That means their bombers will only be 20 minutes away from our deck at any given moment. They'll be hunting for the ship's wake from the clouds, and we'll be navigating in total maritime blackout. No lighthouse, no channel markers. If the captain miscalculates, we'll be sitting ducks for a strafing run. And then there are the I-boats, the Japanese submarines. They're corking the funnel at the top of Sumatra, waiting for the few of us who don't get caught by the planes. The largest island in Indonesia, the crown and jewel of the Dutch East Indies, and the primary reason Japan went to war in the Pacific. So by all means, get your rest now. A delightful bedtime story, Lucas, well done. I shall take my leave then, I'll step outside. Sleep well, ladies. Rose grabs Lucas's hands. You do no such thing, stay in the room with us, after all. It would raise eyebrows if a husband and wife were found keeping separate quarters. There's space on the floor. I'll get you a spare blanket and a bolster. Long, firm pillows common in the tropics. So. Wait, did I not click? Malacca Strait, location added. Day after. Singapore is not done yet. Singapore still has something to fill in. "21st, 22nd. I guess this is going to be them departing on the boat. So. Cynthia's still not here. Cynthia, get out of here. We know where you are. The group gets woken up in the night. A loud wail begins to rise and fall over the city. They get dressed and go downstairs. Sterling notices a disheveled British soldier, a veteran by the look of it, huddled in the archway to the shop house. I say, soldier, what's happening? The Japanese, they've taken to strafing the city on a regular basis now. A nightly turnout, as it were. The soldier gestures vaguely towards the shattered storefronts across the street. Did you not notice a blown-out glazing? I should find a hole if I were you, and I should do it sharply. The streetlights go out, the soldier laughs. At least they've learned from the last time. Bally incompetence. On the first night, the governor left the lamps burning like a lighthouse. They didn't even need a compass. Bombers simply followed the lights straight to their targets. That actually happened? The soldier nods, crushing a cigarette under a battered boot. Now seek cover. They're nearly upon us. Air raid sirens wail again. Thrumming begins, low vibration that rattles the teeth in their gums. The ground beneath the shop house starts to shudder. The siren, get under the table. It's a heavy teak table it will hold. Loon and Rose scramble to the table. Lucas holds onto them tight. Bombs exploding closer and closer. Blast wave shatters any remaining windows in the area. Glass shrapnel sprays all around them. Blast makes a vacuum that sucks the air out of the room, popping their rears, replaced by a searing wall of heat and dust. There's still a chance Loon could die on this voyage. She might not survive. It's a good thing we haven't sent that letter yet. Loon, are you intact? Loon nods, a terrified look on her face. We cannot remain here to be buried alive. We must strike for the key. Let's get to the ship quickly. They stumble to the street. Pandemonium. The sky's a sickly orange. Win, Shift S. A sickly orange. I'll tab over to Discord. Discord of Schubert. General. Sickly orange, sickly orange. The air chokes them with the smell of rubber and roasted spices from the hit warehouses. Japanese raid using incendiary bombs. Wooden roofs of the shop houses are on fire. The auxiliary fire services are already on the scene, struggling with the hand-drawn pumps. In the crush of the panic mob, Loon is torn from Lucas's grip by a surge of fleeing people. I say, pardon me, madam, step aside. My sister, have a care, you brute. Are they going to be separated? Is it going to be a permanent separation? Lucas Sterling tries to navigate the throng with the polite frustration of a gentleman at a crowded railway station, but he is woefully ineffective. Loon is being swept further away into the darkness. Oh, for heaven's sake! Rose shoves Lucas aside, plunges headlong into the fray, delivers a sharp blow to a man blocking her path and kicks another squarely in the shin. Move it, get out of my way, Loon! She grabs Loon by the collar. Oh, they get reunited! And hauls her back. Come along, we're departing this instant. They sprint for Keppel docks, scrambling to the gangway the blue funnel merchantmen, just as the mooring lines are cast off. As the ship pulls away, the black soot of the north begins to fall once more, coating the shivering survivors as Singapore burns behind them. Now, they can go to the Malacca Strait a day later. December 23rd, December 24th, 25th, 27th, 31st, 1st. They got a week's distance between January and January 8th here. But it's pretty dense for this part, so I'm only going to assume that's everything being very thick together. But I kind of want to go back and see... We still have stuff we haven't done at the Goodwill Plantation. Either by completing all the events there, or by methodically going back and graying everything out. We have all the last events marked. Every place that is still white, blue, or I should say blank, blue, or incomplete green, either have a person who we don't know, a name we don't know, name and face we don't know, or we just haven't been able to unlock those locations yet, those events. She's got the missed report. One could assume the missed report could be followed. She has it. Three hours missing here. 2 hours missing here. Some of it we know where she is, but there's other people, so we can't start the event without those other people. Some of them, you would think after picking up the missed report that we could hear her side of things. But evidently not. Superior officer, there's a man, the Raja. We can't click Raja, can we? And I guess Cynthia's being quiet here. It's not her business, so we can't get her side of the conversation. Resonance distorted. Resonance distorted. I'm surprised nobody's picked up the binoculars at the workers' quarters. Lighter is picked up here, but I've only been able to use it here. Man with the lighter, a superior officer. But if he picks it up here, he could be here and here, because that's right afterwards. Could be here the next hour. But distorted. Distorted. Which is very surprising to me. Opium pipe at the clubhouse, nobody picks it up. Croquet mallet where Edward falls. Biohazard sample isn't here anymore. Very surprising. You would think if he's holding on to the lighter that I might hear his resonance, and I do in two places and nowhere else. Oh well. To Malacca. Water is shallow, cluttered with the wrecks of ships that didn't make it. Nothing happened at this hour. Wait. Or am I? I don't think I even see any hour selected. "23rd December. There we go. The blue funnel merchantman was a labyrinth. Every inch of deck space was occupied by distressed British subjects. Official category for British refugees with no means of support fleeing the Japanese occupation. Of course, much like they're not migrants, they're expats. They're not refugees, they're distressed British subjects. Huddled on crates or sleeping on dirty blankets. The vessel moved with a slow and heavy rumble. It was a constant reminder that they were sitting on thousands of tons of cargo and fuel. A prime target for a Japanese torpedo. Lucas spent the first morning on the boat deck, scanning the horizon for a silver glint of periscopes. There's a person here. Good morning, sir. Quite an adventure, I must say. What's your story? My wife and I were in Borneo. We made it to Singapore, but only just. How about you? Borneo, eh? You chaps had it uncommonly quick. I spent 3 weeks in hiding before scrambling for the causeway. The bridge connecting Singapore to Malaysia. The brass in Singapore told us the jungle was impassable. Impassable. They were riding bicycles through the thick of it like they were just on a Sunday jaunt in Hyde Park. It's the same story everywhere, I'm afraid. The Royal Navy is stretched thin. They've been caught with their pants down. I saw the smoke over the strait when we pulled out. Did you manage to salvage much, or are you traveling on a Secretariat chitty like the rest of us DBS wretches? Gestures vaguely. I have my wife and sister with me. We managed a few trinkets and the clothes on our back. Beyond that, I suspect I'm starting from scratch once we hit England. At least you've got your womenfolk intact. My mem was on the last P&O boat out in November. Pray heaven she made it to the Gull Face, the most prestigious and evocative landmark in Colombo, Ceylon. Consisted of two main parts, the Gull Face Green, a vast seaside promenade, and the iconic Gull Face Hotel. For Lucas, the Gull Face would have represented the first time he would truly feel back in civilization. I haven't had a scrap of news since the wireless went down at Ipoh, major city in Malaya, that fell early during the invasion. Reaches into his pocket, dented silver flask. Care for a lick? It's some rather questionable brandy that I managed to liberate in Singapore before the siren started. It's got a kick like a mule. Lucas takes the flask. You're a prince among men. To absent friends, eh? To absent friends and to a short war. When evening hits, the ship is entirely blacked out. No lights permitted on deck. Would make it too much of a target otherwise. Back to the cabin. Did you two have a good rest today? You needed it. Noon. Yes, I feel most refreshed. Almost finished our rations from land. I fear my greatest challenge yet to come tomorrow. Managing to keep the ship's fare down. Greasy mutton and boiled cabbage. I mean, hey, that's cultural cooking in Britain. Like I said, She's going to miss Borneo cuisine. When it's gotta be back to boiled cabbage, greasy mutton, roast beef, Cornish hen on Sunday. And that's it. Repeat ad nauseum, except it's wartime now and then post-war time. It's gotta be spam, 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 and spam. Rose points to the railing outside their cabin. Lucas and Rose step out. Believe we cleared the Malacca Strait without a tail. We'll strike for the open blue tonight. Thank the stars for small mercies. 2 cigarettes out, offering one to Lucas, refuses, takes a long drag. Luna was crying in her sleep, poor girl. She's been through so much, but putting on such a brave face. We'll keep her safe. She's very strong-willed. She'll be okay. I thought I heard a cat crying outside, and then I realized that can't be right. The cats are sleeping behind me, both of them. That's Tomodachi life. I guess somebody's having a conversation. Right? You having a conversation, or are you tweaking somebody's voice lines? Strong will, be okay, soft conversation, Loon joins them. Singapore's gone, isn't it? I look back at noon, there was only smoke. Don't look back, little moon. There's nothing left for us to the east. From here on, we'll look to Blightly. Lucas? Yes, Loon? You're still wearing the ring. You haven't taken it off since we left the key, even in the safety of the cabin. Loon's getting jealous. She's already jealous that the young man who's been protecting her for so long over the night has to have a sham marriage to Rose. But the pearls reassured her. But she's still jealous. Lucas looks down at the gold band on his finger, then at Rose in the twilight. There's gotta be drama, isn't there? They could have an easy voyage where the only real hardship is the historical lessons they have to live through. But there's gonna be some bad blood between Loon and her mother-in-law. Cabinet's a stifling iron box. Rose vigorously scrubbing the dirty porthole with a damp rag. Loon lies motionless on the lower bunk, face the color of spoiled milk. There, at least now I might get to see the torpedo before it hits us. Loon dukes it up. You spent the morning looking like a figurehead on a shipwreck. The smell coming from the galley, it's positively medieval, Rose. How could they expect us to eat boiled cabbage in this heat? One eats what is put before one when one is a distressed British subject, my dear. Now get up and put on your dress. We're going on deck for tea. Tea? You're on a rust bucket at a war zone and you're talking about social graces. Placing the gold band back on her finger, so Rose at least is taking the ring off in the cabin. Precisely. If we look like rabble, the authorities will treat us like rabble. In this part of the world, starched linen is the only thing standing between us and the abyss. We're the Sterling family now, and we shall play the part. The deck is crawling with people. It's so hard to get around without knocking people over. Miller from Johor, the old chap I was talking to yesterday, is pestering everyone for news, and the staff are overworked. Rose smoothing over Lucas's lapel. She's acting like the wife now. You look as though you've been stoking the boilers yourself. Come now, Loon, the tea won't wait, let's go. Later on the deck, Rose sits regally in a rattan chair, Munsled copy of the Tattler open in her lap. Lucas beside her, hand resting passively on the back of her chair, scanning the horizon. Loon against the rail, staring at the white wake unspooling behind them. It looks like a shroud, doesn't it, unrolling all the way back to Sandakan. If it's a shroud, then it's a funeral one, Loon. They have airfields in Kedah now. A state located northwestern part of peninsular Malaysia, bordering Thailand. Late December 1941, Kedah was a site of a strategic disaster for the British. The first region of the Malayan mainland to be invaded by the Japanese December 8th, hours after Pearl Harbor. Then what is it, a week later? And the plantation in Borneo gets attacked? The entire state is now under Japanese control, and we're about to go past that coastline. If a Nell or a Betty spots our wake, we're in the soup. The Allied reporting names for Japanese twin-engine bombers that patrol the Malacca Strait, Nell or Betty. Do talk about something congenial, darling. The group of old women over by the lifeboat are watching us. They've already asked me where we were wed. I told them Singapore 3 years ago, St. Andrew's Cathedral. St. Andrews, was it? You have a frightfully vivid imagination, Rose. Be a sport and fetch me some of that ghastly lukewarm water they're calling tea. I'm thirsty. Loon follows Lucas. 3 years. You've erased my father in a single afternoon's chat. Loon, you're playing a part. Imagine it's a play production. We haven't erased him, Loon. Until we hit the Gulf face, we need to not draw attention to ourselves. Steady the buffs, little Moon, please. Loon stares longingly at T, holding back tears. I'm steady, Lucas. It's the world that's gone all adrift. I miss Mother the most. But I did love my father too, you know, and he loved Rose. Please remember that. Don't sully his memory. Don't sully his memory, but Loon is saying, what she's really saying, is don't play your part too closely, your ass is mine. 3 mugs of lukewarm tea. Come now, Loon, wipe those tears and have some tea with us. Lucas? Yes, little Moon. Do you promise we'll look for my brother? It's gotta be, what, 6-7 years later, and the brother still thinks she's dead. The moment we set foot on the quayside, I gave you my word of honor. I wonder why Lucas Sterling didn't keep that promise. Did something happen on the journey? Delphine is wondering the exact same thing then. Christmas Day. The blue... We've been covered everything there is to learn for the Strait of Malacca. I can't believe it, they all die here. The blue funnel merchantmen finally emerge from the claustrophobic squeeze of the Malacca Strait. The sea is opened up to the vast Andaman Sea. For the first time in a week, the horizon to the east is clear of the smoke of burning Malaya. Lucas on the desk sees the Nicobar Islands. The islands are being reinforced by the British in a desperate attempt to create a defensive line. Lucas is relieved the area is still under British control, and seeing the landmark brings him hope that they have a chance of survival. Go into your appointment? Christmas Day, 1941, in their cramped 4-bunk cabin, Rose has performed a minor miracle with a few scraps of silver cigarette foil, creating some shiny festive garlands. Luke returns to the cabin. The captain tells us we put Sumatra behind us. We're in the Andaman now, striking west for the Gulf face. Thank the stars, a bit of luck at last. Loon looks more alive than she has in Singapore. Is it true, Lucas? Are we truly away from the Japanese and their airfields? We're beyond the range of their bombers at any rate. We have still the submarines to consider, but the open blue was a sight better than that death trap of a strait. Rose goes into the bunk, gets a dented tin hidden under there. Then I declare a double celebration. One for the captain and crew of this fine vessel, and one for Father Christmas. Rose! Is that plum pudding? Don't ask me what I traded for it, and it's a bit battered, and heaven knows it won't be hot, but it's Christmas in a tin. I never had plum pudding. Not even that Christmas I spent in Britain. But then again, I didn't have mulled wine either. Got to enjoy a few Christmas markets. Who had a good Christmas market? Birmingham was alright. It's supposed to be the biggest Frankfurt market outside of Frankfurt, but it was all samey at Birmingham. Leamington Spa was okay for its size. I don't think Stratford-upon-Avon had its market going, or at least we didn't go there. I think Edinburgh had the best one that I've seen, but we kind of rushed through it, didn't really get to look around much. Bottle with a handwritten label from Lucas's jacket pocket. And I've secured some celebration spirits from our friend Miller. It's strong enough to strip the paint off the hull, but it'll serve for a Yuletide toast. Lucas pours a pungent rum into three mugs. The blue funnel merchantman rolls gently, the first hint of the Bay of Bengal swell. New location. To absent friends. Loon touches the pearls at her throat. To Papa and Mama. To absent friends and to us. The Sterling family. Maybe reach Tilbury before the gin runs out. Good heavens, it's like drinking a lightning bolt. It will put hair on your chest. Cold pudding. Do you think they're listening to the king's speech back home? Around a fire with real holly and a proper snow? I expect they are, though I imagine His Majesty has a deal to say about the current unpleasantness of the East. Didapa, Lucas, for tonight we shall pretend we are at peace. No soot rain, no sirens, and certainly no pirates. Just a puka Christmas in the middle of the ocean. Slab of pudding to Loon. Choose a rich fruity pudding, tear finally escaping. It's the best thing I've ever tasted. It's a start, isn't it? A few days of clear water, bit of duff. Christmas pudding. We might make a go of this, Rose. You're incorrigible, Mr. Lucas. Don't get sentimental. It doesn't suit the husbandly image. Husbands aren't allowed to be sentimental. A good, proper British man of proper machismo should have a stiff upper lip, a bit of professional distance from his family. Now be a sport and pour me another tot of that vile firewater. I've a Christmas spirit to maintain. Okay. So, Bay of Bengal next. A contested, dangerous, and isolated war zone. We've gone from 17th of December, arrive in Singapore the 20th of December, leave the 22nd, then 23rd to 25th, 2 days in the Strait of Malacca. Well, I guess 1, 2, 3. 3 days. Then Bay of Bengal, 27th. Cynthia has somehow found herself aboard? No. Everything there is to learn in the Bay of Bengal. And then 4 days later, December 31st, they'll get to, I guess after they get their gull face over in Sri Lanka. The ship is wallowing through the Bay of Bengal, far from the sight of land. They're being escorted along with a dozen other ships by a British Navy destroyer. The northeast monsoon has turned the sea violent, large waves crashing the blue funnel merchantmen unceremoniously. The ship is pitching violently. After a day of constant vomiting, Loon Goodwill has finally succumbed to a heavy seasick sleep in the lower bunk. Loon's finally succumbed! Lucas and Rose have left her to rest and are in the galley getting some tea. Rose is bracing herself as she tries to pour a measure of water. Had enough of this stupid boat, smell like a drunkard, so my internal organs have switched places. Monsoon of the Bay of Bengal is traitorous. Should clear soon and arrive at Colombo. New location. When we shall finally be able to relax even with the storm and the Japanese behind us. Remain unnervingly calm throughout this whole ordeal, Lucas, as a part of the SIS training. Learning how to remain shipshape while the world goes to the dogs. That's not training, it's life. I've lived through some harrowing moments. Once you've seen a whole crew get murdered in front of you while you're helpless, you realize that fretting is a waste of a man's final hours. Out of nowhere, a thunderous explosion shakes the hull. Is that just the battering of a huge wave? Is that just lightning? No, it's not an explosion on board, but a depth charge by the escort destroyer a mile away. The emergency gong begins to clang. That's a submarine alarm. Rose, get your life belt. Now, I'll go find Loon. Panic erupts at the passageway outside, and the chaos. Rose Goodwill stumbles as the ship takes a massive toll. Lucas turns back around to catch her, his arms wrapping around her waist, pinning her against his chest to keep her from falling. The ship is still rolling. Dishes and bottles are clattering and clashing all around them as they fall from the tables and shelves. Hold on to me, don't let go. If you hit water, stay with me, do you hear? For a long minute, they stand locked together. thumping of Lucas Sterling's heart echoed against Rose's ribs. The blue funnel merchantman's rights itself slowly. The explosion of the depth charge continues at the distance. But the all-clear sounds. Their eyes catch each other for a split second. Then Rose puts herself back together. They're getting a proper meet cute, these fake lovers. You could let go now, be quite alright. They return to the cabin, the adrenaline leaving them trembling and spent. Loon stirs in her sleep but doesn't wake. Lucas sinks onto a crate, his head in his hands. Rose next to him, puts her arm around him comfortingly. They're not gonna be fake husband and wife for long, are they? I don't think Loon stands a chance anymore. Rose is more adult. And they're playing the part of husband and wife. They're allowing themselves to get close together. That was positively harrowing. Where is her unnerving calm now? I lied. I hold it all in a moment, but it just comes out even harder after it's over. Look at my hand. Look. Shaking. And today it was worse. I keep thinking of you and Loon. I did not care what happened to me, but it was hurting my heart so much to think something could happen to either of you. I'm sorry, Rose. You should be enjoying your life, not waiting to be gutted by a torpedo in the middle of nowhere. She kind of had no choice. If she didn't leave on this voyage, she'd be skewered on the end of a bayonet in Borneo. I was not happy at the plantation, Lucas. I was dying in a different way back in Borneo. Tries to compose herself. Her voice is trembling. I had contemplated ending it all on numerous occasions, you know. I even penned a farewell note out of desperation and a need to feel noticed, to feel loved. At least here I feel vivid, even if I'm scared out of my wits. You've more pluck than any agent I've worked with in the East. I doubt that, but he's working his charms. And Rose is falling forward, leaning her head against his shoulder. What is the plan when we get to London, truly? What is in your heart? There was no true plan, just keep both of you safe for as long as possible. But now, after these past couple of weeks... Stroking his rings? His ring? Let me get the fan on here, it's got a bit stuffy. I've spent 10 years playing the Ghost Rose, no ties, no heart, but looking at you on that deck, I realize I don't want to cross the bar alone. Hopeless. Loon is hopeless. Lucas and Rose truly are Mr. and Mrs. Sterling now. To Colombo. The residence is distorted. Okay, biohazard sample, what do your eyes see? Lucas, keep your chin up, both of you, so they are there. Cynthia Seville is here. It really is a whole party reunited. I was thinking that if it wasn't all three, maybe we're only seeing an event with two of them, but no. No. This is... the 17th. Then on January 1st, half a month later, Cynthia's made her way over to Sri Lanka. Colombo, New Year's Eve. The docks are absolute bedlam. Thousands of Ceylonese laborers are hauling coal baskets, while British MPs in red caps bark orders at a line of dejected-looking refugees. Keep your chins up, both of you. We managed the Andaman. Now comes the challenge of the Admiralty red tape. If we keep our composure, we should be able to navigate the paperwork checks without a hitch. I look like something the cat dragged in, Lucas. If the Galface sees me like this, he'll send me straight to the kitchen. Loon is awestruck, clutching her pearls, her eyes wide with the scale of the city. Look at the soldiers, Rose, so many of them. Are we gonna be alright? They clear the customs shed, familiar voice cuts through the noise of the docks. Rose, Mr. S.I.S., little Loon, good heavens. You look like you've been dragged through the hedge backwards. They spin around to see Cynthia Seville, a striking contrast to their ruin. She's in crisp tropical whites, a service armband on her sleeve. Cynthia, you're intact, I'm so happy to see you. Intact and on duty, Rose. When the Navy pulled us out of that Borneo inferno, I was ordered straight to the intelligence hub here. Then scatter the manifest for 6 days, hoping to see your names. I wonder how Cynthia's journey went. I know my benefactor has no need or nor want to have that information, but Miss Seville could yet prove useful to me. We're going to trace her trip backwards, or just trace her journey, and thus get the full information at the plantation. I should check in on her. I'm sure I could sense her journey in my mind's eye if I concentrate. I don't have enough information to identify the soldiers or follow the trail past this hour yet. I should come back later. Where is Cynthia? Unlock Cynthia's journey. 22 of 31 achievements, 71%. What if this ends up being a 3-day game? We got check marks all the way down. Hidden achievement, 31% of people saw that we haven't got yet. And then there were none. Hidden. Discovered all guests, 25% of all players got that one. What happened that night, mystery no more. I think that's if I get every single step in the plantation maybe. Hidden achievement, all endings, and all glossary. Imagine my surprise when I saw Mrs. SIS on the manifest. It's a long story. Not that long, he just fancied himself the husband type. Rose and Cynthia laugh. Lucas blushes. Alright, we've had our fun, but I have some pressing issues to discuss. I thought this was gonna be like a 1 or 2 hour stream. A little bit lopsided, a little bit short. We got more and more opening, I like. We're DBS, Cynthia. Dead by Sailite. On a blue funnel merchantman full of refugees who were carrying delicate cargo. You still have the sample, I suspect as much. I have a staff car waiting on the quay. We'll get you past the harbor guards and straight to the Gull Face. Miss Cynthia, did you bury them, my mother and father? Are they at peace? Please tell me they were. Cynthia looks at the girl, her face softening for a brief, pained second. I saw a great deal of bravery that night, Loon, and you were the bravest of them all. We quelled the fires and I made sure they were all buried with dignity by the chapel. Only poor Vitalina and Mr. Bonfire were too charred to bury, and we gave them a seat. Why would them being too charred to bury? Why would them being charred make them too charred to bury? You could bury them that way, I'm sure. Like, is she saying that they were too ashy? They were just ash and bone. They could still bury that. They could scoop some ash together, some bone. Keep your heart up. You're with us now. Buries her face deep in Cynthia's chest. Thank you, Miss Cynthia. We're gonna follow Cynthia's journey and find out that that's an absolute lie. Later on the Gull Face Green, the sun is setting on New Year's Eve. The grand lawn is covered in anti-aircraft pits and sandbags. But the Gull Face Hotel still stands proudly against the sea. After the luxury of a proper bath, Loon Goodwill and Rose Goodwill emerged looking and feeling so much better. Cynthia had fitted them in beautiful clothes and straw hats. Ladies, you're looking positively a treat. Thank you so much, Lucas. And you too, Miss Cynthia. Don't mention it, Little Moon. You're most welcome. Another veranda. 4 survivors with Stengas in hand. Indian Ocean roars against a seawall. News is grim, SIS. Hong Kong has fallen. Singapore is under fire, as you know. They're calling this the blackest new year in the history of the Empire. All the more reason to get this sample to Whitehall. If the Japanese start using green mist in the Sulu Sea, the War Office needs to know before they strike the Indies. Couldn't they send out a communique from the intelligence hub saying, "We're getting a sample to you, but outfit everybody with gas masks"? For tonight, can we not be agents? Can we not be refugees? It is New Year's Eve and we're safe and in fine company. Raising her glass, well said, Rose, to Goodwill Plantation. May it one day rise from the ash. And to the Sterling family. You're so charming together you even fooled the master attendant. To the new year. May it be end better than it started. I'm not sure if this is just some archaic English or if we're just stumbling around on a couple of choices they decided the sentence to go. May it be better than it started, may it end better than it started. And much like I do sometimes. Okay, I got 2 words that I might want to use. Which word, which word, which word? Both come out at once. Midnight gone has been an echo from the ships in the harbor. Blackout remains total, no fireworks. Only lights of a searchlight sweeping across the dark water. So, we're about halfway through Loon's journey here. But we got more now. We got Cynthia's journey, what happened to her. Back at the Goodwill Plantation, overland journey across Borneo, through the jungle, over the mountain, through the jungle. I'm assuming that's Sandakan there. That's a big city they often refer back to. They took a steamer coming back and forth. Out of the frying pan. Ludwig's back on? Hold on. That's all the way that. 17 December. Okay, Cynthia alone. Distorted. Missed reports. Commander. Title found in the command post. New location in Goodwill Plantation. We don't have a name, do we? Take Miller and his men. I'm guessing it's Commander Miller. That's probably all we need. Not first name, last name, just Commander Miller. Small photograph. Hands it to the superior officer. It's John a few weeks ago. You keep it. John a few weeks ago. Appointment of the city. What's the Watchbill Sergeant new title? MI5, he must have been something. Though we can't hear, fires are out, dead are committed to the earth, so did bury them. Japanese are regrouping in the mangroves, back soon, heavier metal. Beg your indulgence, strike for Sadakat immediately, my intended is there. That wasn't a lie. Reconvene after this job. Take Miller and his men. Sergeant Miller, I guess then. If she's talking to the superior officer, the commander, take Sergeant Miller and his men. They've proven useful today. They have the right background. And their orders when they reach the capital. Much obliged, Commander. One last thing. Who arrived earlier? Saw them arrive by steam engine when I was with the jungle. Oh, that's the Raja. And his men. Must have imagined it. Cynthia exits, superior officer looks up. Pulls a small photograph from her pocket, hands it to the superior officer. It's John a few weeks ago, you keep it. I'm assuming John is her beloved. What's the Watchbill Sergeant? I'll take the midnight watch till 2, handle a rifle, is any blue jacket? MI5, but don't shout it from the rooftop, secrecy and all that. He must have been something. Okay. We still don't have a face that we could assign things. We still don't have a face. So we can't get Miller. Nothing happened December 18th. Afternoon, December 18th. Still in Goodwill. I think... Yeah, they're not in Goodwill anymore. They've left Goodwill. So, I gotta use the information that we picked up here. There's a John. There's a commander. There's a sergeant. Cynthia still has a pearl. So... Missed report and the pearl are going to be the same thing. The clubhouse is properly burned down now. Railways burned down. Where's that command area? Commander post is set up next to the veranda. That's the new location. Cynthia, from the chapel to the guest house, and I'm going to assume there's a command post there that she reports to. Residence distorted. 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 Cynthia's here, but she's not. She is by herself. Cynthia's out of the guest house, having grabbed some spare clothes she had left there when she first arrived at the plantation. She feels as refreshed as it is possible. Consider the circumstances. After a bath, she could see the navvies was hard at work setting up the lions. Temporary military camp would have been referred to as the lions. Huts made of local material instead of tents. A mess hall has been stood up, and a makeshift soup is already on the fire. She enters a command post, dim light of the oil lamp casting long shadows across the room. Looks around, taking in the makeshift command center. The blue boys work mighty fast, I must say. There's a desk with a map of the estate spread out before her, radio on the shelf, distinctive gold lighter, and a stack of papers spread out. The lighter's been put down. She noticed a manifest and flicks through it. Photos of key personnel gather from the residence. I feel which ones were important. I can only feel them from 8 to Wednesday morning. Their launch would have been too far from the plantation before then, and I wouldn't have known where in the sea it would have emerged from. It's also very clear they're all together on shore at 8 and then spread out afterwards. Officers added to case file. And where is Fairfax? He told me 10 a.m. sharp. Superior officer enters. So we have Commander Fairfax and Sergeant Miller. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Oh, we got... Look at these gents. We got a couple of right children here. Look at how young these soldiers are. This guy looks like he should be playing, like, rugby at school or something. This one probably hasn't even produced the hormones to grow stubble yet. The commander, I'm judging by him having a special hat and not just a helmet, and looking a bit stern, and his uniform looking a bit more crisp. He's got a tight, high collar and crisp shoulders instead of, you know, the more standard collar, more rounded shoulders. You are Commander first name. I need their first names too, is not John. I thought it was gonna be easy. We have a mess hall. Look at that. Would you look at that? It adds onto the map. McCall would love this. What does McCall always say when it comes to, like, simple strategy games like King of Dragon Pass and such? He loves when there's a little city or a town, a little map, that upgrades as the game goes on. So he likes the original version of King of Dragon Pass as it first released, and so if you were to ever play King of Dragon Pass, he always says he would play the GOG version, because the GOG version mimics the original version of King of Dragon Pass, where your clan has a map screen that upgrades. When you add more temples, you put some walls up, whatever else, it has a map that updates as you do things. But the Steam version of King of Dragon Pass and the design philosophy for Six Ages, Ride Like the Wind, and Six Ages, Lights Going Out is no map. Dave has decided that for the changes he's making to King of Dragon Pass and carrying over to Six Ages, is the map doesn't add too much, so he removes that complexity but improves the game anyway by adding more stories, more depth to it. Takes out a couple of features that were more busy work than anything, so it simplifies the game in some ways, but not in major ways. It just takes out a couple of annoyances, takes out the map, improves the robustness of the story. So, the iOS versions and the Steam versions based off of that are improvements. But McCall's like, they took out the map. There's no map anymore. You don't get to see your clan and your tribe expand. I'm not gonna play that version. I'm gonna play the GOG version if I'm gonna play King of Dragon Pass. They're great games. David puts out some fantastic games. But McCall likes to see his maps when he puts the effort into his thing. And look at this. Takes it back around to, we have the map constantly changing. When we came back after the events of the overnight attack, the railway and plantations burned down, the clubhouses burned down, chapels got some damage, boathouse, there's the explosion from the mortar, I'm guessing. Because the Japanese were here, firing onto the boathouse, the chapel's right there. Pachoom, boom. One of the big boats has landed nearby. I guess the water's pretty deep over here, it's not a shallow beach. They put up the command post. We learned about the mess hall. They put up a mess hall. And there's the graves over there. So many casualties that night. That's all very cool stuff. Okay. Command post has a fair bit of stuff here now. The lighter's been put down, so it was here the hour earlier. The hour before that. There's a familiar lighter. The lighter was picked up. Oh. He was here then left? He's late. Shows up now. Your timepiece must be fast. It's 11 sharp. Grabs a lighter off the desk, lights a cigar. Reginald, it's Commander Fairfax to you when you're on my turf agent. Commander Reginald Fairfax, quite. Takes a manifest from Cynthia. Puts in she's taken care of via sport. Private, gets Sergeant Miller. I got a job for him. So we got a Sergeant Miller, first name unknown. A Commander Reginald Fairfax. And we got some privates. Commander Reginald Fairfax. Now we got some names. Now we could actually do stuff. So Commander Fairfax is here when he picks up the lighter. Reginald Fairfax. That's it for the study. Calmly walks into the study, surveying the environment, looks out the window, sees the last of the Japanese soldiers run out into the jungle, getting pursued by his men. Leans out the window to watch the Japanese launches, attempting to get away as the Royal Navy ships are blocking their way. We got lucky this time, real lucky. Lingers a bit, admiring the fireworks, and goes to step back out when he notices something shine from the breast pocket of Jeremiah Goodwill's. How peculiar. You've not been shot. What really happened here? Lifts the object, it's a lighter. That's a nice tunnel, gold-plated. Pockets it, loots it, and leaves. Okay, so, is Reginald here? Distortion. If he's here, he's probably with his men, so Sergeant, Private. Everyone else is busy at that time. He's here. Mess hall. Veranda before that, we don't know. Veranda at 10, everyone's busy. 11, he's having his meeting with Let's just do their meeting then. Your timepiece must be fast, it's 11 sharp. Reginald, good to see you despite the circumstances. And you said 10, but no matter. Reginald, it's Commander Fairfax, returned my turf agent. I apologize, stiff upper lip and all that. Never been my strong suit, quite. Takes a manifest, puts it back on his desk. Now that pleasantries have been taken care of, do be a sport to tell me what the hell is bringing someone like you to this desolate plantation of the eve of war, no less. I had leads that the Raja and the Triad were both putting the squeeze of the plantation managers. Being able to get the jump on both with one spiderweb was just too good to pass on. And the Japanese had other ideas. Who else knows you're here? My dear mother and my to-be, of course. Quite. I do have a favor to ask you. Can I requisite some of your men and help me bury the poor souls of dignity in the cemetery by the chapel? This massacre was terribly unnecessary. There were good people and they fought hard to the very end. Every blasted last one of them. I'd grown quite fond of this family in the few hours that I did manage to spend with them. They're all yours. I'll get Sergeant Miller to help you pick out some men to help you dig. A mass grave was being dug behind the workers' quarters for the Japanese soldiers and pirates. I'd suggest you go warn them quickly before they start throwing all the bodies in there together. Cynthia runs up to the workers' quarters as Reginald Fairfax approaches the soldiers on guard at the entrance. Private, get Sergeant Miller, I've got a job for them. Okay, so workers' quarters is going to be Cynthia, and who knows who else. Oh, no, she's going to... Wait. Cemetery's here. It hasn't been built yet. They're building a mass grave at the workers' quarters. So she would be going to the workers' quarters, because the cemetery doesn't exist yet. Overgrown and holds the graves of Goodwill family members, many young men. She's not going to be here. Yeah. It hasn't been built yet. Did she make her way to the clubhouse first? Did Reginald go to the clubhouse? Small photograph. This is Cynthia's photograph. And we know that she gives it to somebody. New profile added, John Fairfax. What it says right there, John Fairfax. Brother of Commander Reginald Fairfax. But it's not an... Hold on, it is an item. There we go. The small photograph. When has she given the photograph to John? Or to Reginald? That's over in... her voyage, right? Cynthia's journey. Goodwill Plantation. Reginald is here, Cynthia's here. No, here. Missed report in Pearl. We don't have the photo. John certainly isn't here yet. Is Commander in the command post? Soldier nods. We gotta figure out the soldiers first. Hands a small photograph from her pocket. Hands it to Reginald. It's John a few weeks ago. You keep it. And then what's the watch bill, Sergeant? So, we still don't have enough. Back to the Goodwill Plantation. I thought for sure we were gonna finish this today. So Reginald Fairfax, the lighter is there. At 11. At 10. He picks up the lighter, then he puts it down. Momentarily, when Cynthia comes in. And then at 11, where is he? He's got his manifest, but I can't use the manifest. And this is evening of the 17th. So this is after the events of the Goodwill Plantation. Because this only goes up to 3 o'clock. Or, yeah, 3 o'clock. Distorted. Ah, Thomas, what was that commotion outside just now? Go leave your capable hands. Meantime, tiresome little errand for you. Muster a couple of your men. Assist little Miss Pipsqueak bury her people. None of your business, Sergeant. Know your place. So, Sergeant Thomas Miller. It's gotta be one of these boys. These literal children. And if that's John, it's not. Then John's not this guy, so this is another private. I'm going to assume that Mr. Chiseled Jaw here has probably been granted the rank of sergeant. He's a bit more rugged-faced, so he's probably got some more hard experience and years on him than these other guys here. These are more like chaps. There's an overlap here between lads and chaps. And this guy's more lad. If I was familiar with British uniforms at the time, maybe I might surmise that with the stripes here in his arm, that's a sergeant. We've got, what is this, a circled insignia here, circled in stripes, and nothing on this guy's shoulders? I'm going to assume that this guy looks like he has seniority. He's also got a little bit more of a professional bearing, whereas this guy is... He's not going John Wayne, but he is wearing his hat or helmet, I can't quite tell. The brim and the looseness of the strap makes me think it's more of a hat. This is more casual, so I think that this is a sergeant here. Sergeant Thomas Miller. Got him. Okay. Thomas and Reginald an hour later. Reporting as ordered, you want to see me, sir? Ah, Thomas, what was that commotion outside just now? By the shore? New location? I really don't know how to explain it quite frankly, sir, but we've got it in hand. Good, I'll leave it in your capable hands. In the meantime, I have a tiresome little errand for you. Muster a couple of your men and assist little Miss Pipsqueak bury her people. Maybe it will shut her up and get her out of my hair. If I may say so, sir. Do you know her, sir? You seem rather riled up by the woman. She strikes me as innocuous enough. It's none of your business, Sergeant. Know your place. Quite so. I spoke out of turn. I crave your pardon, Commander. Corporal Hudson. So, Corporal's probably the one wearing his hat like this, and the private's probably the one who looks like he should be studying for his GCSEs. Corporal Hudson was helping with the clubhouse fire. I'll go talk to him and he could take Tweety with him. He was already helping get the civilian bodies to the chapel. Carry on. Thomas Miller leaves the command post. I can see Cynthia running up past the croquet lawn towards the jungle entrance. Cynthia running towards the jungle entrance. She's over there, sees a body. And then jungle entrance over here. Croquet lawn. We can't really use. She's just running past it. Corporal Hudson. Was helping with the clubhouse fire. So if I was a sergeant, where would I be? There's a shore here. Calming sound of waves. Deceptively conceal the carnage around the estate. An hour before this, there was an explosion or something. Thomas? Nothing happened. Earlier could mean not exactly the hour before, but at some point before. I'm at shore, right? I'm at mess hall. Psh! No wonder I wasn't finding anything. Hour before, on the shore. Shore. Thomas Miller, hour before. Distorted residence. And then nothing. So. Beach is a shamble of smoke and spent ammo. Thomas Miller, Reginald Fairfax either gets a palm tree, watches the clubhouse blaze. Thomas Miller takes a pack of Lucky Strikes out and offers one to Reginald Fairfax, who refuses. It's a bloody tragedy, isn't it? They're not gonna let off. They started like they mean to go on. Kota Baru, in northeast Malaya, crucial military hotspot, the site of the first major battle of the Pacific War, was a bloodbath. Our men of the Indian troops fought valiantly, from what I hear, but they took over with unbelievable speed. And that was at the same time as Pearl Harbor. They're very cunning and organized. You do have to give them that. Not just Hawaii. They struck Hawaii, the Philippines, and Malaya simultaneously. Terrifying. And my brother. He's stationed in Sandakan. He tells me they raced down the Malayan Peninsula on bicycles. The top brass was saying the jungle was impassable and they proved them wrong on bloody bicycles. Could you imagine? Wasn't there a Miller we were talking to, that Lucas was talking to on the boat, that was talking about bicycles? The Japanese bicycling through the jungles that should have been impassable. Right, I'd best make sure my men aren't pissing in the wind. Just remember, they sunk our 2 unsinkable battleships in less than 3 hours. Our time here is over. We just need to retreat gracefully. I'm not saying that to doom and gloom to my men. I don't want deserters on my hands, thank you very much. Thomas Miller makes his way to the veranda. Reginald Fairfax makes a slow ascent towards the main house, where he finds the lighter, steals it, puts it at the command post, and then meets Cynthia soon after. So the veranda... Thomas Miller is there, but he's not there at 9. There's gotta be some private or corporal here. Residence is distorted. There's more people here than just Thomas Miller. What about Wednesday at the workers' quarters? Cynthia's here, but what about Thomas? Thomas is at the command post, and then leaves it a little bit. Leaves the command post to where? The business at the workers' quarters is done. Cynthia speaks to some corporal or private, I'm sure. Clubhouse? Is he going to look at the blaze? Not the twos of them. Cemetery? Let me see. Cynthia's at the chapel, a few soldiers there, corporal's here. Point me to Sergeant Miller, I beg your pardon. So the corporal is here. Nothing happened at this hour. Cemetery is done with by that point. We've only got a very brief window with the cemetery after they put it up. Command post. Reginald Fairfax. Bottle of whiskey. Need a drink, ready to depart. Is he by himself here? He is. Just Reginald takes a bottle of whiskey. Need a drink, then we can depart. Cemetery. He's got stuff going on at the jungle entrance here. We don't have the Raja's face. Need more people on shore. He doesn't have the lighter yet. I don't have any other objects of theirs. Okay, so they arrive on shore from this point onwards. Mess hall didn't exist yet. Though I could try looking around the mess hall. Sergeant to the mess? Fairfax to the mess? The both? No. Let's see when the shore ceases to be of interest. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Shore is mostly for the fallout of the attack. Observation deck. There's people we don't know about yet. Cynthia's at the workers' quarters trying to get them to not bury the family. Wait, tell me, do you only have Japanese soldiers and pirates for the pit I trust? You're not committing any civilians or murder to this dog hole? A young servant? Could it be Aisha? Didn't see her doing any of the commotion. As you were. Oh, I got nothing there! And then she's looking for Aisha, finds her in the jungle, picks her up. Final goodbye, then she goes to the cemetery. Corporal, pointing to Sergeant Miller, beg your pardon. As good as can be in these circumstances, Stanley. Okay, Stanley. We have a Stanley. Corporal Stanley. Corporal Stanley Hudson. Pizza cake. Now there's still a private around we don't have the name of. So, let's see if I can't do anything with corporals. This is over in the worker quarters. Oh, and I can't use the corporal. Stanley Hudson. I need a private here. Veranda. There's not Stanley at the veranda, but it could be Stanley and Thomas. Distorted? Somebody else has got to be at the veranda then. Cemetery doesn't exist yet. Stanley and Thomas, no. Stanley and Reginald, no. Everybody, no. Command post. Examining map. Work on our next move. Lieutenant. There's a lieutenant! Last thing I need. Thank you, Lieutenant. Everything there is to see. The lieutenant's not of any importance. Examining the map, working out their next move, tries to get it set on the wireless. The lieutenant walks in. There's a Charles Brooke who's just arrived by steam engine. That name rings a bell. Where did I see it before? I'm sure I've seen it somewhere during my research on Borneo. Maybe in my glossary about the colonies. I gotta look through the glossaries now. He's asked for your surveys by the jungle entrance. Charles Brooke of the Brooke Rajas. That's the last thing I need. I'll go see what he wants. Thank you, Lieutenant. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Where's it gonna be? Colonies? Ruled by Charles Brooke of the Brooke family, the White Rajas. Yes, there's the White Raja. And I have a photo too, how convenient. Sadar Walk, ruled by Charles Brooke of the Brooke family, the White Rajas. So they're not actually local Rajas then, they're colonizers who take it up the title? Charles Brooke. Okay. So at shore, at some point, Charles Brooke shows up, right? And Thomas Miller is there. Stanley Hudson is there. Not that early in, it's like right before the meeting. No, he was over by... $11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, Thomas Miller and Reginald at the command post. What's the commotion outside by the shore? Don't know how to explain it, quite frankly, sir. We've got it in hand. Good, leave it in our capable hands. There was some commotion at the shore. And then later on, Charles Brooke, by steam engine, asked for you at the jungle entrance. So, Charles Brooke arrived by steam engine. That's a couple hours later. So not arrived by steam engine on shore, but he is at the edge of the jungle. Jungle entrance. That'd be Reginald Fairfax, Charles Brooke. That's it for the jungle. Reginald Fairfax, lieutenant, arrived by the perimeter fence. Greeted by Charles Brooke and his escort of Iban warriors in traditional loincloths, painted in tattoos, armed with modern rifles and ancient curved swords. Dear Raja, we didn't expect to see the Sarawak flag this far north. This is chartered company land. What brings you over the border? He taps his cane on the destroyed perimeter fence. Borders, Commander? They don't care about your borders. I don't see any company plantation here anymore, do you? We've repelled the first wave, sir. The Navy has the coast under a watchful eye and the mist is dissipating. It's a bit hairy, but we're holding the line. There's a bunch of soldiers and a warship here. They could wipe out Charles Brooke and his entourage if they really wanted. You're holding nothing. I hear what is being said on the wireless. The King's army is spread too thin, and if the chartered company can no longer protect its assets, perhaps it is time for a sturdier hand to oversee these estates. You can't be serious. Are you trying to just march in here and take over company property in the middle of a war, sir? The colonial office is 5,000 miles away and blacked out by the Boche. The Boche? Is that another wartime? Maybe it is a wartime slur, given that the internet just blunked out for half a second again when I tried to look it up. Okay, got everything back and operational again. I would excuse it if the bit rate was dropping for a bit and then drop the stream, but it really is just a case of everything good, everything good, everything good, dead. Everything good, everything good, everything good, dead. Oh. Well, there you go. The bitrate is acting up a little bit. We'll see if it stabilizes. Boch, slur, a pejorative term for Germans. Pronounced Boch? Derisive term used by the Allies during World War I, often collectively. Shortened form of the French slang portmanteau, Albosch, itself derived from Allemande, German, and Kabosch, head or cabbage. German cabbage? Is that the meaning then? According to a 1916 article in the New York Times Magazine, origin as follows, yada yada yada. Recognized French word used familiarly for head, especially big, thick head, slow pate. Huh. First used underwood of Paris about 1860. Disagreeable, troublesome fellow. Franco-Prussian War of 1870 was not applied to the Germans, but soon afterwards it was applied by the Parisian printers to their German assistants, because of the reputed slowness of comprehension of these foreign printers. Epithet then used was tête boche, which had the meaning of tête carré d'Allemand, German blockhead or imbecile. Huh. Well, now we know. That was a new one I hadn't heard of. Okay. It seems stable again, so it's just doing its thing. Not here to protect anything. Hold on. I am right here. If this plantation is a total loss, it becomes a protectorate to the Rajas. I will not have a Japanese foothold on my doorstep. I'll take care of protecting this land. Japanese invasion, Sarawak. Japanese occupation of British Borneo. Japanese invasion of Sarawak begins on December 16, 1941. I don't think this White Raja is going to be holding on to anything for long, even if he takes the plantation. I'll take care of protecting this land. You're not here to protect anything, you're here for your own interests. Smacks his cane hard on the floor. I am here for Borneo, Commander. The island is old, and it has a long memory. It remembers the pirate republics, and it will remember the Japanese as nothing but smoke in history. The question is, would it remember the British? This was just a courtesy warning. I'll be in my carriage awaiting your departure. Fairfax, the lieutenant, walked back towards the plantation, and then at 3 o'clock he goes back to the commander's tent or whatever, gives himself a drink before he leaves. The man's a ghost from the 19th century. He's still trying to outmaneuver the Admiralty. We don't need any more bloodshed, and we know the island is lost. There's no sense squabbling over cinders. Let him take over the plantation and its ghosts. It'll be a short-lived victory by the time the Japanese have regained their second wind, return in force. So, we have at least one more private we haven't seen. Okay, Cynthia's not at the mess, of course. Stanley eating? Thomas eating? Thomas is eating by himself, enjoying his soup quietly, reading a month-old newspaper grabbed from the library when they were chasing the Japanese out of the house. Private sits down next to him. Sarge, I wanted to apologize for the false alarm at the shore earlier. I just never see anything like it. It's quite alright, Private. It's been a hell of a morning. We're all on edge. Still, what do you think happened to them? It was all so random and savage. I don't think we'll ever find out, so I would put it out of your mind. Just get them out of the water and put them with the rest of the victims. There was somebody who must have tried to escape then, that we weren't tracking. Maybe other servants or workers who came out of the water and got gunned down then. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to my reading. Sir, with all due respect, this is old news. You do know that. It just relaxes me to read about simple things, simple pleasures and petty squabbles. It takes me out of this grisly life we're living currently and gives me the hope we can return to normalcy someday. Right you are, sir. I'll leave you to it. So Thomas... in the mess? Is he so good to be in the mess? With Stanley, perhaps? With Cynthia, perhaps? If I had some other object... So Cynthia is here. And Stanley, and a young fellow. A private we don't know yet, arrive at the mess hall, covered in mud and sweat. So, Cynthia, the colonel, and a private, doing the digging work. NCOIC, Thomas, is enjoying a newspaper in the mess. Good to meet you again, Sergeant Miller. Very much so. Got me think if I get Commander Fairfax's blessing. I need to be assisting even further. Private Bird Whistle. Been stationed in Sandakan for a few years, is that true? Also tells me that the corporal is survivalist, has dealt with the Ulu jungle most of his life. New location, probably for following her journey between the plantation and Sandakan. Other avenues are death traps now. Need to see my fiancé who's out of the city. Good soldiers will require, make no mistake, will be in order. Just being civil by providing a fair warning is all. Young soldier runs over, sits down next to her with a large bowl of soup and a small bread. That's quite a knife, Corporal. There's a knife that belongs to Corporal Stanley Hudson. So we have Stanley's face, we could follow him around, but we could also look at places where Stanley is that we don't have the full list of people because we don't have the full names, and thus could try to ascertain somebody else's name at least. What am I looking at? Worker quarters. Distorted, he's not here. The private is, but Stanley isn't. Veranda. Stanley, Hudson, and a young soldier, all clear, lad. No doubt about it. Back and forth, we just caught them by surprise is all. Signal. Does a camera hide a gun? Maybe the flash is gunpowder. Pours himself a second drink. Downs his drink in one gulp. On it. I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the sound of that at all. There's a corporal on shore. Grabs a private by the collar. Come on, tweet it. Let's go explore. Which way do you fancy? Come on, slugger. We can get a sneaky drink if there's anything left. Shore later on. Distorted. Railway? He wasn't here. Or at least wasn't speaking. Mess hall? Nothing happened at that hour. Nothing happened at that hour. How about the clubhouse then? Bugger it, this is very bad. You over there? Yeah, you. Are you standing there gawking at it? See the wash house over there? Have buckets, get some quick, and you, and some crates. Don't yes sir me, I'm not finished. Okay. So... Stanley alone. Not really alone. He's talking to unimportant people. As long as they're unimportant, it's okay. The Clubhouse still on fire. Blaze is raising hard. Heat from the fire is so strong it makes it hard to get close. Amber's being carried by the breeze, starting to light up the fern in the area. Bugger it, this is very bad. You over there, yeah, you. Why is that other gawking at it? See the wash house over there? I'll have buckets, go get some quick, yes sir, and you? Go empty some of our crates onto the stand. So I fitted them with water, yes sir. Don't you, yes sir, me, I'm not finished. Don't you dare carry the water all the way up here. Get a chain going, grab whoever you can. And get me a spade so I can start smothering the base. So who else is here, Stanley? Stanley, shoveling sand onto the roaring base of the fire. Silhouette flickering. Behind him, human-shaded young soldiers and boy seamen are hard at work. Hurl bucket after bucket of water onto the flames. They're exhausted, they don't waver. Through sheer dogged willpower, tenacity pays off. Fire starts to slow. Stanley's still here, but not by himself. Okay, and that's it for the clubhouse. Just the fires raging after the fight around it, and Edward pulling his beloved out. On fire, on fire, on fire, on fire. Putting it out, then done. Soldiers forming a chain from water to the clubhouse, hoisting buckets and makeshift barrels to douse the fire before it spreads. Dan Hudson growling orders, overseeing the work as Thomas Miller approaches. Corporal Hudson, you have a minute? Yes, sir. I am needed of you by the chapel. The surviving woman, a lady solicitor, is in need of help to bury civilians appropriately. Commander has asked me to get some people together, and I in turn am putting you in charge. Grab a bird whistle on your way. Tweety, really? The boy won't shut up. Yes, but he's a hard worker. He's always happy to help. With all due respect, I'd rather he be lazy and moody and quiet. Just do as you're told, Corporal. Sir, yes, sir. They call their NCOs sir in the British, even if they work for a living. I'll be grabbing a spot of food if you need me. So we have Tweety this, Tweety that. Do we have any other name for the private here? Find first name and clue. Private Birdfellow was lacking a first name. Ask the sergeant for the mess. Excuse young Tweety has no manners. Name Stanley. Give the woman a minute, Arthur. Arthur Birdfellow or whatever. Private Arthur Birdwhistle. There we go. And there's probably going to be more people to add on to here if we haven't got the achievement for learning everybody. So what's not fully filled in yet? Sure. What have we all got here? Stanley and Birdwhistle. Residence distorted. Is Miller here too? No. Fairfax? Now hold on. Wednesday at 8 o'clock, if I open the knife, Stanley grabs Arthur by the collar. Come on, Tweety, let's go explore. Which way do you fancy? Come on, Slugger. So these two at a minimum are here. But not with the sergeant. Not with the commander. Huh. Bizarre. And then they go to the veranda, Stanley and Arthur together. Stanley and Arthur run to the veranda, moving at a practice crouch, their bayonets fixed. They clear in the deck, cutting the last of the Japanese soldiers, but more importantly, the booze. All they find are the bodies of Dieter von Guntram and Jiro Tanaka, all clear, lad. You think they'll be back? Helping himself to a drink. No doubt about it, they'll be back in force before you know it. We just caught them by surprise. Look at him in his dungarees. You think he was fifth column, and that's why them two had a scuffle? Did you hear about the Japanese barber who turned out to be a spy and cut the throats of all his customers when you see the signal? The signal? Oh yes, Corporal. They have very complex and hidden signals that they wait for, and then bam, they strike. They turn from your friendly photographer to a deadly warrior. Does a camera hide a gun? Maybe the flash is gunpowder. Do not joke. They have ears and eyes everywhere. They have been serving you tea or cutting your hair for a decade, only to emerge as a master of your destruction. Arthur reads too much comic books. Birdwhistle gets really excited. Hudson pours himself a second drink. And have you heard of the Black Dragon Society? They've been funding all these Japanese five and dime shops as front organizations. Why do you think these shops sell cheap toys and silks to the locals? To build goodwill and turn locals against us. Feeding them lies about us. And then Thomas Miller enters. Come on, boys, party's over. Gotta put our house in order on the double. And so, on it, so all three still here. Private Bird whistle. Get to the shore, get a detail together. Carry these men and the other civilians from around the estate over to the chapel yard, next to the cemetery. They deserve a respectful burial. We'll do it properly by the book. Arthur steps out. Fire at the club still raging. And Hudson, when you're done with that drink, do me a favor and help organize a quelling of the fire over there. It's getting dangerously close. Hudson downs his drink, on it. Local loud screams erupt from outside. They're coming out of the water, help! The Japanese coming out of the water, help. We've established that Arthur sees Japanese spies everywhere. These could have been other survivors, workers, maybe people from down south trying to escape. They could actually be Japanese. Or it could be Arthur is running the gun here. Not Arthur by himself. Not Thomas Miller by himself. Arthur and Thomas. Thomas runs to the beach on the veranda to witness dead bodies of Japanese and Royal Navy sailors washing ashore. What the hell is going on here? I have no idea, sir. These bodies started washing up on the shore. They're not our men. I don't understand it. Look, they've had their boots and belts taken off. Does no one have any respect for the dead? Ah. That'd be Lucas, Rose, and Loon cleaning off the boat that they were using. The work of pirates, I'll wager, savages. Put our British compatriots victims with our fallen comrades. We'll give them a proper sea burial. At least they do get a kind of burial then. Take the Japanese to the hole. Sir, yes, sir. You two come with me. We'll get a large gurney together, use some of those big leaves and some ropes. We'll then pull a few of them out at once. Someone else approaches. Sergeant Miller, the commander's looking for you. He's at the command post. So what all remains? Cemetery. There's also the workers' quarters. Cynthia's coming up, and there's Arthur after that, doing burial detail, right? Ascent towards the worker barracks is a hard struggle. Arthur Birdwhistle leads the detail, while the boy seamen cling to the ropes of the makeshift gurney pulling up the hill. One of the boys let the rope slip, and Arthur Birdwhistle holds on hard. Steady it, boys, don't let it slip. If we let them slip down the hill, we were here all day getting the bodies out of the bushes. They're so heavy, and sir, they're starting to smell under the burning sun. It's unbearable. Come, now we're nearly there. Reach the crest of the hill, and Arthur Birdwhistle signals a halt. Break out the spades. I want a trench 6 feet deep and 10 wide. And sharply, do you hear? I need to go and get the civilian bodies together by the chapel now. I'm trusting you. Don't let me down. Young men ripping off some Japanese soldier uniforms, uses makeshift masks to stop the nauseating smell of the corpses. Cynthia ascends the slope towards the worker quarters. The stench just about hits her like a brick. Only a few hours, but the heat has already affected the decomposition of the bodies. Reaches top of the hill. Mind can't comprehend the amount of bodies lying in front of her. A detail of boy seamen have the ghoulish task of digging up a mass trench. Wait, tell me, do you only have Japanese soldiers and pirates for the pit, I trust? You're not committing any of the civilians that were murdered to this dog hole. One of the boy seamen pauses. Leaning heavily on its filthy spade, he pulls out his makeshift mask, his face streaked with mud. No ma'am, no civilians. The civilian bodies being rounded by the cemetery next to the chapel. We're keeping the Imperial Infantry separate as per orders. Mind you, I did find a young house girl by the jungle entrance, but we've left her there under the tree canopy for now. She'll keep it better there until the detail moves up. A young servant? Could it be Aisha? Didn't see her during the commotion. She salutes the young man as you were, and then she goes to the jungle. She sees Aishia there. Picks up her body in her arms. I guess she's taken her to the chapel now then. The cemetery by the chapel. Cynthia arrives by the chapel to see a few soldiers standing there having a smoke. Excuse me, Corporal, could you point me to Sergeant Miller? Last I saw the sergeant, he was striking for the mess hall. Are you the ma'am who loosed that rocket? I beg your pardon. We saw you give the Japanese what for from the stern as we approach. Bloody good show, if I may say so. You must excuse young Tweedy here, he has no manners. Name's Stanley, how do you do? As good as could be these circumstances, Stanley. I hear you have a job for us. Tweedy and I are to be your muscle, as it were. How many graves we diggin'? Surveys a cemetery. I don't see Bode and Vita, two of my fallen comrades, among the gathered. Is that all the bodies? There's also a couple of charred bodies by the clubhouse. I was just there quelling the last of the fires. They're nothing but scraps of scorched linen that suggest civilians. I'd reckon they'd be better served by a water funeral than the rest of our boys. They could still bury it? Cynthia looks back towards the clubhouse, spots a glimmer of what remains of Vitalina Petrosky's dress in the pile of bone and ash. You were just there, you say. At least they died together. They really did love each other. So where do you want to start digging then? Slaps the back of his head. Give the woman a minute, Arthur. Can't you see she's paying her respects? It's quite all right. Do you have a spare shovel for me? Secluded part of the cemetery, starts digging. This is hungry work, it is. I hope there'll be some grub left for us when we're done. Be quiet and dig, man. Don't be too harsh on the boy. Don't worry, Private. We'll get some soup afterwards. And then... Mess hall, they go to get some soup afterwards. Charles Brooke is not there. 3 o'clock before everybody has to leave. Drop their shovels by the entrance. Chef, what's good? Corporal Hudson, where's Sergeant Miller? He's the one sitting by himself, looking all stoic. Hey, Sarge, this is Lady Solicitor. Good to meet you, Sergeant Miller. Likewise, hope Corporal Hudson, Private Bird Whistle prove themselves useful. Very much so. It got me thinking. If I could get Commander Fairfax's blessing, would have needed your assistance even further. Private Bird Whistle tells me you've been stationed in Sandakan for a few years. Is this true? It's a fact, yes. Been a local old hand for quite some years. What of it? Tells me that the corporal is a survivalist, has dealt with the Ulu jungle most of his life. Tweedy has a big mouth, but it's also true. What are you getting at, ma'am? Would like your help to reach Sandakan by foot. All of the avenues are death traps now. Urgently need to see my fiancée, who's out of the city. All due respect, ma'am, we're soldiers, not babysitters. And good soldiers what I require. Make no mistake, this will be an order. Just being civil, giving you fair warning. Is that all? Wish to return to my broth before it turns cold. Miller turns away from Cynthia, continues eating. Bird Whistle runs over, sits down next to them with a large bowl of soup and small bread, oblivious, Lord, I'm famished. Slurps very loudly. Bloody hell, this is as hard as rock. How's a lad supposed to cut this? Hudson slaps the bread out of Arthur's hand. Give it here, you daft pigeon. Takes out a clasp knife. Don't you ever keep your knife on your person? Sometimes I swear. Cuts it in half with a flick. Hands it back to Arthur. That's quite a knife, Corporal. Standard issue, ma'am. Much obliged, Corporal. Arthur resumes slurping, dunking his bread as he goes. Stops abruptly, looks at the stone-faced sergeant and Cynthia. Say, why is everyone looking so gloomy? Ah, privates are the same everywhere, huh? Who's at the railway at this hour? Is that Charles Brooke examining his new domain? Charles Brooke sits ensconced within the velvet-lined exterior of his private carriage, watching through silk curtains as the British Navy begins the task of withdrawing to their launches. Small wooden table, a silver tray is flowing with a variety of fresh meat and fruits. A bottle of sparkling wine is chilling in an ice bucket. The man is like a block of wood, solid, silent, and ancient, patiently waiting for the estate to empty out, so he can finally claim the remains of the land for himself. He fancies, perhaps, that this latest acquisition will bring him some fleeting contentment. Or perhaps he doesn't know what he wants anymore after over half a century expanding his kingdom. What does one more acre of land truly signify? And what does he really believe in the deep recesses of his soul? That he could hold back the Japanese war machine with a few ebon blades? Or is he being willfully ignorant on purpose because acknowledging the truth that his kingdom was built on a house of cards would be too much? So that's it for Chuck here then. We meet him, and then we say goodbye to him. Cemetery, atmosphere by the chapel, world apart from the rest of the estate, gathering a new detail, older seamen to carry the bodies of Jeremiah Goodwill and their victims, in white sailcloth and Union Jacks from the launches. Place them on the grass with reverence. Moment of silence for respect. They get their cigarettes out, take a well-deserved break by the stone wall of the chapel. Then they start digging when Cynthia gets there. Now that just leaves the shore. Shore was waiting for Arthur. Everyone together? The mystery is no more achievement what happened that night. We have the full completed timeline for everything that occurred that day, overnight, and the day after. Never ever made use of Bones' room. Japanese army making mincemeat of what remains of Harrow's men when the hulking silhouette of naval ships and armored launches are hitting the shore. The British Navy has arrived. Alright, men, you know the drill. Let them know the King's men have found them. Japanese officers realize they are facing a fresh battalion and are caught off guard with low ammunition. Fearful of being cut off from their transport, the Japanese signal a frantic withdrawal, vanishing into the thick bushes to make a run back to the secluded beach. The ones who are getting cut off from the rest start running towards the Ulu jungle instead. There's gonna be Japanese soldiers in the Ulu jungle that Cynthia and Miller's men are gonna have to interact with, hoping to hide deep in the trees. Some of the Japanese soldiers, feeling cornered, hunker down behind low walls and start firing. As the launches land, some of the men catch stray bullets. Open sight! Mow the scoundrels down! Remaining warring soldiers caught in a murderous hail of machine gun fire. Fairfax yells the last of the Japanese soldiers are silenced. Cease fire! Bird whistled and his fellow privates plunged into waist-deep water, wrestling with heavy rope lines to secure the launches against the tide. The bow grates drop with a metallic clang and the rest of the landing party debarks onto the sand. Hudson grabs Bird Whistle by the collar. Come on, Tweety, let's go explore. Which way do you fancy? I've never seen a veranda this nice, Corporal. Look at all that glass. What's left of it? Come on, Slugger. We can get a sneaky drink if there's anything left. And so they go sneaking off to the veranda. A ghastly quiet returns to the beach, broken only by the crackling of burning clubhouse as the scouting parties move out, searching the buildings for any survivors or skulking foes. The boy seamen begin a chain unloading Admiralty crates on the launches into the silt. Reginald Fairfax surveys a shambling of carnage as he sees Cynthia Seville emerge from the chapel. I'll be damned. Cynthia's I live and breathe. You go clean up, meet me at 10 a.m. for debriefing. And over at the chapel, that's the other side of that. Reginald by the veranda, shouting, you go clean up. 10 a.m. sharp for a debriefing. The unnamed lieutenant. And so that's everything. That's the whole original side of things. From 3 p.m. to 3 p.m. That whole grisly affair finally done. And now that just leaves the journey here. Mr. and Mrs. Sterling and Loon have met up in Colombo with Cynthia. And we have Cynthia's journey to follow here. Oh, and Goodwill Plantation, we have everybody's face now. So we could follow more of them. We're probably, well, let's see. We're going to meet John eventually. I hope. Maybe he's alive over in Sandakan. But it's been over 4 hours stream. Let me catch a break quick. These cats are still napping, so no lunch for them yet. I got tea for me to subsist on. So let me just get the break away from the labor. And then we'll start crawling through the jungles. Alright. Back from BRB, the cats did wake up, so I gave them their lunches. Now, to follow Cynthia through this forest of Borneo. First, I'm going to assume that everyone is together here. I got the wrong hour again. That everyone's together here. She approaches a private who's standing on guard. And this is the last of the plantation. We'll never see it again. As a commander of the command post, soldier nods and Cynthia enters the hastily constructed command post, the Goodwill Plantation. This is 7 o'clock, right? It's evening, at some point in evening. Good evening, Cynthia. I'm appraising the current situation. Please take a seat. We've done what we can here, sir. The fires are out and the dead are committed to the earth. But we both know the Japanese are merely regrouping in the mangroves. They'll be back soon and they'll be bringing heavier metal next time. Precisely. The Navy is spread very thin. I'm pulling my boys back to the ships to screen the coast. The green mist is carrying out west. We should be able to avoid it. We can't hold this location for long. I understand, which is why I must beg your indulgence. I need to strike for Sandakan immediately. My intended is there. I was due to reconvene with him after this job. Quite. You're intended. You don't have to tell me your reasons, but don't take me for a fool. I can't spare a platoon, but I can give you a scouting party. I would very much like to take Miller and his men. They've proven useful today, and they seem to have the right background for this trek through the jungle. I do have a task that would be well suited for, that would also meet your needs. 2 birds, 1 stone, as it were. The latter is your escort, and an early warning picket. If they sight any Japanese patrols moving through the primary forest, they're to double back and signal. And their orders, once you reach the capital, they're to reconvene with the governor at the government house. They can carry my dispatches and all updates on the Navy's movements of the necessity of an immediate evacuation. I'm much obliged, Commander. Just one last thing. Speak. Who arrived earlier? I saw them arrive by steam engine when I was at the jungle entrance. I don't know what you mean. I could have sworn I saw you go up and greet them as I was coming back down. I must have imagined it. Godspeed, Cynthia. Cynthia exits. Reginald looks up. Say hello to John for me, as Cynthia exits. Cynthia stops short, turns around and pulls a small photograph from her pocket. She looks at it for a moment, then hands it over to Reginald Fairfax. It's John a few weeks ago. You keep it. Why do I feel like there's a mystery with John? Evidently, he and Reginald are brothers, so he likely just isn't some guy in Sandakan. He likely has some other role to play in the British colonial project. Party gathers at the edge of the plantation where once manicured croquet lawn meet the green wall of the jungle. Cynthia emerges from the wash house where she recuperated the pearl and her affairs. Miller testing the edge of his parang as Stanley Hudson is finalizing getting his rucksack together. Right then, miss, the trek to Sandakan is a beastly business in this weather. The mud is knee-deep and the leeches are abundant. Stay close to my heels, we'll keep your eyes on the canopy. Keep your eyes on the canopy. Don't you worry, miss. We'll have you in Sandakan Club for a gin pahit before you can say Bob's your uncle. How long would it take us? Sandakan feels so far away. Any other time we can march there within 2 days, but we need to tread carefully, avoid the main roads. So it could take up to 5 days, but ideally 4 days, God willing. Let's get a move on, gentlemen. I have an appointment to the city and I don't want to keep it waiting. We'll head straight down the path to start with and make camp by the end of the trail. We'll be safe there tonight, and it'll give us a good head start for trapezing through the Ulu jungle in the morning. Led by Thomas Miller, the small group plunges into the forest. The humidity swallows them instantly, the sound of the plantation fading in the distance. But ominous deep booms are echoing from the direction they're heading. They reach the end of the logging track. Thomas Miller signals for a halt in the clearing in the middle of the bushes. They drop their heavy bags with a grunt. Right then, we set up camp here. Hudson, get the ground sheets rigged. Arthur, use grounds for dry wood. I want a small smokeless flame. Cynthia's collecting some vines with a parang. What's the watch bill, Sergeant? 2-hour stints. Hudson, you're the first watch. Bird Whistle, you take the graveyard watch from 2 to 4. Cynthia, I'll take the Tiger Hour. Before dawn. The Tigger Hour. They have to worry about invasion from the 100-acre wood. I'll take midnight till 2. I can handle a rifle as well as any blue jacket. Don't let the skirts I was wearing earlier fool you. You're more than a lady solicitor, that's for sure. MI5. I try not to shout it from the rooftop, secrecy and all that. But seeing how we're about to depend on each other to survive, I owe you the courtesy of the truth. I appreciate it. I figured it'd be something like that. An hour later, they huddle around a tiny shielded fire, small tin of Horlicks being heated over a spirit lamp. Let's recount some stories, I say. Keep the spirits up. I was thinking, what about your story, Sergeant? About the run-dumb business in 15. Yeah, tell us about slaughtering locals, protecting their own selves, and not wanting to be press-ganged into forced labor for the colonial project. You were really there, Sarge, chasing ghosts in the mud. Yeah, I was there. As was Edward, as was Jeremiah. The uprising escalated so quickly. It was a symbol of the broader tensions and resistance of the colonial rule. I saw Antinum, you know, with my own eyes. What is that? Not what, who. He was the greatest warrior that ever lived. So legendary, he was believed to have supernatural powers. He led the rebellion. He must have been something. I watched him burn. He burnt like any other man. He screamed like any other man too. No such thing as supernatural powers. The cicadas begin to sing, signaling to Thomas Miller that it's time to extinguish the fire. Time for the stand to? What's that? The time just before sunset and just before dawn are the most dangerous for any camp in the jungle. Stand to is a sacred role. The shifting shadows at this time make it hard to notice anything. We keep deathly quiet and arms ready at the bayonet for the next 30 minutes with eyes on the tree line. Listen out for the cicadas. If you stop hearing them, then something big is on the hunt. We all stand silent for a while. Then when the sun is totally down, Thomas Miller breaks the silence. All right, Arthur, get to the perimeter. Keep your ears pinned back. Anything bigger than a mouse moves, you just give a whistle. And so that's Ulu Jungle next. A narrow trail obscured by dense foliage. You'd think we'll find Ludwig Harrow somewhere out here. Fairfax isn't here. Fairfax is gone as far as I'm concerned. The next day, Cynthia Seville is standing at guard 3 a.m., chewing on a licorice root, staring at the orange glow of the destruction happening miles away from them. Evening to December 17th. What on? Morning of the 18th. She was taking midnight to 2. Midnight to 2 when they still have her up at 3 a.m. Stanley Hudson, Arthur Bird Whistle fast asleep. Thomas Miller taps her on the shoulder. Go rest, I have it from here. I'm not tired. I'll start up a small fire. Do you want a brew? That would be grand. Get some water on the boil. So what is an MI5 agent doing in this neck of the woods anyway? I'd really like to know too. It all seems so simple, but it all went to hell when the Japanese landed, and now I'm so far away from my loved ones, it just doesn't seem like it was worth it. I think that's how everybody feels about this bleeming war. Drew's ready. Silence for a few hours, the others awake, they dismantle the camp, make their way down to the thick of the jungle. Unless Ludwig Harrow's here, same people. The days are relentless human wait. Let me see. So we went from evening of the 17th, morning of the 18th, afternoon 18th, evening 18th, morning 19th. Okay, we're going day by day for this one. Not even day by day. Hemispheres of the day. Up until December 23rd. December 23rd, I guess they get to Sandakan. And that'll be about... just before. December 31st, they get to Colombo. December 27th, Bay of Bengal. December 25th, Malacca Strait. Okay. So, December 23rd is when about they start passing through the Malacca Strait. So about here's when she gets to Sandakan. And then she somehow has to go from Sandakan to Colombo before people already halfway through there on the voyage get there. I guess we'll see what route she takes. I'm assuming she's got to go the same way. Unless they get on an airplane. You think they find her an airplane, they fly her over? With the airfields taken and the Japanese Air Force patrolling the skies? Ulu Jungle. Today's relentless human weight, the group moves at a single file, the only sound the clinks of Thomas Miller's parang as he cuts through the vines and leaves to forge a path. I clicked parang, right? Quintessential tropical utility knife and weapon, designed specifically for the dense woody vegetation of the primary jungle. The wild forest is a maze of vegetation, prehistoric ferns, where the light is filtered to a deep dark green. Bird Whistle is stuck directly behind Cynthia. He hasn't stopped talking since they cleared the plantation fence. And my dad always said, Arthur, he said, if a sheep can get his head through a gap, the rest of it will follow through whether you like it or not. It's much the same with these vines, Miss Seville, don't you think? You get one caught under your boot and the whole jungle is trying to pull you backwards. It's not like the Dale's mine. Back home, you can see a rain cloud coming from 3 miles off, although a rain cloud is never more than a few feet away in any direction. Here it's just, well, it's like walking through a warm sponge, isn't it? Tweety, close your cake hole. You're making enough noise to wake every snake from here to the coast. Sorry, Corporal, just observing like. It's a marvel, really. My mum would have a fit if she saw the size of the spiders here. She thinks the ones in the barn are monstrous, but these guys, Sarge. You remember when Paulie went to put his boot on and was too tight, so he put the boot to his face to have a good gander. And this massive spider just jumped out straight to his face. He screamed like a girl, absolutely hilarious. Okay, I think Arthur might be elevated to lad status. Suddenly, a violent crashing erupts in the canopy directly above him. Branches snap like pistol shots. Arthur Bird Whistle lets out a high-pitched yelp, stumbling back, nearly bowling Cynthia over as he fumbles to bring his rifle to his shoulder. In the trees, they're coming down! Hold your fire, you daft bird brain! A large monkey swings into view, which nose twitching as it lets out a small squeal, and vanishes into higher branches. What were you saying about Paulie? Unless that monkey's a Japanese spy, I think we're safe for the minute. You nearly put a bullet in the Sarge's rump. Lord, give me strength. I'm a sergeant of the Royal Marines, not a bloody nursemaid. I should be helping Fairfax protect the Empire, and instead I'm trekking through the Ulu with a milk boy who's scared of his own shadow. Further into the day, same people. By dusk, they find sanctuary in a shallow limestone cave perched on a ridge. It's damp and smells of bat guano, but it offers a view of the lowlands stretched towards a distant coast. As the light fails, a series of dull booms can be heard faintly from the north. Where Sandakan lay as the sky begins to pulse orange. That does not bode well for the beloved. Dark plumes of smoke, barely visible against the twilight, rise at the horizon. Arthur Bird Whistle is staring out in a mixture of awe and fear. Sarge, those aren't fireworks, are they? No, son. Those are the oil godowns on the harbor. And that glow, that's the city burning. They won't take Singapore, right, Sarge? My dad says Singapore is a fortress. He said they'd be home by spring. Home by spring? Tweety, your dad's been reading too many stories. Bird Whistle, get the spirit lamp going and grab some food from the pack. We've a long slog tomorrow, and I'll not have you fainting because you missed your tea. Cynthia sits at the mouth of the cave, watching the distant fires at her destination. Hudson comes over, puts a blanket around her shoulders. Come have some food. We have a long day ahead of us. If you thought the forest was bad, wait till we hit the Nipa swamps tomorrow. Nipa swamp, new location. Stanley Hudson, I'll take the graveyard shift. Tomorrow's your day to shine. We need you bright and alert. What do you mean, Sarge? Corporal, what does he mean? Stanley Hudson mimics the mouth of a crocodile, snapping with his arms. That's what he means. Watch your feet tomorrow. So, they're gonna still be in the Ulu jungle in the morning, I'm certain, because we haven't got the notification of, that's all there is here. And perhaps by afternoon, they'll reach the swamps. So, same people. Stanley Hudson. There's the last. Is the first to emerge from his bedroll that morning, didn't sleep very well, knowing he will lead the charge. Great, and that's exactly why he was given a little bit of a lighter shift, some chance to rest. Arthur Birdwhistle is having a cigarette, staring at the sky as black as soot. Staring at the sky as black soot is raining down upon them again. He holds his tongue out. Arthur, why would you do that? What do you think it tastes like? Is it dangerous if I swallow too much? Will my insides turn charcoal? Privates. Privates are the same everywhere, everywhen. It's too early for your shenanigans. Have you not got a pot of water going yet? I couldn't maintain the watch and go find the kiddling. It's one or the other. We're in the jungle, you daft lad. You're surrounded by trees. If you can't find a dry stick, I'll shove the end of my rifle up. Cynthia sits up, shaking the damp from her garbadine coat. She starts to lace up her boots. I'll go get some kindling. You men keep bickering. It's a capital way to let the Japanese know exactly where to find us. Then by afternoon, Nipa Swamp, same guys. Though it's funny that they keep putting Ludwig Harrow there, as if we're going to find him. The group is waist deep in brown water. The mud beneath clings like grease. Thomas Miller leads the way, his eyes constantly scanning the muddy banks. Watch your footing, and for the love of God, keep your muzzles out of the muck. If you plug the barrel and pull the trigger, the rifle will blow up in your face. Arthur Birdwhistle is struggling to haul his leg out of the silt. It's like walking through treacle, Sarge, only treacle doesn't smell like a clogged drain. Careful, Tweety, you're splashing like a beached whale. Stanley Hudson raises his hand. Freeze, nobody move a muscle. Cynthia goes rigid, her hands instinctively finding the grip of a revolver. 10 feet to her left, a path of flattened mud curves into the water, indicating a fresh crocodile slide. The reeds are still trembling. Big one. 12-footer at least. He's in the channel somewhere. If you feel a log bump your leg, don't scream. Just pray to the Almighty like sheep farmers. I'm praying hard right now. Birdwhistle attempts to take a wide, cautious step around a cluster of mangrove roots. He leans too far and his left leg sinks into a deep hole. There's a visceral slurp as the mud claims his lid. Ugh, I'm stuck. Corporal, help me. Hudson starts pulling on the lad. Pull, Tweety, heave. Birdwhistle lunges up with a desperate grunt. He breaks free, but his left foot emerges coated in the stinking black slime. His army-issue boot remains buried 3 feet down, lost to the swamp forever. My boot! Sarge, the bloody mud's gotten into my boot! We haven't been out 2 days yet, and the Imperial forces are already down to 1 shoe. Hudson, give him a hand. We can't stop to dig for it. As they navigate a bend in the narrow creek, a small sampan emerges from the bank, steered by a local man, and that boot's gone anyway. If they dug it out, they don't want it. Local dugout canoe. The boat is dangerously low in the water, out high with furniture and a terrified-looking goat. 2 small children sit atop the pile, staring questioningly. Tabek, where do you go? Where do you go, Pack? To the city? The local man pauses his paddling, looking at the filthy British soldiers and the lady in muddy boots. He shakes his head slowly. No, ma'am, not to the city. We go to the small rivers, to hiding for a while. He's got the right of it. He's taking his family inland before the Japanese can catch them. Our time is over, Cynthia. Even the locals can smell it too. The man offers a respectful nod and paddles silently past them, vanishing into the maze of roots. Does that mean the Sandakan Club won't be open? I always fancied trying the place. I expect the new management will be serving sake by the time we get there, Tweety. Now keep your foot dry and keep moving. Through the jungles they go. Sun begins to dip in the horizon, casting long shadows across the water. The group finally hauls themselves out of firm earth. Every inch of their khaki is plastered with a thick layer of mud. Arthur Bird whistles a worse state, hobbling along. Thomas Miller signals a halt under the roots of a giant tree. They can hear the first buzz of the 6 o'clock cicadas. Stanley Hudson drops his heavy backpack. Right, strip your socks, lad. I'll get those nasty leeches off. I can feel him, Corporal. It feels like dozens of worms twitching inside my leg. It's properly grisly. One of these guys has got to die by the end. Between the Sterling Party and this jungle expedition, everyone's been alive so far. We know Cynthia makes it to Sri Lanka. But the Royal Marines don't necessarily have to. Stanley Hudson starting to carefully pull the wriggling fanged worms off. Look at the size of this one. It could be a whole meal. It looks like a fat sausage. Use a salt. Don't pull that off. It's far too in. You'll cause him a tropical ulcer by morning that'll eat right through the bone. I've lost my boot, my socks are shredded, and I'm being eaten alive by vampiric slugs. Cheer up, Tweety. I'll fashion you a sandal out of some rattan and a bit of canvas. Cynthia uses the excuse of looking for some palm to get a moment by herself. She finds a small trickle of rainwater running down a limestone fissure. She gets a rag from her bag to scrub the swamp mud from her face and neck. Water's freezing against her skin. She unpins her hair, shaking out the silt and twigs before braiding it back as best she can. Miller approaches, cups some of the rainwater in his hand to splash his face. You've been a very good sport about all this. Have you had to trek through the bush like this before? Not really, no. Spy work is not quite as adventurous as the storybooks may tell you. Do tell. I've always fancied it was all fast motor cars, coded telegrams, and firefights in dark alleys. There's a reason why my cover is being a lady solicitor. In reality, it's mostly ledger work and analysis. It's about being the woman no one notices at the garden party. I'm sitting in a stifling office in Sandakan for 6 months cross-referencing the manifest of every Japanese ship that docks in the harbor. It's noticing that a Japanese barber on a small street is suddenly taking photographs at a constabulary barracks. Arthur was actually right about that one. You don't go looking for a smoking gun. You look for the smell of the smoke before the fire even starts. You listen for the things people don't say. But you do carry a piece everywhere you go. We get trained to think that if I have to pull the trigger, Sergeant, it means I've failed at my primary task. Most of my adventures involve aching eyes from reading blurred carbon copies and fearing that I've missed one tiny detail in a shipping invoice. We're here now, miss, and you're walking through the Ulu with us. That's an adventure, surely. This is a failure, Thomas. The fact that we are fleeing through the trees means our spy network had failed. Our job was to see it coming. Thomas Miller signals Cynthia Seville to shush. You guys are back to the others. Stand to, everyone. The sun's touching the tree is not a peep. They go motionless. Arthur clutches his rifle, barefoot tucked under him. Sit in the dark, into the jungle. When they finally get to set up camp, they find a small cave in the limestones. It is easier to protect and will be able to rest more easily, if only for one night. And then, next watch in the swamps. At least we got a short one this time. Begins with large clouds forming above them and the heavens break. The first true monsoon deluge of their trek doesn't fall. It arrives as a solid wall of water. The group is startled from their sleep when the cave fills with water within seconds. They all grab their bags and boots quickly and run outside. I've never seen anything like it. That's not rain, it's a bloody waterfall. Stop messing around. Grab everything you can before it gets swept away. It's a godsend is what it is. They use the force of the water to scrub the crusty mud of the Nipa swamp from their arms and their chests. They hastily wrap their clothes on low-hanging branches so that the rain soaked through them, and they use the silt of their parang to batter them clean, the hilt of their parang. As suddenly it began, the deluge stops, followed immediately by the rising steam as the rainwater evaporates in the heat. Right, the fun's over, Hudson. The fun's over. Hudson, get those ground sheets spread. Need to dry the kit before the humidity turns everything to mold. Tweety, dry your sandal. I'll not have you hobbling on a wet foot. We've a long slog ahead. The ground's going to be like this skating rink after all that lot. The sergeant's right. We're heading to the limestone ridges of the Gometong outskirts. It'll be very slippery. We must cross them before the afternoon heat. So, if they're not going to get interaction and contact with escaping Japanese soldiers or patrolling Japanese soldiers, is this basically the part of the story where the devs show off all the geographic research that they did for the game. Goodwill Plantation 1, Ulu Jungle 1, 2, 3, 4, Nipa Swamps 1, 2, 3, Outskirts, Gometong. When are we gonna get to Sandakan? They're over halfway through. Gometong outskirts. Then maybe a little bit more over here. Then maybe outside the city and in. Massive limestone cliffs jutting from the green canopy. How many days has it been so far? They leave the 17th. One full day on the 18th. One full day on the 19th. And now it's the 20th, day 3 of their trek. Then 21, morning, afternoon, evening. 22, morning, afternoon, evening. So 5 full days and they arrive on the 23rd. Didn't expect the story would take such a linear turn today. Whether it's with Cynthia or with the Sterling Group, and the Sterling Group has so long to go. It'll probably be quick bam 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 once they get further into the Indian Ocean, up to the Red Sea, into the Mediterranean. Because the biggest danger is a risk of Japanese attack. And while the Pacific Empire spreads rather far out, I don't recall a lot of Japanese fighting around Arabia, but then again, war is ongoing, so I guess no. Once they're done with the Japanese, they gotta worry about the Germans, don't they? It's 1941, right? So the Italians probably aren't friendly to them either. They're gonna have a time. This is definitely gonna be a 3-day game, and it's gonna be mostly from the reading, too. Gomentong outskirts. After the low, muddy swamps, the terrain rises sharply to limestone ridges where the air gets thinner as they climb up. The winds shift, carrying the stench of ammonia from the droppings of millions of bats and swifts from the caves above. Droppings of bats and swifts. Keep a lookout for swift's nests. They're not only edible, but a delicacy and they preserve for weeks. Edible nest? How are they edible? What are they made of? I've always felt bad for things like the bird nest soup and such. But I've since learned that the majority of bird nest soup material is produced in farms. They're not going out and driving the bird extinct so much by finding their nests in the forest, grabbing them, depriving the birds of their livelihood and home just for their saliva. But they have like whole setups where birds produce their nests on a wide scale, and then they harvest their farmed nests and repeat over and over. Which I guess at least makes it more of a renewable resource. Shark fin I have no appreciation for. I don't care if it's a delicacy, since that's not as renewable, that's not being farmed up. And very often it is. Cut the fin off the shark, discard the rest, as if there's no good meat on that. So one delicacy I'm more leaning towards accepting upon learning that okay, it's not just harvesting from the wilds unsustainably. They do have farms going for it too. The other, still on my shit list. Saliva lad is solidified bird saliva. That sounds foul. I wish you hadn't told me that. You asked, bird whistle. Will you two shut up and concentrate? I don't want you losing your grip and slipping. Let's just keep moving. Scrambling up a steep rain-slick ridge. Bird whistle struggling mightily with his makeshift sandal being especially slippery. Bird whistle sees a shadow up above and looks up. High above them, swinging the breeze, are hundreds of wooden ladders and vine ropes. They hang from the mouths of many caves that form the top of the Gomantong. Is this for burial? I know that there's some caves where people put their ancestors. Good heavens, what are those for? That's where the collectors live, lad. Nah, it's for the collectors of the bird nests. The swiftlet nests are up there. Like I said, they're a delicacy. But how do they get up there? They climb, bird whistle, they climb. Blimey, you wouldn't catch me up there for all the king's gold. Those collectors must have hollow bones. It seems they've all bolted a while ago from the state of things, Stanley. Then further on... Distortion! The reconstruction is incorrect. Do they actually find Ludwig Harrow here? They do. They do. The pirates are hanging out at the Gomantong outskirts. They reach a small plateau, a natural shelf on the cliffside. The group is winded. Thomas Miller signals for a brief rest, but before he can even seat himself, he notices something jump from the shadows. A dozen figures step out from behind the screen of giant ferns. They are Suluk marauders, pirates with their chests etched with tribal ink, brandishing swords and rifles. Stanley Hudson scrambles to his feet, snapping his rifle up to his shoulder. Ambush, form a square. Arthur Bird Whistle whimpers as he fumbles with his bolt. Sarge, they're everywhere. It's a hopeless standoff. The pirates have the high ground in numbers. Cynthia Seville and the British soldiers are backed against a sheer limestone wall. One pirate, a man with a vicious scar across his throat, steps forward, his blade leveled at Thomas Miller's chest. Just as he prepares to swing, there's a sharp whistle from the rocks above. Ludwig Harrow emerges from the shadows of the fissure, heavy pistol tucked into a crimson sash. His eyes fall upon the group, eventually settling on Cynthia Seville. A low grin spreads across his face. Well, I'll be a son of a sea cook. The lady solicitor, I thought you'd been gutted by the Japanese by now. Cynthia Seville steps forward, her hand remaining on her revolver, her voice steady as ice. You're a long way from the plantation, Harrow. The world is upending itself, my dear. A man must find high ground when the enemy comes from the shores. And you? Trekking through the Ulu with a one-legged boy and a couple of old hands. And tell me, what of Bone and the rest of the poor devils? Did they salvage anything for the chaos? Bone is dead, the plantation is a charred ruin, and everyone is evacuating. Harrow looks genuinely saddened. He looks out towards the horizon where the smoke still lingers and back at Cynthia. He offers a slow, respectful nod. Dead, is he? A shame. I liked the old devil. He had pluck. Ludwig Harrow signals to his men to step back. They vanish back into the greenery as quickly as they appeared. Go on, then. Strike for the city. For the Japanese, hold the back roads to Sandakan. You'll have to take the Sepuluk crossing tracks if you want to make it. New location, but we haven't gotten the clear out for here yet, so we're going to spend a little bit more time with the outskirts before getting to the Sepuluk crossing. Why the help, Ludwig? Consider it a professional courtesy. I'd rather see you drown in the Atlantic than be executed by those little men from the north. Now get a move on before I change my mind. Sarge, did a pirate just let us go? Shut it, Private Bird Whistle. Just keep moving before the Almighty realizes he made a mistake. The group scrambles away, their boots slipping on the wet limestone. Bird Whistle glances back one last time, half expecting a volley of gunfire. That night, the group is doubly vigilant. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of a leaf sends a jolt of adrenaline through them. They huddle close to the fire, flames doing little to ward off the oppressive darkness of the jungle. So, all that foreshadowing with, is Ludwig gonna be here? Ludwig gonna be here? Met him. Bye to Ludwig again. The following morning, that's it. Outskirts are done. The group continues on their trek through the jungle. The terrain's still treacherous, the worst of the limestone ridges are behind them. They're making good time, but the humid heat has taken its toll. How much further to Sepulveda Crossing, Sergeant Miller? Not far now, Private. Just over this next ridge, we should be able to see the coast. As they crest the ridge, they are met with a breathtaking sight. Below them, the jungle stretches out as far as the eye can see, a sea of green broken only by the winding ribbon of the river. They make their way down the ridge. As they reach the bottom, they come across a small clearing where a group of locals are gathered around a fire. Look at that, a proper feed! Let's not jump the gun, it's their feast. We can be polite and stop for a spot of lunch if they'll have us. The locals are a group of Dusun hunters. The Dusun people are the largest indigenous group in North Borneo, farmers and fierce hunters. They look up as the group approaches. They are wary at first, but when they see that the group is not Japanese soldiers, they relax slightly. Good day to you, we're British soldiers. We're heading to Sandakan. The locals nod, understanding the word Sandakan. They gesture for the group to join them around the fire. They seem friendly enough. Aye, but keep your guard up. The group join the locals around the fire, and they are offered food and water. Bird Whistle tucks in with gusto. This is the best food I've had in weeks. I tell you, Miss Cynthia, if I ever get back to Yorkshire, I'm telling my dad to stop keeping sheep and start keep whatever these chaps are catching. This is properly grand. Thomas Miller sits slightly apart, watching the Dusun hunters and the rest of his party enjoy the food. He accepts a bamboo tube of water, nodding his thanks to the elder. You know, I've spent the last 48 hours calling you its shambles. I've called you pups, milk boys, and nuisances. Well, you weren't wrong about the nuisance bit where Tweedy's concerned, Sarge. I've seen a lot of men hit the Ulu for the first time, men with years of drill behind them, and I've seen them weep and break in the harshness of it all. But I'll say this for you lot, you've got guts, more than most in those circumstances. I'll drink to that. They all take a long drink from their bamboo tubes. And since that's it for the Gomantong outskirts to the Sepulveda Crossing. So much closer to Sandakan. How much further are we? Giant dipterocarp trees block out the sun. Permanent twilight in the forest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Sandakan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then Cynthia's journey probably opens up to here to a sea map of her own. Okay, afternoon, December 21st. John is somehow there now. After they've recuperated from lunch, they cross to the Epilop Reserve, where the giant dipterocarp trees soar 200 feet into the air, their interlocking crowns weaving a roof so dense. And then there were none. Snipers, ghosts in the trees. 2 death-related achievements. On the plus side, that might mean that this is the last of the deaths. Their interlocking crowns weaving permanent twilight, surprisingly clear of mines but full of moss, fungi, and the occasional giant millipede. The group moves through the giant trunks, feeling like ants. Even Arthur Bird Whistle's been silenced by the majesty of the place as they walk on the thick carpet of decaying leaves. I didn't think trees can grow this big. They're called dipterocarps. They're the giants of the jungle. The way the light shines through their branches looks like a cathedral. As they walk, they come across a clearing where a large orangutan is sat perched on a branch. It watches with soulful eyes, slowly peeling a wild fruit. Look, Sarge, Miss Cynthia, it's a man! There's a man in a fur coat up there! I mean, a man of Bhutan. That's no man, Tweety. That's the true master of Borneo. He's likely wondering what a starry sight like us is doing tramping through his neck of the woods. He's got a face just like my great uncle George. He's got a big bushy ginger beard. Look at him, he's winking at me. The group stops to watch the orangutan. Arthur Bird Whistle makes a clicking sound with his tongue. The orangutan tilts its head, it drops a fruit peel, and lets out a booming call that echoes through the trees. The group laughs. A few minutes later, the orangutan swings away, leaving the group in silence once more. We should keep moving, we're losing day. A crack, like the snap of a dead branch, shatters the moment. Thomas Miller doesn't scream. He simply jerks backwards. They've lost the sergeant. They've lost their NCOIC. I'm pretty sure it's a corporal that has the experience in the Ulu jungle. But Miller's got his experience. They're already one life down at a party of 4. Blood starts seeping through his khaki tunic. He looks at Cynthia Seville with a look of profound bewilderment before he collapses into the moss. Arthur Bird Whistle looks out in horror. Cynthia drops to the dirt. Sarge! Arthur, get down, you fool! Stanley Hudson scrambles behind a tree trunk, his face pale. What was that, a sniper? From the shadows of the massive trunk, shots crack through the air, hitting the trees around them. Snipers! It's the Japanese! Arthur Bird Whistle over the law, they're everywhere! Cynthia draws her pistol. Get behind me! The lady solicitor with the gun is having the Marines get behind her. The staccato chatter of a Japanese machine gun erupts behind the leaves, shredding the trees all around them. Stanley Hudson is propped against a massive root. He shoots in the direction of the muzzle flashes. They're in the canopy, 10 o'clock. They're in the bally trees. Bird Whistle lying there frozen in terror. He's staring at Miller's lifeless eyes. Look at me, Private, the sergeant is gone. If you want to see Yorkshire again, you pick up that rifle and you fire. Do you hear me? Fire! Cynthia lunges back into the kill zone as Hudson and Bird Whistle provide covering fire. The Japanese bullet is kicking up dirt around her heel. She seizes Miller's bag, containing the dispatches for the governor, and drags it back into cover. From the sergeant's belt, she snatches a grenade. She tears a pin out with her teeth. Now, I know that it's a common understanding that pulling the pin out with your teeth is a good way to lose your teeth. I know modern grenades. Modern grenades where you pull the pin and the spoon goes flying. It's not like just one pin, then it goes. But it wouldn't be impossible for an M67 to pull it out with your teeth, depending on the part of the process you're on. But I don't know of old World War II grenades that they might be using with the Royal British Navy or whatever. Stanley cover the left flank. Cynthia stands, arches her back, and hurls a grenade into a thick cluster of ferns where the muzzle flashes to the brightest. A loud explosion shakes the forest floor, and the machine gun stops for a minute. Now, bolt! Make for the back ridge. Don't look back! The 3 survivors flee through the shadows of Sepulok, leaving Thomas Miller's body behind. They've only just made it to Sepulok Crossing. I kinda want to see something, and then there were none. We're hopping around the achievements. We still don't have the mystery achievement here. And then there were none, question mark. That does lead me to believe that that's all the deaths, that there's going to be hardships, but Noah's probably going to die from here on out. Now they made it easy. They took the sergeant out. He's no longer in the rotation here. You know, technically I could just hop along further. I don't have to do every single bit of the story. I could make estimations. Okay, go over here, and then we get... Or hop along... Where was it? Nipa Swamps? Is Nipa Swamp here? Then no, the Nipa Swamp is gonna be over there. And then we... Let's jump ahead a little bit. Jump ahead, we get the Gomantong outskirts. Gomintang outskirts, alright. Let me try to estimate 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try over here. Dosun Hunters. Oh, we don't have a location. What if I go back one? Sepilong Crossing? Okay, Sepilong Crossing. How about 1, 2, 3 over here, over here, over here? Or where'd the Sarge go? So you could kind of jump around the timeline, the same as you always could. Nothing's stopping you. The only thing that stops you is not having the locations out yet, which is why you want to like pop out a little bit at a time if you really want to do it that way. We can't just warp to Sandakan. We at least gotta get several legs of the journey first. Cynthia, Stanley, and Birdwhistle. They ran until the light failed completely, leaving Japanese patrol squarely behind them. They collapsed under one of the trees, their lungs burning, their uniforms soaked with sweat. Cynthia slumps against the damp wood, her breath coming in ragged, painful hitches. She clutches Miller's bag close to her chest. Hudson throws his rifle down in anger. Bird whistles crying, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. He's gone. He's bloody gone. We left him. We left him so you could live, Arthur. Pull yourself together. He wouldn't want you to be like this. He knew the risks. Bird whistle flinches but doesn't look up. Hudson sinks to his knees, his head in his hands. It's my fault. I should have done something. There was nothing to be done, Stanley. They had us pinned. We didn't even see them. They were ghosts. We're alive. That's all that matters. When I had that malaria in 39, he sat up 3 nights pouring quinine down my throat. He was a good man. He was a good man and we left him. We just bloody left him there to rot. He deserves a proper burial. Cynthia opens Miller's bag. Inside, and nestled among the damp maps and a half-eaten tin of biscuits, is the dispatches for the governor. He wouldn't have wanted a burial, Stanley. He would want us to get these dispatches delivered to the governor. Hudson looks up, his eyes red-rimmed. Bird Whistle stops crying, his attention caught. Bird Whistle wipes his eyes. So, we should continue on our mission? For the Sarge? We should. Listen to me, both of you. The service doesn't give us the luxury of mourning today, but I swear to you, we will make the Sarge's death mean something. We'll carry this bag to its destination. Hudson stands up, his resolve returning. Then let's get on with it. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can get back to civilization. Right, civilization. And a pint. Cynthia manages a weak smile, takes the dispatches back. Come on, you two, we've got a long way to go. Next stop, Batu Sapi. Batu Sapi. Just outside the city. 3-legged sandstone rock formation that looks like a cow standing in the sea. How many days of Batu Sapi? Well, I guess it's just one day here. Morning, December 22nd. Afternoon, evening. Then the 23rd. They're out of the jungles now, though. Or they're getting close to being out of it. We've uncovered everything there is to see in this location. We're making brisk progress. They walked all night in silence. They couldn't bring themselves to make camp and just wanted to make good time and reach civilization as soon as possible. The darkness of the primary forest is replaced by the brutal glare of the equatorial sun reflecting off the Sulu Sea. They sat on a low sandstone bluff. Below them sits Batu Sapi. Coastal area in Sandaka renowned for a natural 3-legged buffalo-shaped rock formation created by erosion. Located near the beach in Karamunting, the landmark is steeped in local legend where it is believed to be the transformed body of a heroic buffalo that fought a crocodile to save a local village. In peacetime, it's a popular tourist site, but in wartime, it's a desolate place. We're out then. We're really out of the trees. Aye, that's a cow. That means you're close now, 5 miles from the Jubilee Tower. Cynthia moves to the bluff, shooting her eyes against the shimmering haze of the bay. In the distance, the whitewashed buildings of Sandakan are visible. Oily black smoke spirals into the sky from the waterfront, sawmills, and the oil godowns are all ablaze. Good God, they put the whole Bali town to the torch. That's the work of the British. They're destroying everything on their way out. We need to hurry or there'll be no one left. They'll have all evacuated. Look there, Hudson, by the harbor behind the headland. They could see an Imperial Japanese destroyer sitting at the mouth of the bay, waiting for any British vessel to attempt to break for the open sea. It's the 23rd of December. How is she going to get to Sri Lanka with Sandakan blocked in like half a month's time? A Fubuki class by the look of her. She's corking the bottle. No one is sailing out of Sandakan. So what do you do now? We keep moving. We'll find a way to get to Sandakan. We'll deliver these dispatches. We'll enter the city from the cliffs. From the cliffs? Well, there's not too much left, so I guess they could get there by the next time of day. Into the fire. There's no place else to go now but Sandakan. Afternoon, evening, then morning. They skirt the low-lying Chinese town. Commercial heart of Sandakan, bustling district of shop houses, markets where the local Chinese community conduct their business. A vibrant hub of activity with the sounds of commerce and the aroma of spices filling the air. Where the rattle of gunfire, the screams of panicked population drift up from the waterfront. They make their way to the wireless station. The tall, steepled telegraph masts of the wireless station have been felled like timber, their cables lying in the dirt. Radio communication to and from the outside world is now impossible. They can see the Secretariat buildings down below, as well as the docks. A jumble of scuttled ships and burning launches. Everyone's running, Corporal. Are we too late? Has the governor bolted? He won't have bolted, Bird Whistle. A British governor doesn't leave his post, he gets dragged from it. To the government house on the double. I mean, everyone at the government knew that this is going to happen. So for all we know, maybe they did torch the lucrative commercial stuff and then fled. All of them. They reach the gate of the government house. Inside, everyone is running around frantically. Clerks are dealing with masses of locals and refugees trying to find a way out. The group is ignored as they enter and left to their own devices. They find the governor to study, stiff drink in hand. Cynthia salutes him as they enter. Governor, I carry dispatches from Commander Fairfax. Fairfax? Is he still alive? We heard the Japanese had reached the Sulu coast yesterday. The Navy held them for a time, sir. These dispatches contain the Navy's final coordinates for the evacuation. Is there a vessel available for these men? A vessel? Look out the window, my dear. They have the harbor by the throat. No merchantman is clearing that harbor today or any day soon. We're merely waiting for the knock at the door now. But it's time to finish this. Hudson, Bird Whistle, follow me. I have one last mission to conduct, and you may as well accompany me. Second to the last of our journey. There could be Fairfax here. We going to get Fairfax yet? We do have Fairfax. Cynthia leads the two bewildered soldiers away from the government district up the residential hills to an unassuming bungalow. Hold on. Bungalow. The moment the front door is bolted, her fiancé John emerges from the shadows. John Fairfax sees the two soldiers and pauses for a second before opening his arms to greet Cynthia Seville. Ah, my beloved, finally. He had to pause for a moment, so it could be that he's reading the room and then maintaining his cover. There's a possibility that they aren't actually engaged. You can drop the act, John. We're at war and past the subterfuges. This is Stanley and Arthur. They're with me. Lads, this is John Fairfax, my handler. Commander Fairfax's brother. So it was a ruse, and he does have a role in the British colonial project. Fine, report agent, and be quick. They're at the Jubilee Tower. Sandakan Jubilee Clock Tower is a historic landmark located in Sandakan. Notable structure, colonial British Borneo. Survived the war, but demolished soon after when the town was rebuilt. I may have failed in my primary mission, but seeing what's happening on our front door, I doubt it matters. On the other hand, I've got something much better in these circumstances. She's got the mist report. The formulae for the green mist. Everything the service requires to manufacture it. An SIS agent Lucas Sterling is on his way back to the Allies with the countermeasures, but this is a sword to match his shield. Capital work, Agent Seville. This will make the board of directors sit up and take notice. As John Fairfax reads through the documents, Stanley Hudson takes a look around and finds a hidden room with wireless equipment. I say, who are you people truly? We're the ghosts of the machine, Stanley, and we're your only ticket out of this graveyard. The harbor's blocked, but the seaplane base, the western inlet, is still holding. Seaplane! We have a Catalina, a military flying boat, prepped for a dawn run for Colombo. So they're just going to completely take the seaplane and fly from Sandakan's over here, right? Somewhere in North Borneo. There's no way that one seaplane in 1941 can make it all the way across the South China Sea, through the southern Bay of Bengal, the eastern Indian Ocean, to Sri Lanka without a few stops. Their gas tank isn't that huge. This is a lot of the planet in between. Dawn run to Colombo. A flying boat? We're gonna fly to London? Not quite London, lad, but we'll get you to Ceylon in 48 hours. Yeah, 48 hours of flight in 1941. They'll be popping along here and there. It's a tight squeeze and loud as anything, but it beats hanging around here waiting to die. And so here we go. Their last moments in Sandakan, and the last of anybody's moments in North Borneo. Away they all go. Next morning, the Catalina sits low in the water of a hidden cove. Cynthia Seville, Stanley Hudson, and Arthur Bird-Whistle in clean uniforms scramble through the waist-high hatch. The plane begins its takeoff run. Keep your chin up, boys. Next stop, the Galface Hotel. Bird-Whistle looks down the burning city and the plane lifts off. Look at that, Stanley. We're flying. We're really flying away from it all. Good riddance to the Ulu. I won't miss her, Arthur. The flying boat banks west, climbing into the clouds. The long flight towards the Indian Ocean has begun. I found all I could concerning Cynthia now. Read it up in a side report. It might still be of interest to someone. Report on Cynthia's fates. We have the final report. We haven't completed that investigation yet. Report complete investigation. We got 2 different complete investigations now. What do we think? Would pressing the complete investigation button fully end the game, bring us credits, and so we'll have to start over again from the beginning to get to this point? Or could we complete an investigation and then continue on? 15th April 1948, London, Mr. Goodwill. I now know what happens to Cynthia. She escaped Sandakan with a missed report and made it to Ceylon. I should try to reach out to her, get her side of the story at some point, but that's not for today. For now, I can close that chapter, Delphine. So, let me export a save. We can't make a manual save, but I could export save data in the form of a file that I download. Borneo save 2026 430 already exists. Huh, that's yesterday's save. It must be using some other time zone's calendar for the reckoning. Do I want to replace it? Yes. And then import said save. Instead of just having a file. It's a file, but it's an external file. So let's at least then report on Cynthia's, complete that investigation. The spy who flew away, what happened to Cynthia. So that does just give us credits. So I guess now begins the... Well, we'll look for the credits, because they worked hard on this game, and it's a nice game. But then I guess we'll see if the game continues from here, or if I do have to import the save. Tested by the saddest rhino, Thor himself. And a thanks to the player for playing. Delphine will be back. Is this all just a prelude? Is this freebie game, with its sometimes heart-wrenching character stories, and its well-researched backdrop, merely a prelude? A first free sample before they somehow produce an even bigger project that will be worth paying money for after they impress us with this bit. February 1964, knock at the front door. 1964, so this is an additional nearly 20 years later. Who could that be? Coming. Hello, Delphine. Agent Seville, what brings you here? I'm in danger. I don't know who to trust anymore. I need your help. What's wrong? What's going on? One of our best agent and a very dear friend of mine has disappeared. The last time I spoke to him, he said he was onto something big, that it was being followed. I'm worried sick, but I fear the worst, that someone from the inside is responsible. The sequel hook? Now that we had one free game, exploring Delphine's psychometry abilities, establishing the justification for her Oberdin-esque, Golden Idol-esque, piecing together pieces of the past type puzzle ability. Then we're in the swingin' 60s, babies, yeah. Arthur Bird Whistle becomes one of her agents. To be continued. To be continued. But first, can I continue? Okay. So you can just continue on from that point. So we might as well complete the final report. Complete that investigation. We have done it, Mr. Goodwill. The truth is finally laid to bear. Your sister Loon wasn't lost to the flame. She survived that night, escaped the plantation, and I'm hoping she found a new life here in England. Credits! It's rather abrupt. A couple of lines of text. We figured it out. Press a button. Or not even. We figured it out with the Cynthia one. Just press a button for music. So I have to wonder then if all the endings have a post-credit, some kind of closure or a sequel hook. Delphine will be back. We've already got the sequel hook in the 60s by way of Cynthia coming in, revealing that Arthur Bird Whistle has become one of her agents, and something's gone rotten. What if it's the same sequel hook each time? And it's only through no sequel hook, that's it. That one's very abrupt. So we got everything for Cynthia's journey. Okay, achievements. The spy who flew away. 10 little Indians, snipers. We still have this hidden achievement we haven't gotten. We're getting deeper down the list and still haven't seen this one. Hidden. We haven't discovered all guests yet. What happened in the night? Happened to Cynthia. Unlock all endings. Unlock all glossary. So, one of these We've only got 2 hidden achievements left. One of them is going to be getting the ending here for this journey. We finished everything there is to do in the Goodwill Plantation. We've solved the events of the day before the deaths, the evening of the attack, and the fallout afterwards. We fully followed Cynthia's journey from start to finish to Sandakan, to the point where she meets up in Colombo. Actually meeting up with Cynthia. Now, I thought for sure, I was thinking to myself that they still gotta get through the rest of the Indian Ocean, through the Red Sea. Then when they get to the Mediterranean here, World War II is still going on. So, I'm sure there's still hardships and hazards in the Mediterranean, or the Atlantic and the Channel before they even get to England. But how many days are left for here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If this is all there is left, it's gonna be wordy. My jaw and my tongue are gonna turn into rubber, and my grasp of the English language is going to erode as the minutes go on. Well, we could finish this today. It's only been 5 hours and 28 minutes of stream. So how about this? If we finished all of Goodwill Plantation. Fully finished. We finished all of Cynthia's journey. It's done, this little compact thing. This march through North Borneo. And all we have left is 11 days of journey here. Between the 1st of January, 1942, to the 6th of February, 1942. That'll be 1 month's journey. And then we jump forward to May 14th, 1946. That's probably going to be where the Truth of Luna is. And that's a couple of years before the start of the game. And then July 1st, 1948. A few months after the start of the game. For the proper conclusion. So 2 months journey at sea. I don't know my early mid 20th century sea travel time. So I don't know if this is reasonably 2 months here. It probably would it be? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the timeline would be for getting all the way over here. This could be 2 months, so we could be looking at points in the Red Sea, in the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, than the arrival. But I'm gonna make the executive decision and say that we'll finish this today. So if I'm gonna push into maybe an 8-hour of dictation and sloppy reading, look at all these rivers that Paradox refuses to acknowledge because being Swedish developers, Spanish developers, they have a very certain centric view of how their simulation should represent things in Europa Universalis 5, when they straight up said that a river is not worth representing for the gameplay bonuses unless it has a minimum specific size and length. So, all these rivers coursing through this Rump Peninsula on the edge of Asia, all these rivers all throughout Asia, all these rivers in Africa, don't exist in EU5. They don't meet the baseline criteria, no matter how important they might have been even for British commercial and navigation purposes. Either way, let me get myself a BRB before we make the big push to the end of this. I'm sure they'll change their mind eventually. You know Paradox, they always change their mind with things. They start off with one very strict vision, or a loose vision, and a few ideas that they want firm, and as game development goes on, they chip away at it year after year after year. Alright, let's bring this story to a close now. Cynthia's been finished. The day of the attack is finished. And everybody who has survived has reunited here. Hong Kong fallen, Singapore under fire. Get the sample to Whitehall. To the new year, may it be and better than it started. Loon, Lucas, Rose, and now Cynthia has joined the party. The next morning, we've uncovered everything here. Cynthia Seville takes them to a back room in the Galface Hotel. Room is filled with chests and crates, and Cynthia unlocks its first chest. Had my people raid the Admiralty stores and the local apothecaries. You're entering the most treacherous leg of the journey. I'll not have you arriving in London looking like shivering specters. Take as much as you need. Heavy tan-colored fabric. Is this Burberry? Gabardine trench coats for the lot of you. They're civilian pattern, but lined with wool fleece. You've been in the 90-degree heat of Borneo for years. The Atlantic in February will freeze like a literal slap in the face. Put them on the moment you clear the Suez. On the provision, Cynthia? The merchantman's galley is already beginning to reek of rancid fat. Next crate, silver tin, Horlick's malted milk tablets. The RAF boys use them. I've also packed several jars of Bovril. A cup of hot beef tea will do more than for your fortitude than a bottle of gin. My mouth and tongue are already failing. Picked up a small ground glass bottle. What's this one? Smells strange. Hyoscine tablets. Bay of Bengal was merely a warm-up. The Arabian Sea next could be devilish time of year. If the horizon starts to tilt, take one every 6 hours. It'll make your mouth feel like a Sahara dust storm, but it'll keep your stomach where it belongs. And the quinine? Fresh supply of tabloids, enough to last until you hit London. Mediterranean damp often brings the malarial shakes back with a vengeance. Keep the dose regular, Lucas. Lastly, British Army wool blankets. Rough as a badger's back, but they're pure wool. Wrap yourself in them once you hit the desert nights. The desert air is deceptively cold. Turn this into a walking supply depot, Cynthia. You'll need it, Rose. They're already striking for Burma. The U-boats are everywhere. You're carrying an important package. Least the service can do is ensure you have a warm coat and a steady stomach when you deliver it. My only concern is that this bounty will draw the eye of every desperate soul on that deck. We're immensely grateful, Cynthia, but don't mistake me. We must tread warily from here on. We'll need to keep our heads down and try to pack it in as small a crate as possible. While I'm staking my claim on the Garbadines, the blankets, I've no intention of arriving in London as a human icicle. And I shall want the malted milk and Bovril. Loon is still pretty much a kid despite all this. There's a bit of a hinting that there's jealousy going on, with Loon wanting Lucas away from Rose. But Lucas and Rose already feel like a done deal. Which means that you shall have to handle carrying it for all of us, darling husband. Aye, aye, Mrs. Sterling. So we're making the big jump. Half the Indian Ocean, we've decided, is now the Arabian Sea. The great blue empty. 1, 2, 3. Cynthia's long gone. The next day. I keep doing that. Click to the next area, but instead of the same time period. Lucas Sterling rigged a makeshift tent using 2 of the British Army wool blankets draped over a spare spar to provide shade. Rose and Loon sit on the raining blankets. Do hurry along, Mr. Sterling. I have a strong craving for a cup of Bovril. I never thought I'd see the day when meat extract was a height of luxury, but here it is. Rose, just wait. They get back to England and post-war economy. Spam for years. Loon is popping a Horlick's tablet into her mouth, crunching contentedly. It's like eating a malted cloud, Rose. I'd forgotten things that taste like, well, things other than boiled mutton and salt. Here we are. Bovril tea out of Cynthia. It's thick enough to float a coin in, but I'll put in... Ah! Thick enough to float a coin in, but I'll put the iron back in your blood. As I sip the salty brew, a dozen flying fish burst from the water, gliding over the surface. One lands with a thwack on the cabin floor. I remember flying fish. Some days we come back from fishing, and the bottom of the boat is just carpeted in them. There's not really much you can do about them sometimes. Loon gasps and erupts in a fit of giggles. Lucas, we have an uninvited guest for tea. Lucas chuckles at the sight of the fish flapping frantically. I say, do you have your papers with you, little fish? Or are you a clandestine on our fine ship? Rose jumps up dramatically, grabs Loon by the arms. Quick, Loon, he's a scout for the King of the Sea. We must return him to his watery kingdom before he dries out. Rose and Loon both reach for the slippery fish as it slips through their hands, and for a chaotic moment, they're both squealing with laughter as the fish eludes them, sliding across the floor. Finally, they scoop it up together and fling it back into the sea. Loon wipes a stray tear of laughter. Oh, did you see his eyes? He looked positively affronted. It's a capital omen, little moon. I didn't know a fish could fly. I'd read about them in my picture books. I never dreamt I'd have one on my lap. When we hit London, I shall spoil you rotten. I shall take you to Selfridge's, and we shall buy the most scandalous hats of the building. We'll look like little screen sirens, and we'll make my darling husband carry all the boxes home. I shall carry them with pride, my dear. Though I suspect I'll need more than a malt and milk to survive a trip to the shops of the two of you. Rose reaches to the crate and pulls out one of the garbadine trench coats. She drapes it over Loon's legs like a heavy quilt. There, a bit of Burberry to keep the evening chill off. We're going home in style, Loon. Keep your pecker up. Keep your pecker up? I'm keeping it up, Rose. I truly am. And so this is 8th of January, 4 days later to 12th of January. They're completely skipping my birthday. Lucas and Rose gone to the upper deck to join the water queue, leaving Loon alone in the cabin. Slumped on the lower bunk, weakly fanning herself with a limp handkerchief. Scent of Bovril tea Luna Godel drank earlier, so clinging to the air. Loon notices a shadow at the door that lingers there for a while, that an insistent rattle of the door handle. Rose, Lucas, is that you? The door shoved open with a violent crack. Two men stand there looking menacing. There, I told you, look at that stuff. Proper rations. Loon screams, scrambling back against the wall. One of the men tries to calm her down. We're starving, missy. My wife hasn't kept a bit of the ship's fare down in 3 days. We just want a bit of your food shared with us. The other spots a box of Bovril and reaches for it. Loon lunges for the small crate. No, it's all we have. Lucas, Rose. The rough man steps forward and roughly wrenches Loon's hands away from the crate. He shoves her back onto the mattress. Please, be a sport. We've lost everything, too. You've lost everything, have you? You have a cabin and a father and a white shirt. We're sleeping in the muck by the boilers. We just want our fair share. It's our turn. The two men run out, disappearing into the crowded corridor before Loon can even scream again. 10 minutes later, Lucas and Rose return, carrying a single lukewarm carafe of water. They find the cabin door broken, and Loon curled in a ball on the floor, weeping silently. Rose drops the water in shock. Loon! Lucas looks around the cabin for any clues. Good God, what's happened? Loon, speak to me. Did they hurt you? Gestures towards the crate, choking on tears. They took it. The Bovril, the malted milk. I tried to stop them, Rose, but I was too weak. The evil vultures. They must have smelt it through the vents. It's not just the food, Lucas. They've laid hands on her in a British ship under the King's colors. We're being picked apart by our own. They run out. Okay, not in that way. It's only 10 minutes. He ran away. I'll not have this. I'm gonna find the Master-at-Arms. We may be DBS, but we're still human beings, and I'll see those scoundrels in irons before the sun sets. Steady on. You'll merely inflame the situation. We need to keep our heads down and keep our mouths shut. Now cease this talk of a scrap and just be the family man I need right now and console Loon. He heads back to the cabin, kneels down, joins Rose, embraces Loon. 4 days after that. sweltering heat of the tropics. Finally evaporated, replaced by the biting chill that rolls off the desert sands at night. Lucas, Rose, Loon are huddled together, the sheltered side of the deck wrapped in the British Army blankets Cynthia provided. I never thought I'd pine for the humidity of Borneo, but this wind is positively glacial. I cannot feel my nose. I never felt so cold. Is this what England is like? Only on a good day, little moon. By the time we hit English Channel, you'll think this was a summer jaunt. Rose slaps Lucas's back hard. Don't tease her like that. She'll believe you and never want to go. I'm only mildly exaggerating. She'll have to get used to it, hence the thick wool. I can never get used to this. I shall be wearing big woolly coats and blankets and hats all the time. Yeah, kinda. And thick leather gloves. Drink some tea, it'll warm you up. I know it's not Bovril, but it'll keep the cold away. I'd give a sovereign just for one of those malted milks right now, just to make the tea taste better. You know, there's one rule I've always lived by. Never keep all your eggs in one basket. Lucas, what are you playing at? In her pocket of his jacket, silver Dunhill cigarette case. Snaps it open. No cigarettes, 3 white chalky discs nestled inside the slip lining. The Horlicks, Lucas, you scoundrel, you hid some. I slipped a few into my case the moment Cynthia handed them over. A bit of insurance for a rainy day. Or in this case, a freezing night in the Arabian Sea. Rose pops a tablet, sucks on it, Loon crunches contently. It makes the tea almost bearable, thank you, Lucas. Lucas wraps his arm around them both, holding the family tight against the wind. They're officially family now in the pros. We shall all pull through. We'll clear the Suez Canal in 3 days. They'll be within reach of home. Loon snuggles in, her eyes drooping. Can we talk of the trains? Can you talk of the trains to London? Tell me again about the fog, the bridges, the big clock. Suez Canal time. Over the Indian Ocean, Red Sea went without any sort of report. Passing through the desert. All 3 of them. The next day, Lucas rose. That's it for the Suez. And Loon, standing at the rail of the boat deck, views no longer the infinite blue of the Indian Ocean, but a narrow river of water cutting through the Sinai Desert. Good heavens, I'd quite forgotten that the air could feel like this. It's like a slap in the face after years of being boiled alive. As the desert rose, we're in Egypt now. The Orient is officially behind us. Look, there are camels, real camels. I could see camels, Rose. Can you believe it? Lucas notices a rusted mast of a sunken merchantman sticking out of the shallow water to the bank. We're out of the Japanese's reach. We're in Mussolini's backyard now. I'm going to imagine that this leg of the journey is going to go by relatively briskly. This is basically the escape from the Hellfire, and they're mostly away from the Hellfire, the Japanese invasion. Not totally clear. They do have more Axis powers to worry about here. But it's all linear. They can't exactly have that many more hardships. Small flat-bottomed boat pulls alongside the blue funnel merchantman. Man in a fez scrambles up a road ladder. A crowd of refugees gather as he reaches the deck. Who is this? I suspect he's a gully man, a performer. They're common in these parts, coming up to entertain the folks for a few coins. The gully men. I'd heard the old hands at the club talk of them when I was young. I never thought I'd see the day. The gully man is a magician and approaches Loon Goodwill, his hands moving in a blur. He reaches behind the girl's ear and pulls out a tiny, live yellow chick. Oh, how did he... Look, it's perfectly real. Lucas tosses a small silver coin to the magician. Well done, good man. The 3 of them stand together, watching the magician's absurd tricks as the desert sun begins to dip. Lucas hands out a gabardine trench coat to Loon. Put this on, little moon. It's got some weight to it, but you'll thank me for it by the nightfall. It's so heavy. I feel like a soldier. Rose and Lucas don their own trench coats. Apparently, the Wi-Fi takes breaks too, but on a different schedule than my own. Let me get things back up and running here. It's been so consistently inconsistent lately. It's marvelous. Connecting, no internet. Refresh over here. No, not the Twitch homepage in full. The refresh button above it. There we go. There we go. Alright, bitrate stable. Just being dumb for a second. Alright, to the Mediterranean Sea. As Lucas and Rose continue to spice up their relationship. Likely to get hairy as they get closer to the Germans and the Italians. Suez Canal, very brisk. Mediterranean. We've only got how much further in this journey? The cold shock of Europe. We got this bit, then 1, 2, 3. Just the journey is almost done. They're almost to Britain. I'm going to assume that nobody died in the night. Let's see, Suez Canal was January 19th, now it's the 21st, 2 days. And then Gibraltar next. Or just jumping straight through the Mediterranean. Oh, they're playing bocce? Oh, that's not bocce ball. That's German. We learned that earlier. Lucas, Rose, and Loon huddled on the deck, their Burberry collars turned up against the spray. Blue Funnel Merchantman is part of a small convoy now, flanked by 2 elderly V-class destroyers. The mood of the boat has shifted very quickly. Even the stewards look as though they're waiting for a death sentence. They have a reason to be. I had a word with the signals officer near the wireless room. Marseille is effectively a German harbor now, and the French government is holed up in Vichy, playing a double game, helping the Nazis root out the remaining Free French forces. They can't be trusted. Our only sanctuary is a rock Gibraltar. Gibraltar, is it far? 1,000 miles of open target practice, Loon. We have to tread the needle between Sicily and Tunisia. The Italians have their submarines lurking in the waters, so the Luftwaffe can reach us from the airfields of the north within 30 minutes. So, from the Japanese army in Borneo to the Nazis of the Mediterranean Sea, is getting through life-threatening challenges just becoming our daily life, Lucas? I know I've said this countless times throughout our journey, but this is really the most dangerous part. They're desperate to cut the Suez lifeline. Every ship that finds bottom is a victory for the Germans. It's a mild slur. This isn't exactly like on any, oh, it's gonna get you on a list kind of thing. But I'm going to keep my tongue clean, okay? We'll be sailing in a permanent zigzag from here to the Atlantic. Looks at the escort destroyer with concern. Can that little boat truly stop a bomber? I don't give much faith to our escorts. They couldn't have provided any older relics if they tried. Well, I've already survived a Japanese landing, an air raid bombing, and lived in a tiny sardine can with you and Loon for weeks. I'm in no mood to be interrupted by an Italian torpedo. I promise you this, you and Loon will be the first boat lowered if we do get hit. I'll see you back to the rock if I have to swim the bally distance myself. Rose leans over, kisses him on the cheek. Don't play the martyr, it doesn't suit the husband I've grown accustomed to. Siren sound for the destroyer. A signal to change course, the merchantman begins its first zigzag maneuver to the heart of the Mediterranean Sea. We have Gibraltar, but we're not there yet. We're still in the Mediterranean, for the 21st or the 24th. Maybe the 28th we'll get there. And then a week later, to London perhaps. Mediterranean Sea. And there it is. Instincts tell me uncovered everything there is to see in this location. High in the northern sky, 3 silver specks emerge with the sun's glare. The ship erupts in chaos. The emergency gong clangs incessantly. Lucas, Rose, and Loon are thrown against the wall as the ship makes a tight turn. Stukas. Junker Jew 87. Famous German dive bomber. Ground attack aircraft used by the Luftwaffe in World War II. Get to the center of the deck. Stay away from the glass. A second later, a concussive blast rocks the ship. A bomb has hit the forward crane. The giant structure collapses, destroying part of the deck. The escorts are firing with all their might. One of the planes disintegrates in midair. A second junker, its wing clipped, spirals down and hits the water hard. The attack lasts only minutes. The remaining Nazi plane flees north, chased by the destroyer's shells. The deck is full of wounded refugees hit by the fallen crane. Lucas, Sterling, and Rose step out from behind cover to take stock of the destruction. Sailors running around barking orders. Rose, help with fetching sand buckets. Rose discards her coat, rolls up her sleeves. Right you are. Lucas and Rose plunge headfirst into the fray. They join a frantic fire party of sailors and refugees. While Lucas helps out with plugging a leak, Rose works hard, passing heavy buckets of sand to smother the flames. In the galley, which has been turned into a makeshift dressing station, Luna's on her knees, her floral dress ruined, ripping long strips of white linen from a salvaged tablecloth that turned into dressings. She hands the strips to a ship's surgeon who is tending to the wounded sailors. Lune looks away from the blood, not quite ready for that yet. Rose enters. Lune, oh, there you are. Thank heavens you're unhurt. We couldn't find you. I'm helping, Rose. There isn't enough lint. I've already used up the tablecloths I could find. I'm starting on the napkins now. Rose takes a pair of shears from a nearby table, joins Lune on the floor. Here, give her the other end. We'll strip the whole room bare if we have to. Lucas walks in, covered in soot and sweat, sees the two women, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of pride and respect. I'll go get you girls some tea. And that's it. They're out of the Mediterranean. January 28th, they've made their way to Gibraltar. And that's it for Gibraltar. Takes about a moment to get through. After the terror of the Mediterranean, the sight of Gibraltar feels like the first true sanctuary in Europe where they can finally put their guard down. Thanks to Cynthia Seville's connections, the family is not sent to the crowded refugee camps on the racecourse. Instead, they are tucked away in a requisition flat in the old town. The house is small and only made up of 2 rooms, but it's more than enough for the 3 of them. A small coal fire illuminates the room. Lune's already asleep in the small annex, exhausted by her journey. Lucas and Rose sit by the fire. Rose extending her hands towards the heat. I'm sure I'll never be warm again, Lucas. This dreadful rock is a refrigerator. It's the Atlantic air, Rose. It's purifying. They sit awkwardly for a while. We've cleared the Mediterranean. The Secretariat isn't watching us here. We could stop the whole marriage shenanigan if you wished. You can take off the ring. Is that what you want, Rose? Rose stares into the fire, pensive. I find I've lost the script, Lucas. I've spent years in Borneo playing the born mem, then weeks on that rust bucket playing your devoted wife. I'm sure I don't know who I am or what I'm feeling anymore. I'll tell you who you are. I'll tell you who was there. A woman with more moxie than anyone I ever met. A woman who kept her polish while the world burned. A woman I truly respect and admire, more than admire. I told you in the Bay of Bengal that I didn't want to cross a bar alone. I wasn't playing then, Rose. I haven't been playing for a long time. Rose turns her chair to face him, eyes searching his. Are you truly keen on me, or is this just the fever of the escape? Lucas takes her hand, his thumb tracing the ring he gave her in Singapore. It's not the fever. I've been carrying a torch for you for a long while now. I don't want to be your intended for the manifest anymore. I want to be your husband when we get to Tilbury Docks. For real. New location? You absolute fool. You could have any number of eligible women. Why a broken planter's widow? Lucas leans in for a kiss. Rose responds in kind, her hands finding his bare chest under his sweater. Kids, look away. He leads her towards a small bed in the corner. Outside, a searchlight sweeps across the window, illuminating them for a second before plunging the room back into warm, private amber of the fire. And so that just leaves Tilbury Docks. That's it. Home, but everything has changed. The final step of the journey. February 6, 1942. They're finally free from war and terror for a little bit. 2 months ago. 1.5 months, let's see. December to early February. And then May 2 years before the game starts, and July after the game starts. Tilbury Docks, the happy family has landed. That's all we have here. The arrival is not the triumphant return they had envisioned during those sweltering nights of the Malacca Strait. London is a world of ashen gray and charcoal, the shoreline full of destroyed warehouses and bomb craters. Good heavens, what have they done to the city? One of the sailors they got in friendly with over the journey is having a cigarette next to them. It's been 18 months of relentless bombings, Mrs. Sterling. It's so quiet, so deathly quiet. They descend the gangway into the Tilbury Customs shed. They see women in dungarees and heavy boots hauling crates. At the processing desk, an official in civil defense armband barely looks up as he inspects her forged papers. DBS from the East, eh? You're the last of the lucky ones. Singapore's practically in the bag for the Japanese. Here's your emergency ration books. You've got 14 days of coupons. Use them wisely. He slides 3 small paper booklets across the desk and snaps her papers. Move along. Loon Goodwill picks up her rations book, staring at the coupons for various goods. What does this mean? Her first time being poor, huh? Lucas takes the booklets and tucks them into his coat. It means we're not out of the woods, Loon. They exit the dock to catch the train to central London. As the train pulls out, they pass through the East End. Entire streets have been leveled. People are queuing in the rain for a single loaf of bread, their gas mask boxes slung over their shoulders. We fled one graveyard only to land in another. They look so shattered. We deliver the vial to Whitehall tonight. Then we find a hotel with a cellar, and tomorrow we start our new life together. He grabs her hand tight. She instinctively puts her hand on his. Loon puts her head against the glass, stroking the pearls as she watches the barrage balloons high in the sky. Barrage balloons used to protect London from dive bombers, filled with hydrogen, were tethered to the ground with steel cables, designed to force enemy planes to fly higher to reduce bombing accuracy. Blighty, Lucas, it's not like your stories. Psychic energy gets intense, and the full tapestry of the shared life together just opens up to me suddenly. Is there more? Are we gonna open up a whole new map? I see Loon Goodwill, no longer the happy little miss has been broken by circumstance, blossoming into a woman of remarkable tenacity and independence. I see Lucas Sterling and Rose Goodwill, fully in love and devoted to each other. I see where they have found sanctuary in London at a modest terrace house. They are happy. So 2 years before the start of the game, London. Is everyone happy together? They're still one big family? It's 4 years later. She could still be staying with them as she studies for GCSEs and A-levels. Discovered all guests. Now? Now? We got all guests a while ago. If the achievement marker is Charles Brooke, that's old news. Maybe it only fires here. For the 3 survivors of the Goodwill plantation, the 4 years since landing in England has been a slow, grinding climb. They have lived in a single room in Bayswater through the worst of the V-rocket raids, surviving on dried eggs, but they all held together. Rose is seated at the small dining table in their house, a mountain of exercise books before her. She is now a teacher in a local primary school. Good on her. She's sitting there marking homework. Honestly, I wish these boys spent half as much time on their long division as they do dreaming of flying Spitfires. Loon enters from the kitchen, wiping her hands on an apron. She's 21 now. Her face no longer sallow with malaria. but that of a woman who has managed 4 years of ration coupons and blackouts. Leave them be, Rose. They're just glad they could run around outside with fear. I managed to get some suet from the butcher. I thought I'd try my hand at a spotted dick for tea. You're a veritable wizard, Lou. I don't know how we should have survived all these years without your stew pot. The front door opens and Lucas Sterling enters. He looks older and more mature. Throughout the latter half of the war, he'd been working secretly for MI6 to intercept and neutralize saboteurs attempting to strike the London docks. He pauses in the doorway, his hat in his hand. Rose Goodwill looks up, her smile faltering. She recognizes the cold, stern look on his face. And in this 4-year time, they still haven't found Loon's brother. Loon, come into the parlor, would you? You've had word from the War Office, I can tell. Lucas reaches into his inner pocket and hands over an official-looking envelope to Loon Goodwill. I spent 18 months chasing his trail. I promised you on that boat 4 years ago that I would deliver him to you. I found him, Little Moon, or at least I found out what happened to him. We know that the brother's alive. He is the one who sent the letter out to please find out what happened to my family, Jeremiah Goodwill Jr. Give it to me straight. He was mentioned in dispatches, Loon. He was a man of metal. He fought on the continent until the very end. A heavy silence falls over the room. Loon Goodwill doesn't scream or cry, she simply closes her eyes, her head bowing. Rose Goodwill puts her arm around her. Oh, my dear, I'm so dreadfully sorry. Rose strokes a string of pearls, the ones Lucas gave her in Singapore, which she still wears every day. He was mentioned in dispatches, you said? He was. He died with his face to the enemy, Loon. He was a credit to the Goodwill name. Loon wipes a single tear from her cheek with the corner of her apron. Then we should have that suet pudding after all. We shall eat it in his honor, because he would have given a sovereign for a bit of proper duff, wouldn't he? I expect he would have, Little Moon. I expect he would have. We're still a family, Loon. The Sterling family. We've survived the jungle, the seas, and the Germans. We shall survive all this, too. Steady the buffs, my love. Steady the buffs. Well, that's not it. July 1st, 1948. Okay, who's all gonna be here? The biohazard sample is evidently not anywhere anymore. It's a couple of months after we began this commission. Delphine's not by herself. Delphine's gonna come to this household, and she's gonna give them the news that she's been working with her brother. Hooray for all. But first, how many achievements do we have left? There's a hidden achievement here. There's still 2 hidden achievements. Unlock all the endings, unlock all the glossary entries. 2 hidden achievements, how? There's literally only one thing left in the game. Knock on the door, big capital. Good afternoon, how may I help you? Mrs. Sterling, it's so good to finally meet you. You don't know me, but I know a lot about you and your family, and I'd love to come in and explain. Come in, come in. Please don't mind the mess, I was in the middle of scoring tests. I'm a school teacher, you see. Thank you very much. Loon, we have company. Coming? Aw, she's even got, she's changed her portrait for the somewhat modern day, now that she's the older Loon and not a teenager. Loon, look at you, you're such a beautiful young woman. Excuse me, do I know you? It's a long story. Is Mr. Sterling around? I would very much like all of you to be here before I explain my sudden visit. I'm sorry, my husband is still at work. He shan't be long. Well, I suppose I could start. The main person I'm here to see is in this room. Lucas lied to you. Your brother contacted me from beyond the grave. Choose their destiny. I got 2 destinies to choose from here. The heck? Export save. I don't think the brother's dead. How did the brother send a letter from beyond the grave? Given your name by a mutual acquaintance in Oxford. I mean, if we have psychometry psychics who could spy all over the world with enough psychic focus, maybe somebody was contacted via a seance. But then who was I reporting back to? For whatever reason, Lucas lied. The liar. Lucas lied to them all along. So the two hidden achievements. One is Lucas lied, which fewer people took than your brother contacted me from beyond the grave. It's either ruin the family or tell the truth. It's ruin the family, tell the truth, or maintain the lie. And then all endings is gonna be do this ending. And then we need all glossary entries. Your actual brother is alive, Miss Goodwill. What? What are you saying? How do you know my... That's not possible. Who are you? Why are you saying these horrible things? You suffered and grieved enough. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. This must come as a shock, but I have proof. Here, read this letter. I am sensitive. I can see echoes of the past, and your brother hired me to find out what happened to you and your father, Loon. He thought you had both perished that night in Borneo, or he would have looked for you closer to home. But Lucas said. He lied to you, Loon. He lied to both of you. I don't know why, but he hid this truth from you these past few years. Lucas enters. What's going on? Rose throws the letter at Lucas. When were you going to tell us? Or were you never going to tell us? How could you do this to her? Lucas reads the letter. I'm sorry. I didn't want to lose you. It's true all along. He really wasn't dead. I mean, I figured he wasn't dead. We had to accept even more supernatural for him to be beyond the grave. I love you. I love you both so much. I don't understand. How could you say you love me but break my heart so badly? You saw what it did to me to lose my father and mother, and then you decided it would be okay to kill my brother too. I was so scared of losing you. He has no reason to be afraid of that. They become family by then. And Loon is a grown adult. Ideally, she gets her own life anyway, and he's not going to lose Rose. He's her actual brother, and he's successful, rich, and I am nothing. I don't deserve either of you. Ugh. He's MI6, he saved them from hell, and he's still so insecure as a man. And what about me? What about us? What did you think it would do to us? I just don't understand why you love me, Rose. I keep expecting you to come to your senses and leave me. And if Loon wasn't around, I feared you would have done so already. I fear you're only with me because it's convenient. How was this guy such an idiot? This is 4 years later! You could do so much better than me. You're insane. I would have chosen you, Lucas, and 100 rooms and 100 lives would have chosen you. I loved you. But now... Delphine, could you take us to see Loon's brother? Right away. Yes, of course. Loon? I loved you so much. I loved our family so much. You have broken my heart, Lucas. I hope you're happy. Loon rips the necklace from her neck. The pearls go flying across the room. The pearls of Borneo. I'm ready. Let us depart. He's waiting for us at a cafe not far from here. Lucas doesn't say a word as he watches them leave. He just stands there, weeping uncontrollably. He ruined his own life. We spent 2 days looking at the journey that Lucas had with Loon, with Rose, and everything they went through, and all the ways that their love built up. And yet, he still found fit to become an insecure little man. Because he found out that the brother's rich. I mean, so what if the brother's rich and successful? Like his career in MI6 is nothing? Like keeping Britain safe from the European threat, from the continental threat, is nothing? So, I don't feel bad for this ending. I really don't feel bad for this ending at all. He lost his family, but Loon gets her brother back. Rose will recover. The one who will hurt the most is Lucas, but he dug his own grave. Men. Men. Do we get a post credit for this, or is the post credits only for Cynthia? I think. Yeah, the Cynthia ending gets you the ending hook for the potential sequel. So back through the initial stuff. Knock on the door, and this time we're going to lie. It's the remaining achievement. Well, no. I missed a glossary entry somewhere. The other ending will get us all endings. And the only thing left will be all glossary entries. Your brother contacted me from beyond the grave. Ghost of Jeremiah Goodwill Jr. and unlocked all endings. Gonna sound insane, but I'm what they call a sensitive. I can sense echoes from the past and souls that have not yet departed the world, ghosts if you will. Your brother contacted me. From beyond the grave, a soul could not rest until he understood what happened to you. Who are you? Why are you saying these horrible things? I have no proof save for this journal that I wrote describing everything that happened to you since happened to you since that fateful night in Borneo. How could I know all this if I didn't have the powers I am claiming? Rose and Loon flip through the journal, their faces white with shock as they read their life, their secrets. I just can't get my head around this. How did he contact you? I thought I received a letter, but it wasn't actually quite real. In a way, I should have known. It came with photos of everyone at the plantation at the time. I mean, how would he have gotten hold of pictures of Kanan and Aisha, for example? Rose and Loon staring at Delphine incredulously. Because he did his own research. He did his own research. He could do that in 1948 or whenever. And he managed to get records on people at the house at the plantation. Surviving photographs or picture albums, I'm sure. But then his search ends there because as far as he knows, the Japanese invaded that night and everybody died, and that is the truth. For the most part. I know how it sounds, really I do. I debated long and hard if I should even have come. What's going on? Loon runs up and hugs him tight, crying. It's Loon, brother. This woman claims she spoke to him. Oh no, I didn't say I spoke to him, You're a sensitive. Wait, you're Delphine. He knows about Delphine. Yes, do we know each other already? No, not personally, but now my six has employed you in the past. You've done some amazing work for us and for the country. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, that means a lot. Wait, so everything she's telling us is true? After what I've seen and heard, I wouldn't doubt anything she says. He's backing up her lies, and she's backing up his lies. This is the ending where where Delphine doesn't have a shred of critical thinking. She's just taking everything at face value as it comes her way. So you're saying my brother cared so deeply about me that he couldn't let go until he found out the truth? Yes, that's what I'm saying. And the moment he discovered you were alive, happy and living your life, the echo of the letter he had sent me just vanished, and I felt him leave, finally at peace. If that was true, how could he be at the cafe, waiting to meet his sister? The room is silent. Tea, where's my manners? Do you want some tea? That'd be wonderful. We all take a seat. Did I make the right choice by coming here? Should I have left you blissfully unaware? You made the right choice, Delphine. No, we didn't. The only thing we've done here is keep the truth away. Kept Loon and her brother separated. She'll never know. They'll both never know they still have living family. And Lucas gets to live his lie. Oh, before I forget. I went to see Miss Seville before coming here, you see? Just to get a sense of whether should or not, you know? Oh, sit to the country. Yes, but only for a short while, and it's all very hush-hush. No one should know where she is, but you know I have my ways. Anyway, Loon, she wanted you to have this. A solitary red pearl. So, in either ending we get the pearl. We get pearls. In the good ending... Tablet's acting up again. In the good ending, the pearls are ripped away. The past is buried. All the hardships and pain and lie is left behind as pearls scatter to the floor. In the bad ending, the souvenir that Cynthia kept is given to Loon. A keepsake lest we forget is what she said to me. I mean, for all we know, if Delphine's still being like, should I even do this? She might still talk to Cynthia. And Cynthia says, yeah, tell them. Give this pearl to Loon, and the good ending too. Tablet does not want to watch the stream, but the bitrate is looking okay, so I don't know what's up with that. She attaches a red pearl to the front of her necklace. Just Lego clip it on. A radiant smile on her face. Bad ending got. Oh, there's no way to skip the credits as far as I can see. That's okay. It's short credits. Game by Bush Monkey. Music Cozy Tunes by Pizza Doggy. End credit song Joel Picard. Then testers, and then thank you for playing. So that's nearly everything. We actually managed to fully clear the game. I thought it was going to be a 3-stream game, given how much left there was to do. But the second half is basically all linear. You get bonus investigation with the British Marines the day after. But then all the journeys after that is just watching them, getting to London. Getting some history. How do I get my tablet to connect? So, I suspect that what I missed for the glossary was probably somewhere in Cynthia's journey. Let's do a quick look around for it. It's gonna be easy, because all we gotta do is basically just hop around the timeline. Look for yellow text. Sandakan, Sandakan, Sandakan. It's gonna be right quick trying to find it. Parang we've seen already, but Parang isn't a glossary, that's... What is it, transcript? Sampan we've seen, the local dugout canoe. It could also have been somewhere in the latter bit of the plantation. Just some hunters we've seen. Orangutan. Yeah, I started paying attention to the yellow text here, so I don't think it's gonna be at this part. Batu Sapi, coastal area. Okay. Just making sure there's Sandakan again. To Sandakan. Chinese town we looked at. Jubilee Tower we looked at. Okay, so it's not Cynthia side. Maybe there actually was something in the journey out here that I missed. At least it's gotta be quick. Singapore, was there anything? Coiler Key, bustling area, trading commerce. Shop house, tramp steamer, colonial secretariat. Sumatra, largest island in Indonesia. So I don't think I missed anything over here. If it wasn't in Cynthia's side, then maybe I was just complacent in the plantation. Distressed British subjects, Causeway, Ipoh, Malacca Strait we've seen. Kita, Nalarabeti, Gulf Face we've seen before. I keep bouncing my eyes around because I scroll like this. I'm quite certain the colors are going to start blending together. The yellow against the background, against the gray. Back to Colombo. Gulf Face again. What if one of the Sandakans, what are the repeating yellow notes? What if one of them was different and had something hidden? Now, I know for a fact there is nothing here. But I'm gonna look anyway. London isn't cleared out, technically. London isn't cleared out. Let me get focus all entirely. Maybe there's one other thing in London. Maybe Delphine has something in London. Like, what was Delphine doing at this point in the past, kind of thing? We don't have full gray on London for whatever reason. There. Full gray on London. Camels. Nothing for the gully gully, man. Gibraltar didn't give us anything. Stucco's just got us the plains. What if I didn't miss anything? There was actually a bit of text that I could have clicked in one of the ending stuffs. Okay. That just leaves the plantation then. Where would it be hiding? Where would this final thing actually be? Everything's been cleared out. We'll start at the very back end. Sandakan again. Sandakan. What if I have all glossaries already? And what it wants is for me to read through them all. What if that's it? Or what if there's a glossary within the glossary, the way Charles Brooke, or whatever his name was. Here, I'll just scroll through all the glossary we have. And we'll see if there's anything yellow in there. Charles Brooke of the Rook family, the White Rajas. Thought I saw yellow. You see, scrolling around so quickly, my eyes are playing tricks on me. No, nothing in the glossary themselves. Okay, then... Ooh, I just gotta go through everything. The most exciting part of the game. Now, I technically don't have to stream this part, but I'm already here. Let me try something. Let me check the Steam discussion forums. There's always a thread about, hey, where's this final thing? Bug from beyond, endgame bug, unlocking the journey, possible bug, how can we pay developers? Please keep Bird Whistle alive, please, writing so good, Chinese error, resolve, Moon Knight. 2 achievements, Moon Knight and history teacher. Oh, no response to him. Daily updates, bug, feedback, stuck on the very last box, find a location, can't launch the game, certain location, how to unlock all glossary entries. Glossary entries unlock when every related word is clicked on. I thought British Standards was from starch whites, but it also requires Tuan Bessers. This time around I got drink culture from cornbread and opium from Triad. Now I know my guesses for drink culture are Sundowner, Tuan Do, Small Chops, Kachang, and Cornbran. Opium is Chandu and Dross and Triad. Description for the clubhouse is a gin drink that might be one for drink culture. Did miss clicking some words. Now I unlock all the glossary entries, thanks for your reply. Tropical Killers, glossary entry, didn't unlock it of clicking Sallow. Click Kyanine for the same event to unlock it. Tropical Killers. Glossary entry. I don't have Tropical Killers. This fellow says that they unlock Tropical Killers after clicking Sallow and Kyanine at the same event, dining room, 8 o'clock. So, maybe after finally unlocking the dining room, I was complacent. Quinine. Glossary unlocked Tropical Killers, unlocked all glossary entries. I suppose because we read about quinine elsewhere, I thought I already clicked it. Well, there we go. Tropical Killers, glossary. Teaching us about black water fever, malaria infection, 90% humidity, tiny scratch of a thorn or an insect bite could turn lethal. Well, so that's it. That's all the game. So, Red Pearls of Borneo is fully complete. 31 of 31 achievements. But no rare ones. We need more people to play it and not finish the game, so some of these could be more rare for me. Gotta get that sub 10% achievement. But a pretty good mystery game. I do appreciate how they've written themselves a story where, despite the required supernatural of the sensitive people with psychometry, and the talk of curses and whatnot, there's a mundane exploration for everything. Not exactly necessary to a story like this. Like Golden Idol has plenty of supernatural magitech. Obra Dinn gets very fantasy very fast, and he can still make sense within the world. But there's something appreciable about a grounded story, especially a grounded story that covers such heavy subject matter. It's a very serious story. I still think that that Lucas is an idiot, and that the good ending is breaking Lucas's family by telling the truth, reuniting another family. Lucas didn't have to be a weak man. But yeah, pretty good game, pretty good puzzle. I recommend it. It's free. How could you argue with free? I find that the difficulty was pretty alright. I like the difficulty. Though it's funny how it does have the hardcore mode where removing the global time review basically means that you lose the convenience of this and have to bounce around locations, more actual traverse around. You don't have the chart to make it easier for you. That's simply a convenience thing. The show hints on off. As far as I can tell, that just refers to these clickable things. Names, locations, concepts, objects. I don't mind that it shows the clickable links. And as the game explains, the default intended experience is the normal mode with the global timeline view on, the hints on. So there's no pride lost for playing it that way, but I do find the idea of a hardcore mode in a game like this kind of funny in the first place. After playing Golden Idol 1, and Golden Idol 1 doesn't show you the clickable links, you gotta like peck around everywhere to find them. So Golden Idol 2, I prided myself on finding the words to click myself, with a few exceptions when they were pretty well hidden. But I find it funny, cause to what standard are you trying to compete with when you do a mystery game like this on hard mode? Cause a lot of the stuff is... if you're playing it a second time, you know most of the stuff anyway. And if you're playing it fresh the first time... I don't know, I mean, people are different, but it feels to me that you might miss out on some stuff trying to play through with only half a shoe and one eye missing. I remember playing one of the Frogware Sherlock Holmes games, and it being one of my earlier times playing a Frogware Sherlock Holmes. It gives the option of difficulty, normal, hard. Well, heck, we're gaming pros, aren't we? Let's try hard mode. And that was so frustrating, because basically all that did was make a relatively simple, smooth game a little bit more annoying for not too much benefit. There's no harm if somebody wants to play on hard mode. But I think for this, all you're really losing is convenience. Hopping around the timeline, instead of doing like, okay, croquet lawn. Who to remember where croquet lawn, what time, this time. Okay, go back. Nobody's there. Let's go back to dinner. And then they went where? Who went where? Okay, let me try to find the library at what time was it? So that feels more like a convenience thing than strict difficulty. And so does clickable links. Like even Golden Idol 2 went a bit easier by making... You didn't have to peck around. It still gave you all the stuff you had to click on. You click on a letter once and then all the words fly out that's applicable. So it's more like finding the clickable highlight spots, I guess, more so than the words. And it still has the puzzle and trying to find out who are these people. You're still trying to hunt down names to attach to pictures so that you could actually put people at different points on the timeline. There was finding out who owned what item, and you could peek in at different points in time to try to, like, figure out who all's in this room. Young man, fuck, I can't use that yet. This voice is here, there is the phone, great. I'm surprised that for as many items as they give you, you don't really make a whole lot of use of that. There's a few kind of necessary points, and the rest of the time feel more like optional stuff. If you wanted help in identifying who was at this place, you could go over there, and if that person has that object that they're talking, get their side of the conversation, and maybe figure out, okay, this person, or figure out, okay, this person was not here at all, or why this person was not here. But it felt more like redundant information. There is a bit of that, redundant information isn't bad. But the game does promise to be continued. Cynthia has sought out Delphine in the 60s, so that Delphine could find out what happened with Arthur. So, if that comes to pass and there is a next game, I suppose the only critique I could make is the same critique I made with Paranormal Site 2 versus Paranormal Site 1, in which the puzzly aspects did become a little bit weaker or non-existent at a certain point. There's plenty of it here, and I did enjoy popping around the timeline, even with the day after, especially with the changes. Popping around the timeline, trying to find people, trying to peg names to faces is great fun. Using objects to try to find who was where, what other people could we find. That's all fun stuff, but after a point it does get... Once you get all the names, it becomes very linear. Very, very linear. I'm not so upset, because this is part of the story and the story had to be told. For a game of this size, for this scope, and heck, it's free, so it's not the biggest project in the world. It's a good introduction to form that fits for its scope. Second half being linear to finish the story, alright, but for the next one, if they put out a big commercial project with more of a scope, it could use more of the stuff that you enjoy from this half. You know, using more of the features. Like, if it was a big commercial project with a big budget and an expectation that they're going to make money, so they're going to put more time and effort into it, there were probably more moments where bits around the escape could stall until you associate a face or associate an object, and you use that object to try to find, okay, who was where in Singapore, who was where in Colombo. Maybe a bit of mystery around the people who stole the tins. I don't know, something, right? And so you still play the game, going through the final voyage. Or Cynthia's journey. It was very smooth sailing. They had hardships walking through, but for the most part it was very smooth. Up until the ambush, and then smooth sailings again, here's a plane, let's go home. So, could be parts where at different times, maybe you pop into different people's heads during watch. Maybe somebody gets separated for a bit and you don't know what happens. And so, okay, which object is where, which object is where? Okay, this guy's over here, he's not missing, He's simply foraging. He's about to come back over here to this location. We got a new location. There's Sarge. Alright. It doesn't have to be a major mystery. But I just think there could be more integrations in the linear part of the game. It's not exactly a platformer where it opens up for a bit, it gets very tricky, then it shrinks back in to a linear part towards the end, you get satisfying combat. It basically goes from puzzle to prose. To puzzle to prose. And the prose isn't bad. The writing is definitely one of the strong strengths of the game. The character writing, the mood setting, the way they show off all the historical study they did in different theaters. So that's what I hope to see. A little bit more integration of the fun, mystery, puzzly about mechanics. To find a way to put more in, even in parts where it might be somewhat more linear just to break up the form. The dining room is a pretty good example of that. You got like 4 whole hours here, where for the most part it's people talking together, they get interrupted, and then people talking together, some leave, people talking together, and then they leave again. That's all fairly linear. But then people are branching out, they're coming in, they're leaving at different times to do different things. So, even if it's bite-sized, like somebody steps out to do some foraging, somebody steps out, has a spook, and then comes back, or something, right? Something to figure out the who, what, where. Pepper in a few more secrets. A little bit more opportunity for glossary to find out, oh wait, this guy actually has this object, but that object belongs to this guy, and that could answer a few more questions over here, or hell, maybe even, surprise thing, all the way back here, you didn't know that somebody was all the way back there until late in the game. You follow an errant branch, and there's a guy kinda guilty about something he stole. Wait, but that's not his, whose is it? It's theirs, they were all the way here. And now here's some other thing that could just be extra information, or it could be a major revelation. There's potential. But either way, for a free game of this scope, incredibly satisfied. Even if the latter half does get more linear, even if the hardships are more implicative with only 1 death over here, and otherwise everybody being perfectly safe for the journey. Once the cavalry arrives, the floating cavalry. So with that satisfaction, I'm gonna call it a day. Great game, good game. And then I'm gonna do some homework. Because playing the Red Pearls of Borneo wasn't plan A. It was a plan eventually, because I did throw it onto my library as soon as I saw it in the Steam Discovery queue. And since I couldn't get my plan A to work, I thought, you know what? I see people singing praises for this game now. That's as good excuse as any, let's hop into it. So, now I need to figure out how to get my plan A to work. Because I still want to do plan A. Plan A, spoilers, was something oceanic. Something close to my heart in a way, but because I couldn't get it to work, ancient Windows technology. Figured, okay, let's tilt our compass a little bit more east to our cousins in Borneo. And found good fun here. But now I gotta get plan A working. For now, I think I'll toss things over to Schubert. Sounds like a good idea. Schubert is streaming right now, doing Tomodachi stuff. You wouldn't know about Tomodachi stuff, would you, Mason? Alright, so thank you guys for hanging out. Stick around for the raid, say hello to Schubert, and I'll catch you guys next time, hopefully with something bizarre and intriguing.
はちゃめちゃ急が 私スーパーヒーロー。お肉の手入れサインの練習。空手チョップで橋を割ったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール。
強い
当たり前
素敵
そりゃそうさ。
かわいい
照れるな
美国
ガックン。
手の突っ張りはいらんですよ。
言葉の意味はよくわからんが、とにかくすごい自信だ。レスラー怪獣私が相手だ。ドッ